Okay, guys. I messed around with my mic settings a little bit. And I'm hoping it sounds better now. But I'm not really going to know until I start like screaming and stuff. And here, let me try it further away because I want to. Oh, it still sounds. Hold on. Okay, let me. Filters, compressor. All right, how does this sound? How's this working? Is this doing better? That doesn't. I don't know. I don't think it. I think my microphone just kind of sucks when it's like far away. At least it doesn't sound nearly as good as I want to. But I'm hoping. Okay, maybe if I hold on. Maybe like if I do that and then I. Oh shit! Hold on. I didn't mean to. I was just testing it. Okay, there we go. Okay. Does this work? Is it? Are we good now? Are we? How far can I put this up before I start just peaking all the time when I do this, when I do this, when I do this? So if I do this and I'm really loud and then I start decreasing my threshold, how long before? So it's fine now. It's fine now. Hold on. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's good. Okay, that's good. We're good, right? It should be fine, maybe? Question mark? It seems like it's fine. Here, if I do this, then it should be perfect. We're being chilling, right? I'm a professional streamer. I'm so good at this, guys. All right, give me a second. Hold on. Let me actually. The opposite of what I want to do. Hold on. All right, chat. I'm gonna switch to my camera, right? I'm gonna show you something. No one's allowed to make fun of me for this. But hold on, I just want to see my microphone. See if I can. All right, basically, my mic stand, right? My microphone's really heavy, and it came with an adapter to like adapt it to a mic stand. That adapter is like really cheap, so it broke, and I spent forever trying to fix it. I tried taping it. The microphone's too heavy for tape to work. I tried gluing it. The glue was not strong enough. There's still a lot of glue residue on it, and this random screw I found came to the rescue. That happened to be. You can see this random screw. It happened to be just the right size that it can. That it fits through everything, and also fits through a little cutout that is able to. It's hard to explain. But there's basically there's a little cutout thing of metal there, so you can hold the so it puts pressure on the mic stand thing, so it can hold the mic together. Does that make sense? I'm making sense, right? I'm gonna assume I'm making sense. Um, yeah, and I have to adjust it with a Allen wrench, and gonna have to deal with it for a few days until a new one gets here. But thank God, because it's a whole lot better than tape. Why is my camera feels delayed? But whatever. Can we get some super chats in here so I can afford a better camera? All right. The agenda for today, guys. Okay. I need some new content. So, firstly, I want to get out. We're getting the boring thing out of the way that I don't think people are gonna like. I heard about this article. It's some atheist stuff. Is it basically about the cosmological argument? Oops, not this. Yeah, basically about the cosmological argument for God's existence, and we're gonna read it. And then we might read this too. I don't know. How long is this? Okay, yeah, we're not reading this today. um, we might read this eventually. One day we'll get to that, I'm sure. But today we're just reading this 8-page thing. Okay, and then we're gonna react to the Jordan Peterson Destiny debate because React content's easy. It's free money. It's free views, and I love free money and free views. Oh wait, by the way, I should test if the chat's working. So we're gonna read this and we're gonna react to that, and then I want to. We might only watch one of these. I want to read and take note of chat's working good on these videos. Why Mishir was wrong about Ukraine, and then a critique of realism, which is the same video, but they're both an hour long. This one's an hour 30 minutes. So we might only do one of those after. And then we got some. I want to start reading this book, which I've already started reading the paper version of, but I think I learn things better if I read them on a computer while I'm streaming, and then I take notes on them also on my computer. And then it's nice because I have all my notes on my computer. So that's the plan for today. All right, chat. But I do kind of hold on. Oh shoot! This is another article I want to read. I zoom in just one more. I never know how I should have my webcam set up. My webcam's really just my phone. That's good enough, I guess. Fuck. We'll read this at some point, I guess, probably before we start the book. So I'll put it here. All right. We're getting back into it, chat. I'm back on the grind. One twerk break, and then I'll lock in. All right, are we ready? Okay. Hold on, I'm not ready because I need to make my music work. Okay, now I'm ready. Now I'm ready, chat. I'm not ready. Oh, you're so ready. Why does he capitalize things like this? Okay. We're ready. I'm locking in, and I'm gonna be Twitch affiliate guy. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get there. I'll get there. Uncaused beginnings. There are many possible models for the causal shape of reality. Amongst the simplest models to be considered, even if only subsequently rejected as models of real possibilities, we should certainly mention regress circle, necessary initial state, and contingent initial state. Each of these simple models admits of both theistic and naturalistic interpretations. It is widely recognized that in several of these cases, regress circle, contingent initial state, naturalism would be preferable to theism. If reality had the causal shape in question, then there would be good reason to accept naturalism and to reject theism. So true. Hold on, I need to write these down already. Okay. Possible. It's not states of reality. Models for the causal shape of reality. To consider. Hopefully he gets into what all these are. Okay. I'm gonna have to do that for a little. Regress. Circle. Necessary initial state. Hold on. If I Google this, it just comes up with this. God damn it. Hold on. I can copy it from this. Hell yeah. I love being lazy. But I can't. I don't think I should have like that one. And then contingent initial state. Oh, wait, I forgot I copied these. Okay. It's generally accepted. All of them except the necessary initial state. All but the necessary initial state. And again, I gotta quickly mention the, I should say, fuck, even the plausibility of the other states, or of the other models, I guess, the other models removes the need for a theistic explanation. Okay. If reality had the causal shape in question, then there would be good reason to accept naturalism and to reject theism. I think naturalism is preferable to theism, even in the case of the necessary initial state. Consequently, I think that considerations about the causal shape of reality provide grounds for naturalism. For I judge that, on any of the most plausible causal shapes that might have been taken by reality, naturalism is more plausible than theism. Of course, these judgments of mine are highly controversial. However, what seems less controversial is that the case for naturalism is strengthened if the models in which naturalism is clearly preferable to theism remain in play. In this paper, I shall be examining the argument for the claim that contingent initial state is not a model that should be kept in play. This argument runs as follows. I don't know what fucking contingent initial state is. I hope he fucking talks about what all these things are. Hello. I can use my context clues. It's fine. It's fine. This argument runs as follows. 1. If it is possible for reality to have a contingent initial state under the causal relation, i.e. it is possible for reality to have a contingent initial state that has no cause, then it is possible to Jesus. I haven't streamed it in a few days, guys. I'm out of practice. Then it is possible for other non-overlapping parts of reality to have no cause. Premise. It is possible for other non-overlapping realities to have no cause. Parts of reality have no cause. Not. I missed the word not, but I read it in my head. Hence, it is not possible for reality to have a contingent initial state that has no cause. This argument is a reconstruction of an argument introduced in Craig, repeated by Craig. Yeah, he does it a lot, which Craig claims has descendants in the work of Edwards and Prior. While it may be the case that this is not the best possible reconstruction of Craig's argument, that will not matter for present purposes, since my main purpose here is to investigate the first premise of the argument, and, in particular, to explore the potential naturalistic objections to it. I take it that Craig commits himself to the first premise, and that Edwards and Prior do likewise. Further investigation of exactly who argues what and how can be left to some other occasion. Jesus, I need to fucking get better at reading, man. I'll get better, man. Okay. Or not contingent. I don't know. Cool. Wait, this just doesn't. Okay. Why is it fucking nobody used this term before, and he just uses it and expects me to. Oh wait, does he get it? He explains it later. Okay. Okay, so he says you'll be examining an argument for the claim that contingent initial state is not a model that should be kept in play. This argument runs as follows. I need to copy this. I don't want to just copy what he says, but it's kind of the best. I don't have a way to paraphrase it. Paraphrase it, really. All right. If the naturalists are to deny the here, really, I should have these be this. If the naturalists are to deny the first premise of the argument that a natural first. Sorry, Jesus, I don't stream for 2 days, man, and I'm totally out of practice. Jesus fucking Christ. If naturalists are to deny the first premise of the argument, then a natural first thought is that they will claim something like this: a contingent initial state of reality, and the contingent things that feature therein are the only kinds of thing that can have no cause. That is, it is necessary that non-initial states of reality and of the contingent things that feature therein that did not feature in the initial state of reality have causes. In other words, anything that comes into existence other than the contingent initial state of reality and all the contingently existing things that feature therein has a cause. If naturalists are to endorse this claim, then it seems to me to be plausible to suppose that they are to endorse the following claims. First, that anything can be a contingent initial state of reality. First, that anything that can be a contingent initial state of reality cannot be anything other than a contingent initial state of reality. And second, anything that is a non-initial state of reality cannot be anything other than a non-initial state of reality. In other words, the properties of being initial and non-initial states of reality are essential properties of states of reality. And likewise, for the contingent things that feature in states, something that features in a contingent initial state of reality can only come into existence as a feature of contingent initial state of reality, and something that comes into existence as a feature of a non-initial state of reality can only come into existence as a feature of a non-initial state of reality. He could have phrased that way better, man. Jesus. Among the questions that Craig poses to proponents of contingent initial state, there are the following two. First, if you deny that it's possible for a raging tiger to suddenly come into existence, a raging tiger to suddenly come into existence, uncaused, out of nothing, in the room in which you are hearing this talk, how can you allow that this is possible for the initial state of reality to suddenly come into existence out of nothing? And second, if you suppose that it is possible for the initial state of reality to suddenly come into existence uncaused out of nothing, how can you deny that there might have been hydrogen atoms or rabbits that sprang spontaneously from the void? These sketched above suggest a clear answer to both of these questions. The enunciated causal principles tells us that it's possible for the initial state of reality to have no cause, and in conjunction with the subsidiary principles that essential property The enunciated causal principle tells us it is possible for the initial state of reality to have no cause, and in conjunction with the subsidiary principles about essential properties of states of reality and things that feature therein, it also tells us that it is impossible for a raging tiger to pop into existence uncaused here and now, at least given further uncontroversial assumptions that tigers have to come into existence as a feature of non-initial states of reality. Moreover, in conjunction with those same subsidiary principles about essential properties of states of reality, the causal principle also entails that hydrogen atoms and rabbits could not have come to existence as a feature of the initial state of reality, at least given the further uncontroversial assumption that hydrogen atoms and rabbits have to come into existence as features of non-initial states of reality. Okay, so Sorry. Okay, let me read the thing. If it is possible for reality to have a continued initial state into a causal relation, i.e., it is possible to have a continued initial state and it has no cause, and it's possible for other. Okay. Greg's. This is William Lane. Greg. I don't know who the other people are, but I know this is William Lane Greg's. And others. Arguments against the contingent initial state. I don't being kept in play. What's a better way to phrase that? That's not a stupid way to phrase that. Say this. All right. So he says if they are to deny the first one, they'll say something like in contingent initial state of reality, and the contingent things that feature therein are the only kinds of things that can have no cause. I want to just quote that. Okay. On the first premise, naturalists will argue that contingent initial state of reality and the contingent thing that feature therein are the only things that can have no cause. In other words, what's he say? I don't want to just. It's necessary that non-initial states of reality and all other contingent things to feature therein what are the things that are not the contingent initial state of reality must have causes. Okay, fuck you, Grammarly. If naturalists are to endorse this claim, it seems plausible that they also endorse the following claims. And that can be initial state. Yeah, okay. Okay, section 2. Craig, following the lead of Edwards and Pryor, has a response to the proposal developed in the previous section. The naturalist cannot seriously maintain that kinds of things that come into existence as features of non-initial states of reality cannot come into existence as features of initial states of reality because prior to their coming into existence, things do not have natures that could control their coming to be. But what? Okay. If it were possible for some kinds of things to have features of contingent initial states of reality, then it would be possible for any kinds of things to be features of contingent initial states of reality, since there is nothing prior to coming into existence of those contingent initial states of reality to place the constraints on their nature and features. I don't think that response is satisfactory. Consider, for example, Craig's suggestion that if we suppose that the contingent initial state of reality had no cause, we are obligated to allow that it might have been a rabbit that popped uncaused out of the void. If it were really possible that a rabbit might have popped uncaused out of the void, then it would have to be possible for there to be nothing other than a rabbit in existence. But I think it is manifestly impossible for the initial state of reality to be exhausted by the state of a single rabbit. Rabbits are not kinds of things that are capable of that kind of lonely existence. On the contrary, rabbits can only exist as a part of a larger network of related entities. It's also true that rabbits necessarily have a particular kind of causal ancestry, however, that it would not suffice for correct purposes if the initial state of reality could be exhausted by a single rabbit's duplicate. So, what the fuck are you reading? I'm reading some atheism shit about the initial state of reality. If the initial state of reality could be exhausted by a single rabbit duplicate, so this point can be accommodated by appropriate adjustments in correct claim. Moreover, what goes for rabbits goes for almost all the things that we see around us. All of those things can only exist as part of larger networks of related entities. The general point here is that there's a good sense in which natures do constrain initial coming to existence. The initial state of reality has to be the kind of thing that can exist even though there is nothing else in existence, and the things that feature in the initial state of reality have to be kinds of things that can exist as parts of an initial state of reality. Jesus. I will get better at reading. One day. It's gonna happen one day. If there are very few possible initial states of reality, and if there are very few kinds of things that can feature in initial states of reality, then Craig, Edwards, and Pryor are just mistaken. The lesson here seems clear. Our naturalists could insist that there are very few possible contingent states of reality, perhaps no more than one. And our naturalists could also... Did you hear about... I did see the fucking terrorists attacking them all, yeah. And our naturalists could also insist that there are very few possible things that could have featured initial states of reality. ISIS... Oh, did they? I didn't see ISIS claim responsibility, but, I mean, that makes sense. That's interesting because Russia just vetoed the ceasefire resolution at the UN. Russia and China. And I think Algeria did too, but they don't have a veto. They just voted against it. Yeah. Yeah, it's strange. I mean, the reason why is because two things they said. I think one, it didn't use the term call for a ceasefire. So they thought it like fell short of demanding it, I guess, because it didn't use the word call. And then also it wasn't just a permanent immediate ceasefire like the previous resolutions have been. It was like it was tied to the release of hostages, which, you know, makes a lot more sense than it was like 6 weeks. It was a 6-week humanitarian pause tied to the release of hostages, which I guess is so evil that they had to veto it, even though that's a totally reasonable proposal. It's a lot more unreasonable to say, don't release any hostages, just stop fighting immediately. Hamas just gets to get away with it. Yeah. Okay, anyway. The lesson here seems clear. Our naturalists could insist that there are very few possible contingent initial states of reality, perhaps no more than one. And our naturalists could also insist that there are very few possible things that could have featured initial states of reality. One consequence of the latter assumption would be that very few of the things that now exist could have featured an initial state's reality. That consequence will certainly suffice to answer a more general version of Craig's question about whether rabbits and hydrogen atoms must have sprung spontaneously from the void. Okay. Variant others will then argue something like the U.S. warning on March. Okay, the U.S. warning on March 7th that extremists could target. Oh wait, I forgot that we did that warning. Yeah. I forgot about that because I saw like fucking conspiracy posting on Twitter that like they thought Ukraine was gonna bomb Moscow and it actually just was fucking ISIS. Yeah. You know, I bet it was actually Zelensky. Zelensky was misappropriating Ukrainian aid to ISIS. I bet that's what it was. And the U.S. had intel on it. It was the U.S. CIA. Okay, anyway. The U.S. warnings on March 7th that extremists could target concerts or other large gatherings in Moscow was related to the attack on Friday, according to people briefed on the matter. The warning was not related. I haven't heard the ISIS thing either. I probably should have verified that because it's just someone in chat saying it. The warning was not related to possible Ukrainian sabotage, American officials said, who added that the State Department would have not used the word extremist to warn about actions ordered from Kiev. I don't think anything has been confirmed. Yeah, but I mean, if they claim responsibility. Oh shit, there's more? Wait, this was 5 minutes ago. Okay, wait. ISIS claims responsibility, but I only saw... Is this concert one? I saw the one at the mall. I saw like the mall group, but this is new. This just happened like an hour ago. I didn't see this one until now. Sent on Discord. Oh yeah. But why does it keep doing? Why can't I zoom out and do this shit? So it looks like they did take responsibility for. They took responsibility for the concert hall, which just happened. It looks like, but I don't know about the mall. Or was this the same thing? Hold on. Isn't it kind of crazy? Like 5 people just shooting up whole concert hall. Yeah. Do you think it was just? I have no clue what it was. I mean, I don't. Terrorists gonna be terrorists. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe I'm making up the attack on the mall. Maybe it was Hall. I just saw a video on Reddit, and I think the title said mall. It might have been. Oh wait, no, I'm not making up the thing mall. This is a mall, but then why is it? This says concert hall. Are these two? Are these the same? Are these two separate things? No, this is the video I saw. So I don't know. I guess it wasn't a. I guess he's all. Some people are probably just calling it a mall, and some people are probably calling it a concert hall. This is distracting. Oh, that's true. Dude, I do you want to know? Do you want to know what's blackpilling me on a TikTok ban? It's all the fucking disinformation about the expired food in Gaza. There's no evidence that expired food was ever dropped in Gaza. All of it was like literally disinfo. The two videos that were posted, one of them you could see the date on it and it literally wasn't expired. And then the second video was an old video from November. Um yeah, it literally doesn't make any sense. It was all just straight up disinfo. And also we're dropping MREs, right? Which number one, MREs don't have expiration dates. They have a manufacture date on them, but they don't have expiration dates. So there's no way to tell if they're expired even. It's all just disinfo. Disinfo spread and platform. That's true. Um, that's just I don't, this is what's blackfilling me though. It's all this is but to be there was a ton of like disinfo on this on Twitter too. Number one, these don't have expiration dates. And I saw people getting like asthma about this. About like there was that one video like the fucking guy reviewing the food and people are getting like so fucking upset about it. When these are MREs, we feed these to our own soldiers. There's something else called humanitarian daily rations. That is true. Anything less than humanitarian daily rations. If we like MREs are highly nutritious stuff, okay? Like we feed them to our own fighting soldiers because of like how like nutritious they can be, right? Humanitarian daily rations are like what we usually airdrop people and they're like the bare minimum to survive. Yeah. And like I literally saw people just starving people usually yeah, I know. It's so fucking dumb. Um like it's so insane. Like we're giving them the same food we give our soldiers and like this is this is what we would be airdropping them if we weren't being nice. Because this is the humanitarian daily rations are the bare minimum. And then like I saw another thing just because we're on this topic. Like it literally is just a Destiny uses this phrase, "All roads lead to Rome." Um, that's so true of like U.S. foreign policy for like everything. So like if it's if Israel tells people to evacuate northern Gaza, well that's bad because it's forced displacement of people. If they don't, then that's bad because you're causing civilian casualties and you didn't even warn them and they're being genocided, right? And I saw something else posted about like Haiti, and it was like that we were like evacuating people there, and someone was like, also all the rich people get to leave. Well, we leave Haiti to suffer, and it's like literally just like if we didn't evacuate them, that would be bad, obviously, because we're letting U.S. citizens die, right? If we do evacuate them, that's bad because we're only evacuating like the U.S. citizens, right? If we if we try to like stabilize a country, well, that's U.S. imperialism. So it's like literally all roads lead to something bad. With Israel, it's just like all roads lead to ethnic cleansing. And then like yeah, the U.S. it's like all roads lead to imperialism. It's wild, dude. This just doesn't make sense, man. Um, yeah, it's wild. Okay, I forgot like the last paragraph I read now. Okay. Um, So basically, he'll say something like, Craig responded to proposal. Let me copy the quote, and then I'll read it, and then I'll see if I need to. Naturalists cannot seriously maintain that kinds of things come into existence as features of non-initial states of reality cannot come into existence as features of initial states of reality, because prior to their coming to existence, things do not have natures that could control their coming to be. If it is possible for some kinds of things to be features of contingent initial states of reality, then it would have to be possible for any kinds of things. Yeah, so he's just saying, yeah, they can't contend that some things could be contingent states of reality, but other things couldn't be. So a rabbit could spawn out of a void. I don't think this response is satisfactory. Consider, for example, his correct suggestion that if we suppose, but I think it is manifestly impossible for the initial state of reality. Yeah, rabbits can only, okay, so. Fuck, there was a. What's up, Menar Reports? Would love to talk about what? This is your first time chatting, man. About subjectivity or objective morality. I mean, you can join the Discord channel and we can have a chat later. What are your broad positions? What do you want to what do you want to argue? Like, you don't even know. We talk 10 minutes, bro. I'm doing join the Discord and then you tell me I believe subjective morality is flawed. I do too. See, we don't even disagree. Society destroy. I agree. I'm a moral realist. I don't know what to tell you. Do you agree with the trans movement? Bro, this is so not even related. Join the Discord. We can talk later. I think that some people are born with a gender identity that doesn't align with their sex, and because of that, they experience gender dysphoria. And it makes sense that for those people, let's talk. Jesus, dude, I don't get. Join the Discord. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, 10 minute, bro. Exclamation point Discord in the chat, my man. It's it's in the title. It's Jesus. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna mute Discord because I am got it's 50% chance this guy comes in screaming the N word. So Discord's muted. So let me move him to. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How are you, man? I saw your channel. I was just looking for somebody to talk to.
Okay.
But yeah, I wanted to talk to somebody, and you seem very interesting. I just want to know, how young are you?
I'm 18.
All right, good. So you're very young, but you believe in objective morality. So you are religious?
I'm not religious now.
So what do you mean then that you believe in objective? You think then I don't understand what you said about subjective morality. How can you agree with me? Subjective morality can destroy society, but you actually follow subjective morality.
I don't follow subjective morality. I think morality is objective.
Okay, can you can you explain further? What's your what's your position
so I think,
on morality?
Broadly speaking, morality just definitionally basically
you don't get
is. No, I don't get it from scripture. I think a world
That's
of.
If you don't, objective morality means you get it from scripture. It's like an objective entity that tells you what is morality. Subjective morality, you create it yourself, with the harm principle or the happiness pursuit of happiness principle, whatever.
True. Yep. Have you ever read Sam Harris at all? Do you know what who Sam Harris is?
Are you talking about the nuclear bomb? We should nuke all the Muslims. Sam Harris, is that the guy you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yep. I'm talking about the kill every single Muslim. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard about him.
Have
so
you?
He follows subjective morality, by the way.
No, he's a moral realist.
Okay, so you actually are not understanding what I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to tell you is there's two forms of morality. There's the objective morality, which is scripture. You get it from religion. That's why religion, basically all of modern society's morality comes from scripture. And then what happened is you guys switched it and started accepting new stuff, and that's where you're seeing the trans movement and everything coming up. But that's subjective morality.
What does the trans movement have to do? What does the trans movement have to do with morality?
Because it disagrees with objective morality. Objective morality says no trans is allowed, and the subjective morality pushed that through because subjective morality follows the harm principle, or tries to reduce the harm as much as possible, because that's subjective morality, because already God told you that's bad. All you have to do is go read scripture and you know what's morality. Like for example, how the Muslims, they don't eat pork. How do they know that they shouldn't eat pork? Because they go read the Quran, then they realize that's objective morality is telling them do not eat pork. So that's how they know right and wrong. Morality is right from wrong. And so what you're doing is you're using subjective morality, and that's Sam Harris's essence. His essence is subjective morality because he doesn't follow scripture. He follows his whims.
Have you ever? So like, I don't. You can argue that you don't agree with moral realists who base their moral realism off of like humanist principles.
Moral realist. What does
that mean?
I
think moral facts are objective. I think we can say it is like objectively.
Is eating McDonald's good for you or bad for you?
I mean, it's generally going to be worse for you than other stuff.
Well, you know that you feel really good when you eat the McDonald's. What's objective about McDonald's eating being bad? Okay, let me ask you this: is lying good for you? Is lying right or wrong? Is cheating right or okay? Let's. I'm gonna catch you on one. Is lying right or wrong? Is it good or not good?
It's not good generally.
Why? Why is it not good?
Because you're always going to be like basically anytime you lie, you're always going to be damaging whoever you're lying to and yourself. You're always going to be harming that relationship.
How do you? Okay, let's say the cop stopped me. He said, "Hey, did you come out of that place and purchase drugs?" I lied to him. I said, "No, I didn't purchase drugs." Who did it hurt? It actually saved my life. I didn't go to jail. What do you mean it's bad for me?
So that's why I said generally, right?
Okay, generally, lying actually helps you. That's why people lie.
How
is it hurting them?
Generally, lying can help in the short term, but I think lying is almost always going to be worse than not lying. But can I just ask you a question real quick?
I have to understand this because
But my question is going to make you understand this better.
Lying is good or not? You don't even know.
Oh my god. Lying is almost always bad, man.
No, you have to understand. Objective morality told you lying is wrong. That's why you know lying is wrong. But when you sit there thinking
Wait, I'm just super curious. Do you think that a world of suffering where every conscious creature is suffering the worst possible misery?
Yes. You need to suffer to grow. Yes. Imagine.
No, that's not what I'm asking. No, that's not what I'm asking. Do you think that a world where every conscious creature is suffering the maximum possible of misery, do you think that world is worse than a world where every conscious creature is not suffering the worst possible misery?
So both your examples are impossible in this world.
I know. They're hypotheticals. They're hypotheticals. Yeah, they're impossible. Yep, they're hypotheticals.
So what does it matter for me to answer that question?
It's a hypothetical. Can you answer the hypothetical?
I'll give you an answer, but then what? Okay, after I give you an answer, then what?
Then I'm going to tell you whether you're a moral realist or not.
Because we'll never be able to experience it. Like, we'll never be able to experience it. How about
it's a hypothetical.
Why is lying wrong?
Can you answer my hypothetical?
Instead of going to hypotheticals, let's talk about why is lying. I can't believe you can't even substantiate your position here.
Why is lying wrong? Lying is wrong because it's generally not conducive. Lying is generally not conducive to the well-being of conscious creatures. Now, can you answer my hypothetical? Oh, thanks.
I don't agree with what you with your explanation on that, because actually it's very good for me. Every time I lie, I save myself from a lot of hardship, and as long as I keep the lies, organized in my head, I have an amazing life, and nobody can even know that I'm lying. I actually have you literally, as a subjective morality, you actually have no argument against why lying is bad. You actually have no, because you have to understand.
I literally just told you.
You believe lying is bad because
I literally just told you it's generally not conducive to the well-being of conscious creatures.
But you have no proof for that. I told you that it doesn't.
What do you mean I have no proof for that?
It's generally not good. Lying. Where's your proof that lying is bad for society? Go ahead.
You're almost always going to be damaging your relationship with someone if I lie. Like the fact that people feel bad when you lie to them, right? You've damaged that trust, right?
So I think. Lie? So when you lie to your dad and tell him, "No, Dad, I didn't drink from your bottle," is that to damage the relationship or to try to save the relationship?
No, that obviously is going to damage your relationship. Can you answer my hypothetical now? Oh my God, my man! Can you just answer my hypothetical?
All right, okay, sure.
Do you think that a world where every conscious creature is suffering the worst possible misery? Do you think that world is worse than a world where every conscious creature is not suffering the worst possible misery?
So can you give me an example of this world? Like, what's the worst possible misery? I can't even imagine what's a worst possible misery could be besides death, because everybody in this world suffers death. So what's a possible misery more than death? I don't understand what you're saying. Like, so of course, this world, you literally suffer the worst misery, which is death. Can you explain to me another misery that's worse than death?
Do you think death is the worst misery? You don't really suffer when you're dead, right? I know. I understand. You probably believe in it.
The worst thing that happens to a human being is the moment he dies. It's the worst amount of pain.
Yeah, but you're not like
literally. You know the description. I'll give you the analogy in the Quran that God gave you. You know that cotton. You know cotton when you go into a rose and it's when you imagine a cotton that.
No, wait. You believe in an afterlife, right? You believe in
the thorn of roses.
Imagine
how that
hold on.
That's your soul being pulled out of your body. Imagine that.
No. You believe in an afterlife, right?
When did you see somebody die in a good way? When did you see somebody die happy?
You believe in an afterlife, right?
This world is full of misery. What are you talking about? I don't understand.
You believe? I'm just asking you to answer the question. You believe in an afterlife, right? Every human being in this world
suffers the ultimate misery. Yes, every human being dies. Yes.
No, but you believe in an afterlife. It's what I'm saying. It's what I'm asking right now.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't. You understand when you think? Misery? So right now, I think that when you die, you don't exist anymore. It's just like before you were born. Before you were born, you weren't suffering at all, right? So when you're dead, you don't suffer at all. So I'm asking, do you think that a world where every conscious creature is currently experiencing the worst possible misery that they possibly can, do you think that world is worse in a world where they aren't?
Give me an example of the worst possible misery you can experience.
I don't know what
my problem is we live in a world where we experience the worst possible misery. So I really don't understand. Can you explain to me what's
Are you experiencing
we lose parents, we lose fathers, we lose mothers, we lose sisters, we lose brothers. Our family members die. Everybody around us is suffering. We are in pain consistently. We're born crying. We're dying crying. What are you talking about? What's suffering? Like, can you give me an example?
Are you experiencing the worst possible misery that you could possibly experience right now?
No, not right now.
Okay, do you think that a world where you were experiencing the worst possible misery and every conscious creature was experiencing the worst possible misery, do you think that world is better or worse than the one we're in now?
And are you talking about perpetually? They're just in a perpetual
forever.
Experience?
Yep, worst possible misery forever.
Wow. This is the Sam Harris logic, guys. The Sam Harris brain. Look at the Sam Harris brain where he got
that. Answer my hypothetical.
Is living in absolute misery better than living a normal life? Look at this guy. And he's asking me.
Can you answer that question? Answer that question. That's an important question.
I mean, the question is this: like, what do you want? Yeah, of course, living in absolute misery is not good.
Okay, great. Then you've accepted that there are objective answers to moral questions, because some things are going to bring us closer to that world of misery for everyone, and some things are going to move us further away from that world for misery than for the worst possible misery for everyone. Okay, you've accepted.
Example of somebody living a worst
Wait.
possible
You
misery
have
for
already
the rest of
accepted that there are objective moral facts because you've already accepted that a
I
world where
accepted it
every
in your
conscious creature.
thought experiment. I accepted it in your thought experiment, which doesn't exist in the world. You accepted it, but it doesn't exist in this world. Your
Okay,
thought experiment
obviously,
doesn't exist in
the
this world. Where is the human being that can live in perpetual suffering?
so this is a spectrum, right? We have over here the worst possible misery for everyone, and then over here, a little bit further away, we have not quite the worst possible misery for everyone, and then over here we have fucking gooning utopia where everyone's coming 24/7.
You know what?
Okay.
You know what? You know what? I actually, can you relate that back to morality and objective morality?
Okay, you said a world, right, where every conscious creature is suffering the worst possible misery for everyone. You said that world is worst, right?
Hey, you're gonna let Ophelia talk like that on your channel? You're not gonna ban him?
What did
Look,
Ophelia
he's
say?
talking pedo stuff on your channel.
Oh, what did Ophelia?
Ophelia is talking pedo stuff on your channel. You're not gonna ban him?
I think Ophelia's
You
a
should
girl,
embarrass
first of all, but I think Ophelia just said, what did Ophelia say? She just said,
he's condoning pedophilia.
I don't think Ophelia is doing that. What did she's not. I'm looking at the
Why is he
chat. I don't
talking
see her.
about
I don't see her doing that anywhere.
9-year-olds? Why is he talking about 9-year-olds
I think
on your
I think
chat?
she's just talking about how. I think she's talking about whatever prophet banged a 9-year-old. I don't know, but or didn't
Oh, and
Muhammad?
that's how you describe it. How you say nice. You say my bestie was doing that. Okay, that's so. This is normal. This is something you
No, it
condone on your chat.
said his bestie was banging a. She's talking about she's
No,
talking
he's
about a
talking about
prophet.
me. He's talking about me. My bestie is the prophet,
No, I think
and
she's
that's how
literally.
they're talking. This is how your chat talks to you.
I think she's literally talking about a prophet. Yeah, Muhammad. Wait, no, this is the girl that Muhammad married. Yeah.
I know, but so this is totally normal here on your channel that they talk like this. For me, I
Wait,
ban anybody that talks like that because that's not what happened.
what?
That's not what happened right there.
I mean, it's fine.
Do you even know the story
fine,
of
whatever.
Aisha? Do you even know the story of Aisha?
No, I don't care. That's not what we're talking about
I
right
know you
now.
don't care because you guys are ignorant, and you let stuff like this happen on your chat, and you let people talk like
Okay,
this.
that's
And this
great.
is how you
And
think.
if I was arguing that he was
Anyways,
fucking a 9-year-old or whatever, that'd be fine. But I don't
just wanted to
actually.
point out.
I'm not
I
arguing that
actually
right
don't
now.
believe you agree with them talking like. I just it has nothing to do with the discussion, but I can't believe you
I don't
actually
even.
agree
I
with them.
don't
Anyways,
know whether or not they're right, and I don't care to check right now because that's not the
I just
conversation
told
we're
you
having
there.
right now.
That's not about the claim. I'm just talking about how they talk like that on your chat. They should be banned. It doesn't matter if that's right. Obviously,
What?
there's no way that that's right
Why should
because
they be banned?
because it wouldn't be described like that. And
What?
plus, you don't look. I'm not going to even talk to you
I
because you
should
don't even
ban
know
them
what
for
the suffering is.
describing something
I
a
want to
little
come back
bit.
to the discussion. So, what do you mean by ultimate suffering? I really did not understand at all your point. By the
I mean, if you accept that a world with the worst possible misery for conscious creatures is worse than a world where that isn't happening, then you've already accepted objective morality because you've accepted that some things are going to bring us closer to the worst possible misery for everyone, and that some actions are going to bring us further away from the worst possible misery from everyone. The actions that bring us closer to the worst possible misery are immoral. The actions that bring us further away from the worst possible misery are moral.
Okay, would you not? That's literally the description of a subjective morality because it's in your brain what gives you misery or not. It's not objective. The objectively speaking, misery is different between one person and another. Like, for example, you
Sure.
could say that
What?
this guy looks like he's suffering, maybe because he's blind, but maybe he's not suffering. Maybe he's already figured out a way to get away from that. Maybe he was a little bit miserable, and now he's living a normal life. So to you, like basically, what I'm trying to say, suffering is subjective. So what you actually
Yeah.
prove
Wait.
is there's a subjective.
Yeah.
You're following subjective morality.
No. There can be objective facts about subjective experience. And when you say it's subjective in the sense that we are all subjects. We are all.
No, it's actually not true because, for example, you think
we're not subjects.
1400 years ago is wrong. I believe
Bro, I don't care. I'm not making that argument right. I never said it was wrong. I don't care. That's not what we're arguing right now.
No, that's what I'm telling you. We defer on the morality of that thing. So it's subjective. You're acting like there's misery. I'm telling you the misery is subjective as well.
What? There can be objective facts about subjective experience, right?
No, there's not because because look, this changes with the amount of intellectual understanding of the
Bro,
topic you have. So the second you
when
don't
I
have
look
the
at a light,
information you need,
okay, bro, when I look at my
objectivity anymore, and that's why
when
it's
I
subjective morality. You're
when I look up
subjectiving
over
it
here,
because you're using
okay,
your brain.
I see my LED light, right?
No,
and
no,
it's
no,
red.
no, no, no. Let
I
me
am
explain to you.
experiencing the color red. I am
Yeah, but
objectively
you call it red. Back in
experiencing
the
the
day, it
color
was called
red.
blue. Back in the day, they used to call it blue. Now you call it red. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
This is also
that's the term. That's the term that we give to the experience of perceiving the specific color is red.
Okay, of
That's the
today's
term we give
age,
to it.
modern age. So that means you're literally every 100 years you evolve because that experience changes.
That's
so you
lame. What do
literally
you mean
are
that
describing
experience changes?
subjective
What?
morality.
Oh
You're
my
literally
god.
describing subjective morality. No, I'm telling you. Listen to me. For you today, suffering, marrying a 9-year-old is suffering, and it creates misery. But back in the 1400 years ago, when your daughter is 9 and you're literally living in the middle of a desert. There's no way to go. It takes 3 months just to go to Syria. Walking, you literally need to get her married as ASAP. Get her, move her out. That's actually not misery. You see what I mean?
It doesn't even
so
matter.
every nation has a different subjective misery compass.
What you're just saying that? What? Okay, bro.
No, I'm proving
even
to
if
you
I
that you think misery is wrong and bad because this is what it is in yours culture, but that's not how it is in every culture. A lot of cultures actually force men to go through misery and force them to go through a lot of tough problems. That's what I'm telling you.
And I think that's bad.
Describing subjectivity.
It's not. Oh my god. I just don't.
You understand what I'm telling you? The only reason you think it's wrong or misery, this is misery, is because you live in this day and age. For example, imagine you say, oh my God, I'm so miserable. I have to live in this hospital. When back in the day, they were in the desert. They literally had no AC, no fucking water, running water. They had to go to the fucking travel for an hour or two just to go take a shower. But to you, to you, the misery is the hospital. For them, they would love to live in a hospital where they sit their asses down and the food comes to them and the nurses come and takes care of them and everybody comes and takes care of them. Do you understand what I'm talking about? You're describing subjectivity. You're not describing objectivity.
There can be objective facts about
only from scripture.
There can be objective facts about subjective experience. So again, just as when I look at this light. When I look at this light, I experiencing the color red. My subjective experiencing is seeing the color red, okay? Can we agree on that? That I am objectively perceiving the color red.
That's an experience. Experiences cannot be explained.
Yes, it's an experience. There can be objective facts about experience. For example, when I touch my...
Your experience, it's your experience. It's subjective. You literally are explaining.
Oh my God, bro! There can be objective facts about subjective experiences.
When you taste an apple, how does it taste? Tell me, how does the apple taste?
I don't. It tastes like an apple. It tastes sweet.
Exactly.
It tastes
subjectively. Exactly. That's you.
Yeah, there can be objective facts about subjective. There can be objective facts about subjective experiences. Okay, it is true that I am a subjective experience. Okay,
there could be limited facts. Yeah, but that's because of the intellectual.
So when I taste an apple, when I taste an apple, I experience sweetness. I objectively experience sweetness.
Look at me. I prove it to you. If your brain was empty like a baby, you would jump out the air, out the fucking roof because you're dumb as fuck. Because your subjective morality.
How is that relevant at all? That doesn't change the fact at all that there can be objective facts about subjective experience.
You realize, oh my God, that's miserable. If I do jump out of the fucking floor roof.
That's totally tangential to the point I make. The only point I'm making is that there can be objective facts about subjective experiences.
Okay, I understand, but they change with the evolution of the society. For example, it used to be okay.
It doesn't matter that they change. All that matters is that there can be objective facts about subjective experiences. Just like that, when I drink this right now, I'm going to perceive taste.
You were talking while I'm talking. I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
Doesn't matter if they change. All that matters is that there are objective facts about subjective experiences.
Yeah, but you only know they're objective because through your experience, which makes it subjective. Like I asked you, tell me.
Oh my God, there are two.
Taste like you can't.
There are two types of experiences, right? Or it's two types of subjectivity, right?
Okay, tell me how there can be. Okay.
There can be subjective in the sense that there is no correct answer. There's no correct answer of whether or not some.
An apple is an apple. Tell me how it tastes like. Go ahead, tell me. Describe to me how an apple tastes like. I'm gonna prove
it tastes sweet. It's juicy. It has
nothing outside of. All of
Oh
it is
my
subjective. The
God.
only way it comes out of your brain is if it's in the scripture.
Can you just listen to me
Everything
for
else is
3
inside-
seconds, man? I just need to finish my point, okay? We already went over this, that there can be objective facts about subjective experience. There are two types of subjectivity, right? There's subjective in the sense that there is no correct answer. There is no correct answer as to whether or not chocolate or vanilla ice cream is the best, okay? There is no objective answer there, okay?
Subjectively to you. Objectively,
Yeah,
there could be.
okay. But it can be true, for instance, it can be objectively true that I find chocolate ice cream better than vanilla ice cream. That is an objective fact about my subjective experience. Subjective in the sense that I am a moral subject. I can perceive things around me. I know I'm conscious. I know I'm a subject.
Bro, hilarious. I know your chat just noticed that you literally just described subjectivity using the word objectivity. That's hilarious. You literally
Bro,
just said,
your brain is so broken.
head,
Your brain is so broken, man. You actually can't. There can be objective facts.
Can I say what you said? You said I like chocolate more than vanilla in my head. So objectively speaking, my subjective opinion is that I like chocolate.
Objectively, I like chocolate more than vanilla. Yes. There can be objective facts about subjective.
You're describing subjective subjectivity. You're describing. Okay, so you have to understand whatever goes through your brain and comes out of your mouth, that's subjective. You're right. There are certain experiences, but even those, that you want, it's very hard to tell objectively. They're all subjectively understood. The only real experience you objectively understand is. Even suffering is subjective. I'm not gonna lie. Can
I just quote it?
Even I'm suffering is subjective. The only
make my guy. Hold on, no, please.
When the only morality. Oh man, I don't. Go ahead. What are you gonna?
I'm gonna like read 2 paragraphs to you because maybe the way Sam Harris phrases it can get through your fucking pea-sized brain. Many people are also, I should say, quote, many people are also confused about what it means to speak with scientific objectivity about the human condition. As philosopher John Searle once pointed out, there are 2 very different senses of the terms objective and subjective. The first sense relates to how we know, epistemology. The second sense relates to what there is to know, ontology. When we say that we are reasoning or speaking objectively, we generally mean that we are free of obvious bias, open to counter arguments, cognizant of the relevant facts, and so on. This is to make a claim about how we are thinking. It is, in this sense, no impediment. In this sense, there is no impediment to studying our subjective, i.e., first-person facts objectively. For instance, it is true that I am experiencing tinnitus ringing in my right ear at this moment. This is a subjective fact about me, but in stating this fact, I am being entirely objective. I am not lying. I am not exaggerating for the effect. I am not expressing a mere preference or personal bias. I am simply stating a fact about what I am hearing at this moment. I have also been to an ontologist, and the associated hearing loss in my right ear confirmed. No doubt my experience of tinnitus might have an objective, third-person cause that can be discovered, likely damage to my cochlea. There's simply no question that I can speak about my tinnitus in the spirit of scientific objectivity. And indeed, the sciences of mine are largely predicated on being able to correlate first-person experiences first-person reports of subjective experience with third-person states of the brain.
So what you said, what Sam Harris is saying is that you can use subjective opinions and experiences.
Oh my God!
And describe the world objectively. Is that what he literally just said?
There can be, all he's saying is that there can be objective facts about subjective experience. You're not understanding.
He said, I feel tinnitus.
Oh my God, hold on. Can I just read this one more paragraph, please? Many people seem to, because this is literally you right now. You're literally this person. Many people seem to think that because moral facts relate to our experience and therefore ontologically subjective, all talk about morality must be subjective in the epistemological sense, i.e. biased, personal, etc. This is simply untrue. I hope to clear this up that when I speak of objective moral truths or about the objective causes of human well-being, I'm not denying the necessarily subjective experiential component of the facts under discussion.
I want necessarily subjective. Look, I get it. What happened is this.
Your brain cannot comprehend that he is literally talking about you right now and calling you wrong.
Explain it.
Oh my God!
Let's see if you comprehended it. Let's see if you actually comprehended it.
Oh my God! You actually.
Explain that last paragraph. What does it mean? That last.
He's saying that there can be objective facts about subjective experience. That's what he's saying.
Opinions. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Everybody
Subjective experience. Do you know what a subjective experience is?
Everybody in chat just heard him say, "You can be." I can
Bro,
tell you.
you actually can't. You actually, your brain is so
If I tell you
pea-sized.
how I
You
feel,
can't
that's an
understand what I'm
objective fact.
saying.
Can you believe that, chat? You're listening to this guy.
You can't understand. You actually can't
this is your
understand.
one-
Your brain is so broken. Oh my god, your brain
Okay,
is.
explain it to me. That's what I heard.
Bro,
You said
you
literally
have
said
already
my
you have
experience
already
of
agreed to
tinnitus-
me in this
my experience
conversation.
of tinnitus- No, can I finish? Because you're running away. Listen, he said my experience of tinnitus is subjective, and he agreed with us.
Oh my
He
god.
agreed.
There's an
He agreed
objective
there, he
fact
agreed.
about subjective experience.
It's subjective because it's in his head. He said, and then when he said it out loud, it becomes objective. But
So,
how can it
again-
become objective when nobody can test it? It's subjective in his head. He says it out loud, becomes objective because he's
Oh
not
my god.
using new evidences or whatever the hell he was talking about. But then how can I test that? How can I test it?
I'm gonna reread to you the first paragraph, okay?
Okay, and try to understand it.
Many
because
people
I'm gonna ask
are
you to
also
explain it.
confused about what it means to speak with scientific objectivity about the human condition. As the philosopher John Searle once pointed out, there are two very different senses of the terms objective and subjective. The first sense relates to how we know, i.e. epistemology. The second relates to what there is to know. When we are reasoning or speaking objectively, we generally mean that we are free of obvious bias, open to counter-arguments, cognizant of the relative facts, and so on. This is to make a claim about how we are thinking. In this sense, there is no impediment to studying our subjectivity, i.e. first-person facts objectively. We can study first-person facts objectively.
His chat, guys. Did you hear what he just said, chat?
Okay,
He said,
dude, you can stay in the
objectively
server.
speaking-
I'm
you,
sure
man,
we'll.
shut the fuck up. Objectively speaking, he just said that you can you can objectively understand subjective facts. That's literally what he just said, guys. So what you're saying is I can objectively know that you're sad because you told me you're sad. That's what you're saying.
Oh my god. So
That's
when I
literally
look at
what
my
you
light,
are saying.
I'm going to say the same
Fucking
thing that I
wrong.
said earlier.
I'm trying to understand Sam Harris's big brains, man. I have a small, tiny brain.
When I look at my light that's up here, right? I experience seeing the color red. I objectively am experiencing the color red. Do you disagree with that? Do you disagree with that I am objectively experiencing the color red?
Yeah, because I look at it and it's purple in my eyes. Yes, I disagree with it. That's what I'm telling you. It's all subjective. You fucking dumb wit. When it's in your brain, it becomes subjective. I cannot believe.
Even if you see purple, 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 I see red. I look at it and I experience the color red.
Because you use preconceived notions of things are bad, that's why we shouldn't do them, and it's all in your head. That's how I know it's subjective, because you don't know anything from right and wrong. You didn't even know that you shouldn't jump out of the roof. You didn't know nothing from right and wrong.
That doesn't matter. That's totally tangential.
You have to be told this stuff, and so I know.
Yeah, you have to be told. Yeah, I don't. You have to be. I don't. What's your point there?
I know you've been told a bunch of gibberish, and now you have this preconceived idea of the world where this is the right way to go, and everything else is objectively wrong. But I'm telling you, subjectively speaking, you came up to that idea using your subjective brain with whatever input that was put into you throughout your life, because you came up stupid as fuck trying to jump out of building. You don't know what's right and wrong. You came out, you don't know what's right and wrong. People started telling you what's right and wrong, and now you're using that subjective information to create an objective understanding of the world.
I literally
don't. That's flawed.
Do you think it's objectively?
Sam Harris, and I totally understand your argument. Don't act like I don't.
True. Okay. Do you think it's true that 1 + 1? Do you think it's true that 1 + 1 = 2?
That's not red light. That's purple. That's not red.
Because I have one red light, one blue light, one red light.
You literally. Your best.
Blue and red make. I know finger painting's hard. Blue and red make purple together. Okay.
This is your best argument. You don't understand. This is your best argument. I failed it. You failed it. You
did fail at finger painting. Clearly, you did clearly fail at in preschool. I know whatever preschool you went to didn't teach you how colors work properly.
The world preschool. Yeah, the best of the best preschool. The kings of all
Earth. Apparently, I don't. Whenever you had red and blue finger paint, and you mix it together.
Okay, you're telling me your room is red right now. Everybody in his chat, his room is red objectively.
Oh
is that
my
true?
god, dude, my guy! I said that when I look at this light, I see red. Bro, you literally cut me off all the time. I don't know what the fuck.
Everyone watching his chat. Is his room red or not? Subjectively speaking, objectively, it's red to his eyes, using his subjective opinion. What the fuck do you guys think?
Bro,
Is it objectively red? Because
that's
he
not the
subjectively
one.
explained that. That's
Oh my
Ophelia, go fuck
god.
yourself. Go ahead, man.
I know.
Look, man, you
I
need to be
know it's
serious, man.
really
You
hard
can't
to
sit here.
understand this.
You can't sit here reading fucking stupid people's books and try to come and argue with me. I'm the fucking king of Earth. You're nothing
I know.
compared to me. You have to
I know the
argument.
King of Earth. It must
Literally
be
just
really
your arguments
hard.
before you stand in front of me. And
It must be really hard to
everybody,
understand this.
everybody,
But
this
there's
is
actually.
all I do is I debate motherfuckers. Come on my channel, debate me. I debate everybody anytime you want. Religion, trans movement. This is how you told me. This is how I knew you failed. You're 18 years old, first of all, so you have to drop your ego a little bit. Drop your ego. I'm 10 years older than you. I'm actually older than that. Drop your ego. Know that your elders are respected a little bit. So I know more than you. Okay. This is your room is not fucking red.
So.
That's
I
it.
know.
I destroyed you. That's all I have to do.
I guess in the 10 years you have on me, somehow we still haven't learned that red and blue make purple when you put them together. I guess that's really hard for you to understand.
Your room is red. I'm seeing.
I told you that when I look at this light, I experience the color red, which is true because I'm looking at a red light. If I look over here, I see a blue light, and then I experience the color blue. Now, when those two things come together on my face, it makes me look purple. Okay?
I agree. Subjectively speaking, from my objective opinion, objectively, it looks purple, not red.
Okay, man. You want to talk about trans people now?
I literally just used your argument against you. What you got?
Yep.
Come on, answer it. Subjectively speaking, for me, objectively, the room looks purple, not red. What you got?
Yeah, sure. That's fine. What? Of course it looks purple to you because you don't see...
You see how nothing you just said explains what objective morality is?
No, there could be objective facts about subjective experiences. Oh my god, my guy. How are you incapable of understanding this? If you perceive it as purple, which again, I perceive it as purple when it gets over here. It just doesn't... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Your brain is so pea-sized. Oh my god.
Chat, I caught you, brother. I caught you. If he needs to kick me out right now or he's going to lose every one of his viewers. I caught him. Watch this. Okay, listen to the argument, okay? Subjectively speaking, your room is green because I have color blindness. What you got? Answer me. Subjectively speaking,
so there can be objective
green. No, listen to me. Subjectively, I have color blindness. Your room is green. Is it objectively green or is it objectively red? Which one of us is right? Because I have color blindness.
It's objectively true that you perceive it as green.
Subjectively speaking, I have color blindness. I fucked you right here. This is gonna destroy your argument. Subjectively speaking,
I've already admitted. Oh my god.
Everything you just said, subjective opinion. It's not moral, objective. Subjectively
there
speaking,
can be objective facts.
Your room is green because I have color blindness. Which one of us is right? Go for it.
Again, there can be objective facts about subjective experiences. So
That's
it is objective.
Objective facts is there has to be one objective fact. You cannot have multiple objective facts. That's why
there is one objective fact when we're talking about your subjective experiences.
At the same time.
Bro, it can't be both red and green at the same time for your subjective experience. Obviously, okay? You can only perceive it as one color at once. That's true. But it is possible that two people look at something and perceive two different colors because their eyes are fucked up or something, okay?
Funeral, come talk to me if you want to. Come talk if you're scared. Come talk, Funeral. Come talk, Funeral, if you're scared. You're scared, Funeral. Come talk.
Who is Funeral?
Yeah, man, my bad. I don't know what you're talking about anymore. I think you're a little bit stressed.
Funeral Leech. Are you Lightning Bolt Funeral Leech? No, you're not, right? Who is Funeral Leech in the Discord server?
I don't know. He's here on your chat too.
Yeah, he's on my chat, but I think Funeral Leech is someone else. I think Funeral Leech is someone else in the Discord server. I think Lightning Bolt's the guy from Kick. I asked him to start the anti-trans speed. Well,
yeah,
he's going to say...
Your boy's not ready. Your boy's not ready. He already failed the... He doesn't even know what color his room is.
He's just going to... Oh, my God. I know finger painting's so hard for you to understand.
No, it's green, dumbass. It's green. How can you not see your room is green subjectively, objectively?
There can be objective facts about first-person experiences. Okay. Do you want to talk about trans people? But you're just going to say trans people are immoral.
Yeah, exactly. Because I have objective morality, and all you have is subjective morality. All you have
I feel
like they should be doing this because that's what I feel like objectively. Go fuck yourself, man. That's not an argument. Sam
Okay,
Harris. That's
just
why Sam Harris had to explain at the end of his fucking book. However, though, some people are
true.
actually
Yep.
smart and they will
True.
actually destroy you in the argument. That's why I have to
just one more
confirm that
thing,
this
guys.
is a
Just
bad
one more
argument.
thing. Just one more quick thing because we're getting nowhere. Okay. Do you accept
Because
that
you won't accept this. You won't accept that you're literally
because your
describing
brain is so
subjective
pea-sized that you don't understand that red and blue
I'm the
make purple,
precise
and you
brain.
don't
Okay, you
understand
literally just said subjective morality, subjective opinion is
because you
objective.
literally
Okay,
cannot
okay,
comprehend
I'm
that
the
there are
precise brain.
two
You said
different
subjective
things.
opinion is objective, but I'm the precise brain. Everybody in the viewers, all your viewers are watching, and I'm gonna post this. Don't act like I'm not gonna.
I'm gonna post this too, man. I don't know what you're telling me, but there are two different types of subjectivity. The fact that your brain cannot comprehend this,
Ophelia,
basically.
go fuck yourself, Ophelia. Go fuck yourself.
Thanks, man. Okay. Just one more quick thing before we end this. All right. Do you accept that some people are born with gender dysphoria, and they feel like they're trapped in the wrong body?
That people are born, they want to jump out of the roof. Does that mean that they should be jumping out of the roof?
Just can you answer? No, it doesn't. Obviously not.
Question.
No, but do you accept that some people?
That's my answer. Actually, you are sincere. I actually appreciate you for saying no. That's a sincere answer. I really appreciate that. And that's my answer.
So do you accept? Because to be clear, just because it's in your brain
doesn't mean you have to follow it. Because when I look up above, when I'm on the roof and I look right there, I have this innate nature. I just want to jump. It just tells me jump. Does that mean I should go do it?
No.
Or what do you think? Would you tell me to go jump when I have that feeling to jump?
Nope.
Or would you tell me, hey man, maybe we should?
Do you understand how these people have this? Do you understand these people have? Thanks, Ophelia. Do you understand that these people have persistent gender dysphoria, and the only thing that seems to fix it is making the body match what the brain says?
If you don't ban Ophelia, you're exposing yourself. He's literally condoning jumping out the roof.
Bro, I love trolling. I don't understand.
Point, he's exposed himself. Ophelia's exposed himself. He's actually a very hateful.
How many times have I? That is true. You did. How many times? I've told you Ophelia's a girl like 5 times now, but
I don't care. By the way, I'm gonna misgender her.
Oh, hi, Jidiox. Ophelia, if you want to come in here, you can. By the way,
I have no respect for Ophelia at all. Zero respect. She's a nothing to me. She's a fucking.
I was just inviting her to the conversation because it seems like you want to talk to her so bad.
No, I'm telling you. I'm telling you to kick her out because she's ruining your chat. She's a piece of shit, talking a lot of shit in the chat, and she's very disrespectful. She's xenophobic. She has no real argument. She's just talking. She's just talking and trying to hurt people. So I'm just telling you, she's exposed herself.
Okay, my man. I'm just. Do you accept that some people are born right? And they, for their entire life, have some persistent gender dysphoria where they feel like they're born in the wrong body, basically. Do you accept that's true?
Okay, I agree with you. Now, do you agree with me? Do you agree with me that some people are born, they have persistent feeling, they just want to cut their right arm off? They just want to cut that right arm out. Do you agree with me that those people exist?
Oh my god.
I'm asking you.
I'm sure some of those people exist, right? Okay, man.
Do you condone that they do that?
God,
do you condone that at the end of their life they cut off their arm? Do you think that they should be doing that? I'm asking you, man. With your subjective opinion, objectively speaking, what do you think? Exactly.
Non-fun 420. How many genders are there?
I'm older than you.
No, I don't think they should do that, man. Oh, you've older than me. Yep, that's true.
You need to argue with me. You need to argue with me, non-fan, because you need to test these arguments against me because they're failing so hard. You have to argue with me.
Objectively, all is gay. That's so true, Ophelia. Nope, I don't. I probably shouldn't do that. But it seems like throughout all of human history, there's been a group of people that feel like they're born in the wrong body, and no form of therapy works. And for them, because their gender identity is literally misaligned with their body, so it makes sense for them to transition.
God is the greatest,
buddy.
God is the greatest, man. Okay, anything else you got for me? Come on, give me another argument. Come on. I didn't even finish. You didn't even answer my question. Do you agree they should cut off their arm?
I literally already said no. But
do you agree they should cut off their arm?
No.
Okay, then what the fuck? What the fuck? That's how they want to live.
Do you think that if I put your brain in a woman's body, that you would feel kind of weird?
Bro, I feel fucking weird talking to you. I can't believe you don't feel weird. How do you live and not feel weird? You know, I suffer every day. I wake up fucking in anguish. I go to sleep in anguish. My back hurts. Everything is suffering. Does that mean I have to just kill myself and jump out of the thing? No, I just suffer anymore. I suffer. Just because I feel a little bit uncomfortable That doesn't, just because I feel weird, that doesn't mean I don't come here and struggle and do jihad against you and open your fucking small brain out. This is jihad, by the way. I'm doing jihad against you. I'm
Well,
struggling
I can
against you because
tell.
you have
Yeah.
such a small brain. I have to fucking yell and shout just so I can explain a normal point. This is jihad. So do you think I would like this? I feel weird as fuck, but I have to do this because you're dumb as fuck. I have to explain this to you. But that just because somebody feels weird, that doesn't mean they can cut off their dick. Give me a better argument. God damn it, man. You're the king of these.
Oh my god. Okay. Do you think that if I put your brain in a woman's body, do you think that your gender identity would still be male? Do you think you would still feel like a man?
Guys, when did you ever see a brain?
Oh my god. You can't engage with a hypothetical.
All right. Yeah, why would I fucking engage with a trash hypothetical that doesn't exist in this world?
Bro, if you can't engage with this hypothetical, the conversation's over. Because like I don't know.
Really? Because you have no other arguments except this fucking hypothetical.
It's a simple hypothetical. Oh my god.
No, how about you use another argument? We can come back to the hypothetical later. I don't give a fuck about your hypothetical.
Bro, the point of the hypothetical. The point of the hypothetical is that some people are born with a gender identity that misaligns from their biological sex. Okay, it seems like that gender is this thing that we have that like is in our brain. That more closely aligns with either the feminine sex or the male sex. There is no equivalent thing for like having a right arm or not. Okay, we aren't born with like an identity of like having a right arm or not wanting to have a right arm.
What about a dick?
Some people seem to be born with a feminine gender identity that makes them really uncomfortable with having a dick because they feel like they should have a fat pussy. And it seems like...
But they're actually doing that. They're actually cutting off the dick. Like, what if somebody says, I'm actually a dog, and so he takes out his...
we're not born... It doesn't seem like we're born with an identity of being... Okay, bro. Oh my god.
He feels like a dog and he removes his backbone. But listen, you have to understand, it doesn't really affect him. And this is how he feels, though. He feels like he needs to remove his backbone so he can walk on his fours.
Are you going to engage with the hypothetical if I ask the question again?
Are you going to engage with my hypothetical?
What, the dog hypothetical? I already told you. I already told you the same thing with the right. We're not born with like an identity of like feeling human or feeling it. Like it seems like we're born with an identity of feeling like a man or feeling like a woman, and that's our gender identity, and there is an equivalent for that.
And you're saying that's not objectively speaking with your dick. It's a subjective thing in your brain. That's what you're saying. You're saying we're born with something, but it's in your brain. It's not in your body parts.
Okay, my man. This other guy wants to talk to me. I'm sure you can stay in the server. I'm sure we can talk later. And I'm sure. Do you have like a?
I mean, if you have to recognize that you lost this, you have to.
Yep.
Recognize that Sam Harris did not save you. Sam Harris did not save you today. You literally said subjective.
I think the fact that you literally can't comprehend that there are different types of subjectivity.
Of course you can't comprehend because you're not speaking English. You said subjective opinion is objective. That's literally what you just said.
I said that there can be objective facts about first-person experiences. Okay.
Okay, and I responded.
And then,
let's say
oh my god! No! Stop! We already went over all this. Do you have a YouTube channel or something? I just want to know.
Which one of us is correct? But I have color blindness.
I just want. Do you have a YouTube channel, my man, or something that you're? Yeah. What is it? That's.
All right, I'm linking it. I just did a Gaza is Israel apartheid debate. You guys should check it out. I gave really good arguments. Except Ophelia. Ophelia, if I fucking see you on my channel, you're bad.
Oh, wait, you're live right now?
Hell yeah, I'm live. I fucking destroyed you in front of all your viewers. All your viewers need to come to me. I'm gonna jump off and go talk to somebody else right now, guys.
Oh wait, hold on. You watched my debate?
Life.
Why did you?
I just thought you were smart, but
wait, do you think
you're not smart at all.
Do you think Israel's apartheid?
Israel's 100% apartheid state. I proved it.
All right.
And the guy against me lost the debate.
True.
The guy against me actually lost. Okay. What do you believe? Do you believe Israel is apartheid? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about. Let's see what.
No, we can talk about that later. We'll talk about them later.
Run. Hey, all of your viewers, if you want to actually have a real debate, real discussion, come talk to me. Come to my channel. Jump on my YouTube.
Right.
Jump on. Our reports we're live right now.
How often
you don't deserve any viewers, man. You're too dumb to have viewers. You're too stupid. Whenever you're ready, come talk to me.
Yep.
Go read more Sam Harris.
I will read more Sam Harris.
Yeah, he's not I promise he won't help you.
Okay.
Watch. I can't wait to leave so Ophelia can start talking shit. Hey, good for you, brothers. All right. Hey, have fun with your group. And
all right. Hey, listen, man, stay in the server and we'll talk more. Okay.
Huh?
I said stay in the server and we'll talk more later. We can talk about Israel and apartheid later.
For real? How long? How long? 20 minutes?
No, like I mean, like in future streams.
Okay. I agree with that. I'll text you. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to join like anytime you text me. I'm just saying like next time I stream, if we're talking about something and you disagree with me, we can have a conversation on that.
When do you stream next time?
Like tomorrow.
Same time?
Basically, yeah.
All right. Would love to talk a little bit about the apartheid of Israel, but come with real arguments because I have real arguments. Okay. Like I'm going to talk about the laws in the books.
Okay.
All right. Let's jump. I'll see you later. Bye bye.
All right. I need a better way to explain to him that there can be objective facts about subjective experiences. He literally doesn't understand the two types of subjectivity of like what there is to know and like what in subjective experience. I need a better way to explain that. Okay. This guy, I'm going to mute Discord because this guy's probably just going to say slurs, and like I don't really want to talk to this guy that much. We'll see. You listen to, yeah, he doesn't. His brain is pea-sized. All right, Lightning Bolt, you're up. Hello? Hey, what's up? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Okay.
What are you?
I can't hear you. Hold on. I'm not muted, so I don't know what the deal is.
No, oh, well, you were initially because I was worried that you were going to come in here and like scream the N-word 10 times, but. Hey, what do you want to chat about? What did you come in here for?
Okay, my mic's not muted. You can hear me. I can't hear you for some reason.
What? Well, it's not on my side because everyone else can still hear me.
Okay, now I can kind of hear you.
Oh, what do you want to? What's you come in here for?
I was going to debate you on Israel.
But you're literally just gonna say the Jews are bad. I'm not interested in that.
Well, how do you know what I'm gonna say if I haven't even started speaking?
Because I've seen you fucking talk in my chat.
Yeah, but that's not an indicator of what I'm gonna say to you now.
That seems like okay. What are you gonna say to me now? Is that not what you're gonna say?
Well, I'm just gonna keep it a little bit toned down because I don't want you to get in trouble. But the entire world is wakening up to what they're doing. You know.
What do you think they're doing? Who is they? Is they the Jews or is they Israel?
Yeah, that's both. Yes.
Okay. Listen, man. If I later, maybe. How old are you?
I'm 15.
Okay. Listen, man. We're not gonna have this conversation now. Later.
Why?
But
hold on. Why'd you bring me up then?
Because I didn't know for sure what you were gonna say, but yeah, you're just confirming that, like, literally.
What am I confirming? What are you talking? No, I want to have a serious discussion though.
That you're basically you're literally. I'm not like that interested in having, dude. I fucking love this guy in my chat that's trying to fucking farm viewers from my stream.
Okay, so you're one of these people. You're one of these people that like brings up people to debate, and then you're like, "Well, actually, I'm not going to have this discussion. It's beneath me."
True.
That's what you're doing.
That's
right
exactly.
You're trying to play the moral high ground because you're going to get walloped if you actually debate me.
I will talk to you later when I'm streaming on Kick. Okay. And only Kick.
Well, you're streaming on Kick right now. That's how I even found you in the first place.
Yeah, I know, because you've probably been banned from every other platform for fucking Jewish questioning. But
no way, man. I got ops on Twitch too.
Where we can have this discussion when I'm streaming on Kick, okay? You can stay in the server.
Okay, can we talk about? Well, since I'm already here, we can talk about a different subject then. Because I don't know what the hell you guys were talking about before me. I was listening for about 10. Listening for about 10 minutes, and none of it made any sense. I'm gonna be honest with you.
True. What else what else do you want to? You're gonna have a Nazi position on everything, though. Like what?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if I say like let's talk about trans people, you're just gonna be like, oh well, trans people are a fucking Jewish conspiracy.
I never said that.
Okay, but that
They're not
seems
a conspiracy. They exist. They're not a conspiracy theory.
Oh, yep. All right. Well,
do you disagree?
I don't think the Jewish people are behind it. All right, we can have.
I'm not the one who made that claim. You'd have to speak to somebody who made that claim.
Oh, okay. Is that? Do you think that? Is that not what you think?
Well, there is an organic occurrence of that in.
Okay. This guy. Let's bring him up. All right, what's up, man?
Oh God.
What are you?
Behind? Yeah, 1 second. Does my microphone even work?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. I watched your one video about how you were debating the guy. I can't say that, but I'm gonna say he's a fucking idiot. He was stupid. Was some kind of white national, like Christian nationalist, I think.
Oh wait, are you the guy like from forever ago that wanted to have a you came in and said, this guy's stupid, want to have a civil conversation?
Yeah.
Oh shit. I should have. I mean, we can. Okay. Fuck.
We can do something.
I don't want to. We can have like a short conversation, but I want to. I would want to read more before I talk about this stuff. Like, what are your broad points, basically?
That the massive immigration into Europe is bad. Obviously, I believe that. Else I wouldn't have disagreed.
Okay, can you hold on? Are you in Europe?
Yeah, I'm from Germany.
Okay. Can you briefly why?
It causes economic problems, cultural.
Okay, have you ever? I'm just kidding. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, so have you taken an economics class before?
Yeah.
Do you know what the PPF curve is?
The what?
The PPF curve, production possibilities frontier curve.
I don't, not in English.
Oh, well, it's just it's the PPF curve, production possibilities frontier curve. Here, I'll send a picture of it in general.
I'm looking at one.
You ever seen something like that before?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you at least accept that immigration shifts that curve, right? Because it increases human capital.
It can, but the economic systems in Europe are usually different, so it doesn't do that.
Do you know what?
Depends on the country.
Well, I mean, any increase in human capital is going to shift that curve rightward. And immigration is going to increase human capital. And secondly, do you know what elasticity is?
Yes.
So the Cato Institute measures this thing called the price elasticity of the population, where basically they take the time prices. Fuck, hold on. I want to find it so I can quote the exact thing. Basically, they take time prices and compare it to the population, right? So, fuck, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna quote this to you because I don't remember the exact numbers. In economics, sorry, hold on. Let's go down here. Fuck. Basically, they compared time prices of certain goods, which is how many hours the average worker has to work to buy a good, right? To the population, right? And basically, what they found is that the more people move to a certain area, the lower time prices get. They found that goods actually get cheaper when more people move to areas because it increases human capital. They basically found that, I mean, it makes sense that abundance increases as people move to certain areas. So it just doesn't seem like immigrants hurt the economy.
Then makes complete sense, especially in America, but it does not in countries with a strong social welfare system.
What do you mean?
No one forces you to work here.
No, I would. So that might be true, but it's still going to increase human capital regardless. So I think, like, do you think that like all these immigrants are just sitting around unemployed all day? Is that like what you're?
Not all of them, obviously.
Yeah, but like, do you think it's significantly more than the native population?
Yes.
Do you have data to support that?
For that. 1 second. I think that
because I don't. The number I found, it was like it was like 10% less.
Also depends on the demographic of migration. Like if you take into account Ukrainians, basically none of them work here because they're mainly women and children.
I mean, that kind of makes sense, but like women and children, the children will grow up and work, right? And like women still work. I would assume most of the women fleeing either have husbands who work or are single and are going to have to work.
Well, the husbands are in Ukraine.
Exactly.
They can't get out. Well, they're not going to work, for example, which is.
Hold on, I found the quote. So like,
the war is there, obviously.
So I just want to read this quote to you real quick. What? Once again, can you tell me how long? I'm gonna have to wait. I don't know, Gidiox. At some point, man. Okay, basically, in economics, elasticity is a measure of how a variable sensitivity to change. Sorry, I can't read. In economics, elasticity is a measure of a variable sensitivity to change in another variable. Consider, for example, the relationship between price and demand. If the price of a product increases by 50% and the purchases of that product fall by 25%, then we can say that for every percentage point increase in the price of the product, the demand for the product will decrease by half a percentage point. Why is this concept important? If the price elasticity to population ends up being positive, we will be able to infer that the time price of commodities increase in response to population growth. If the price elasticity of the population ends up being negative, we will be able to infer that time prices declined in response to population growth. Between 1980 and 2017, the time price of our basket of commodities declined by 67%. Over the same period, the world's population increased from 4.46 billion to 7.55 billion. That's a 69.3% increase. The price elasticity of population indicates that the time price of our basket of commodities declined by 0.94% for every 1% in the population. So, yeah, basically, it seems like as population increases, time prices decrease.
As what increases?
As the population increases, time prices decrease. Now, this was for the entire world, but it's like reasonable to assume for a country too. It doesn't. So the point is, it doesn't seem like more people are like a drain on the economy. It seems like they typically really only help it.
But typically, economies don't. In typical economies, you'd have to actually work to make a living.
I mean, the problem is I'm only familiar with the U.S. numbers, so I know the U.S. immigrants don't really use any more welfare than the native population, but like, I don't know if that's true for Europe. But even like, I would assume most of them are on welfare for like a relatively short amount of time before they start working. That's just what I would guess, because like even in Europe, like most people work.
See you later. Bye-bye.
EU migrants, for example, they mostly work. Migrants from usually Muslim or North African countries, they tend to be a lot more in welfare.
I mean, I would
Just
have to see data to
get my-
support that, but
Yeah,
you're saying
I'm
that they
looking
take
for
a
it
they take a lot more in healthcare,
no, not healthcare. What's it called?
welfare.
Yeah, it's basically just welfare.
Okay. I mean, I only know that's like usually not really true for the U.S. Hold on one second. I want to watch this video my chat sent me.
I'll see you later. Bye bye.
Billy, why is this video so fucking quiet? Fuck you.
I'll see you later. Bye bye. Complete fucking destruction again!
Dude, this is all his greatest fucking warrior.
Don't stand in front of me, bitch. Don't fucking stand in front of me.
I don't. He literally can't understand. He doesn't understand. Number one, this guy shouldn't have passed fucking preschool because he doesn't know that blue and red make purple, and he can't understand that there can be objective facts about first-person experiences. I understand the point he's trying to make, but like, oh my god, his brain is so dumb. Like, I don't, maybe I just have a bad way of explaining it, but like, there can be objective facts about first-person experiences. I literally fucking read to him. That guy, did he have a mental illness? I don't know. He's just wild. All right. What's up?
I'm still looking for the... It's hard to find one that you can actually read.
Okay, do you want to... Okay. You want to... We can talk later when you have the data, and I can do a little bit more reading too?
We can do that.
All right. There's other... Why is this guy in
my
chat?
English.
All right, hold on. All right. Bye, my man. All right, what do you want to do? What are you here for?
So I wanted to talk about the meaning of life, free will, and philosophy.
Oh, fuck. Sure, whatever.
I think previous guy, he's a Muslim or something. I think he's a little bit kooky, to be honest. Even though I'm religious, I think that he doesn't exactly represent that side very well.
Yeah.
But basically, the way I'm gonna ask you this: what, in your opinion, is the meaning of life?
I don't think there is like a quote unquote objective meaning to life. I think it more or less just has to do with trying to.
Or can I rephrase that real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Have you ever heard of the Greek word teleos?
Yes, I've heard it.
The Greek word teleos, I believe, roughly means
something
in its idealized, actualized state.
My headphone's connected
Just
to my
listen
phone,
1 second.
so I can't hear you right
so
now.
Basically, I guess what I'm asking you is, in your opinion, as a conscious human being who exists in the universe, what is your teleos?
You have to hold on. You're gonna have to restart.
Idealized, actualized form. What was that?
Hold on. I got a phone call and my Bluetooth headphones connected to my phone when I got a phone call, and I couldn't hear you. So explain teleos again. Just start over with that definition.
So a teleos basically is something in its actualized, like, most ideal form. So
yeah,
in your opinion, what is the most ideal way to live life?
Get paid, get laid, Gatorade.
No, like, I mean, on a philosophical level, and then we can start going into like a day-to-day level. But first, we're going to start on a philosophical.
I don't. That's a hard question. I haven't thought about that too much. I think more or less it has to do with like maximizing long-term happiness and fulfillment. So yeah,
Okay,
maximizing
wait, just let me speak. Okay.
my desires, basically.
I got my answer. Now I'm going to respond to that. I'm going
Sure.
to posit to you, where does fulfillment come from?
I don't know. I don't have to think about this more. I'm not like super. I want to be clear. I'm not like I haven't thought about this, so I'm not super committed to any position here. But basically, I would say it seems like we have desires, and it seems like when we get what we desire, they are fulfilled, and we feel a little happy.
So basically, you don't believe that meaning is something that is external. You don't believe that a higher power grants meaning, but meaning is internal, up to the individual to decide.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you this: on a, do you know who the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche is?
Yeah.
So Friedrich Nietzsche basically wrote a book called The Gay Science. Now, gay doesn't actually mean gay.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it means happy.
It just meant happy. He also wrote Death Spoke Zarathustra and a couple of other
I
books.
know.
And basically,
I haven't read them, but I know.
And basically, listen, please don't interrupt. Nietzsche's main thesis was that because of secularization that happened as a result of the Enlightenment and scientific discoveries, the West was now going to enter a period where religion is not very prominent, and many people are going to become atheistic, and this atheism is going to lead to a crisis of nihilism. That's people believing that there is no meaning of life. What I would posit to you is that because of how human beings relate to the world around them, I believe there is a meaning of life, and that meaning of life is serving something that is not necessarily serving someone higher, but acting in accordance with the will of something that is higher than them. So in a sense, I guess you could use the Nietzschean will to power analogy. I guess you could also say the criticism of Ayn Rand that I would have is that Ayn Rand believed individual pursuit of self-interest is happiness, and I wouldn't disagree with that. I believe self-interest is important, but she believed self-interest was necessarily tied to atheism. She believed that self-interest was a material pursuit, whereas I would argue that yes, selfishness and self-interest is not a bad thing for conscious beings to experience, but so long as that selfishness should be in the context of eternal values and recognizing you as a conscious being are created. So I basically believe, using Aristotle's law of the unmoved mover, that since something exists rather than nothing, it's more likely that something existed infinitely, like eternally, that had the creative power to create the universe. And I believe that is what we'd call God, and that basically individuals living in their self-interest, but in accordance with God's will, because God is your creator. So in the same way that you respect your parents because they created you and gave birth to you and took care of you, you should have some reverence for God because God created you. You should live in accordance with God's will in the same way you live in accordance with your parents' will, because God formed you just like your parents created you. That doesn't mean you can't also pursue your material happiness, because God also created the material world for your benefit and for human beings' benefit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we're just never gonna I'm never gonna agree with that just because I don't believe in God, which we've had a little bit of that discussion before.
The reason I guess the critique I have of atheism is that the idea that there is no higher power or that the material world is all that exists is a claim that has not been substantiated, because we have made new discoveries about how the material world has existed since time immemorial, and we're still making new discoveries about how the material world exists. So what makes you think, we discovered atoms exist, and we discovered molecules exist, and we discovered string theory might be possible, and some scientists even posit the multiverse is possible. So if scientists are constantly making new discoveries, what makes you think this one area we're going to shut our mind off and say, no, God is completely beyond, despite the fact existence exists?
I don't think that we can prove or disprove the existence of God. I just don't see the burden of proof is on the theist, and they just haven't met their burden of proof.
Do you think it's possible we live in a multiverse world?
I think it's possible.
What?
I think it's possible, yeah.
Do you believe do you think it's probable in any way?
I haven't done reading into it or anything, but I would say no, it's probably not. that probable.
What do you think is the most probable explanation for material existence? Like, why does anything exist instead of nothing?
That's what I'm reading right now. I would want to finish all this stuff before I get into any big debates over it. But basically, it seems like logically we can conclude that there's some necessary contingent state that had to exist. Yeah.
And why? Well, so have you ever heard of René Descartes?
Yeah, I have, but I don't.
So René Descartes basically created Cartesian rationalism. So basically, the idea is, I think, therefore I am. I am a conscious being,
I know.
and because I'm a conscious being who thinks, I must exist. Because for me to have consciousness and for me to think, there has to be something with consciousness and something to think. And that something is proof of existence. My question is, why do we live in a state of reality? Why do we live in a metaphysical reality where anything exists?
What do you mean, why?
Like, why?
I don't think there's a good answer for.
Why is it more likely that existence exists instead of existence doesn't exist? So why did that happen, if not God creating it?
Why does it have to be more likely for it to have happened?
We know existence exists. I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is, why would existence exist if not a higher power creating the will of it to exist?
Wait, what do you mean, why? I don't believe there's a fundamental reason why.
Exists, in your opinion, on a physical level, on a metaphysical level.
On a physical level, it seems. Oh fuck! I need to take notes on this too. Thanks for reminding me. On a physical level, basically, it seems like. I mean, do you believe in evolution? Can I ask that first?
Yes.
You do?
Yes. I'm an older creationist.
Yeah. Okay. So when you're basically asking me why evolution happens, and it's I don't believe there's
not why. I'm not talking about physical. I mean the very notion of existence. Why does anything in the universe period exist? Why is there such a thing as a universe?
Oh well, I don't believe there's an answer to that. I don't believe there's an answer to why. It just seems like it had to happen. What do you mean, it?
Well, I'm saying I don't know how much you've been listening. What I'm saying is, existence exists. We know existence exists. Why does existence exist? Why doesn't?
Yeah, I don't.
Why isn't there non-existence?
I don't believe there's a good answer to that.
Well, what I'm positing to you is the most likely explanation for that is a higher transcendent power who had the will to create it. In the same way that when you have the will to create something in your life, like you cook a food or you make a new piece of clothing, that is your will being actualized. And similarly, the existence of the universe, I believe, is the will of a higher power being actualized, and that higher power I would consider God.
I mean, it's just I just don't see. I just don't find there has to be a why behind it. It can just be the case that it exists. I don't think there has to be a why behind it.
What caused it to exist? I suppose.
It seems like that's what I'm reading right now, my guy. It seems like there's a necessary contingent state that had to logically we can conclude at time equals 0 this had to exist, and there was a contingent state that had to exist basically, and I don't think there's a why behind it, or I don't think there has to be a why behind it. At least,
what is the logical reason for it then?
What do you mean? What's the logical reason for it?
You said we can conclude logically there always had to be some contingent.
Because existence exists right now, so logically at time equals 0 there had to be an initial state of reality, right?
So do you believe that the universe is something that came from nothing, or do you believe existence has always existed?
I mean, it has. Well, we don't know, right? So we don't know whether the universe.
Do you believe that existence has always existed or no?
Well, time gets really complicated when the whole universe is in a hot, dense state. But basically, yeah.
So you do believe in physical infinity is possible?
I believe it's possible for there to be a necessary contingent state that the universe had to exist in.
That would have to be a physical contingent state, not a theoretical one.
Yeah.
So, and I'm confused why does that contingency exist? I'm not saying it had a creator.
Because it had to. Well, I don't believe there's an answer to why.
You're not listening. You keep interrupting me. I'm asking, why do you come to the conclusion that that had to exist?
Because it exists, because the universe exists now. So that logically, there had to be an initial state of the universe.
But what I'm saying is that initial state, I'm asking at that point, why did that exist?
Why? Because it logically can be the only thing that did exist. It's a non-causal thing, right? That's the contingent state argument, is that there logically had to be a non-causal contingent state.
So what you're saying is that now the fact that the universe exists in the now basically means it existed at some point?
The fact that the universe exists now does mean that it did exist. It had to exist. It had to have an initial state, right?
Yes. And what I'm saying is, in the same way that the universe exists, in the same way a pizza exists, a pizza had to have a maker that made that pizza. So what I'm saying
but
is,
this is composition fallacy.
That a higher power who had the creative will to create the universe created that initial state. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but there's this composition fallacy. You're assuming that because something's true within the universe, it has to be true of the universe itself. It doesn't have to be true of the universe itself.
But I'm saying all the laws of physics that we currently can observe, and all empirical reality says yes.
That's just composition fallacy. Just because we observe something within the universe doesn't mean it's true of the universe itself. And again, I'm going to appeal to.
I think it makes it more likely from our perspective to say it's the most likely outcome.
I don't think that we can logically conclude that the universe had to be created, but I think we can logically conclude that there did have to be an initial state of the universe, that there was a necessary initial state that existed.
I guess the bottom line is what I'm trying to say. I don't disagree with you. There was some initial state of the universe. What I'm saying is the fact that there was an initial state, like one of Nietzsche's ideas is that like the universe is sort of governed by will to power. What I would say to that is that, in a sense, in order for things to exist, that they involve a will to power. What I'm saying is the very notion of existence itself is also part of a will to power, but part of a will to power that is transcendent from a higher power. So in the material world, the will to power is actualized by human free will making decisions, and those decisions being done in a creative process in a way that changes the material world. Well, I'm saying the creation of the material world, that also is part of a will to power, and that will to power is done by what I would call a god. Does that make sense?
I mean, it makes sense, but we're just like, I'm just never going to agree that there has to be a why behind it. And I have one more question, because you mentioned free will. Do you think that if there isn't a god, do you think that free will can exist?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay. I don't really agree with that.
Well, there's actually a video from an atheist he's a Nietzschean. He's an Israeli. Have you ever heard of his name? Is Zarathustra's Serpent?
Maybe. I think I might have been linked a video of his one time, but
oh yeah, I've linked him before. He was the
Israeli liberal that we watched the art. Yeah, yeah.
He actually has a video critiquing Sam Harris about free will. So I don't know if he's an atheist, but he's sort of agnostic. He's a Nietzschean guy. He's pretty and basically, he had a video critiquing the idea that there can't be free will. Let me ask you this. So you believe that there isn't a God. Do you believe that within the framework of human society, there is such a thing as like a higher purpose without a supernatural purpose? Like, do you believe even if there's not literally a God, there is some sort of higher purpose all human beings strive towards?
When you say higher purpose, you have responsibilities beyond yourself, obviously. Like, people get fulfillment out of like having children and bringing up that child, right?
So you I listen to like Ayn Rand, right? Like, morality comes from man's pursuit of his self-interest. So I guess sort of a Randianism.
What? Sorry, can you repeat the last thing you said?
I guess sort of like Ayn Rand would say, like, man's purpose comes from his pursuit of his self-interest. Then I guess what you're proposing is a sort of Randianism where, you do what you do because it gives you fulfillment and it's a life-sustaining.
Well, I was just mentioning life. Like, it seems like people enjoy like serving a higher purpose in a sense that they enjoy having responsibilities to things like other than themselves. So like children is the big thing that like brings people fulfillment, even though
of their self-interest is what I'm saying.
But it's not only in their self-interest; it's in their child's interest too, right?
I know, but
like they get fulfillment out of fulfilling the needs of the child. Oh my god, I was talking the whole time and you interrupted me.
Serving their children is what I'm saying.
Sure, but they also are fulfilling that child's needs, right?
That's the bottom line. That's my only point. You didn't listen.
I was listening. Okay.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, what you're proposing is sort of like an Ayn Rand philosophy of man's, morality comes from his pursuit of his self-interest, and that includes taking care of other people that they are beneficial to his self-interest.
I mean, I don't believe that's where morality comes from, but I believe that's where fulfillment tends to come from, right?
But presumably, if we live in the atheistic world where morality doesn't come from God, morality would still come from fulfillment, right? That's sort of the definition of morality. Morality is what you should and shouldn't do. What you should and shouldn't do is what gives you fulfillment if it's not to serve a higher power. And if it's not to serve a higher power, like fulfillment, that would be self-interest. And I guess that would be a sort of like, Ayn Rand philosophy.
Well, I would believe morality comes from the well-being of conscious creatures. And like, you can argue that can be enabled by serving a higher power.
Individual, yes.
What you were like cutting out? What's the last thing you said?
What I'm saying is, in a godless world, you as a conscious creature would pursue what's in your self-interest, and that's like an Ayn Rand ideology.
Sure.
Would you say you agree with that?
I mean, I don't agree that's where morality comes from, but yeah.
But would you say, then do you believe objective morality exists?
Yeah, I don't. Again, I believe it comes from the well-being of conscious creatures. Now, if you want to argue that well-being is achieved through serving a higher power,
please, you keep
my god,
rambling. I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is, in a godless world, the most logical you would propose would be the well-being of you as an individual consciousness. So not, some mystical conscious collective made in the image of God, like religious people do, but rather your individual experiences and conscious experiences, and really morality is what is beneficial to your conscious experience, because you as a conscious experience want the best for yourself, and that is what gives you meaning, and that meaning is what we call morality, right? I do make a lot of money, or I do have sex with women that I love, or I do take care of sick people or I do listen to Joe Rogan, talk to Sarah Silverman, because these things make me happy.
But I think morality does have to do with more than just the well-being of you. It has to do with the well-being of all conscious creatures. It's not just you, it's also other people.
Now, I would agree with that to the extent that I believe we're all made in the image of God, but if you're an atheist, why do you believe that?
Why do I believe? Because I believe the world of the maximal possible suffering of every conscious creature is worse than a world of where that's not happening, where every conscious creature is not suffering as much as they possibly can.
But if you would get less suffering from another person, but I'm saying if you would get less suffering, and by necessity, another person would have to suffer more, or at least not suffer nearly as much as you, that's still in your self-interest.
Wait, you saying the other person would suffer not as much as I gain? Or are you saying?
What I'm saying is, to the extent that everyone is being happy in an atheistic world, it would be only the individual's happiness which really matters, and the extent other people's happiness matters is not, because you're experiencing their suffering, but because you care about them. But the extent you care about them, again, is beneficial to you and your values, but that's still you as an individual, not them.
So sure, when you're talking about you personally and meaning for you, I would agree. But again, morality on the whole is going to have to deal with every single conscious creature. So just because something is in your self-interest doesn't mean it's moral.
What I'm trying to say is morality from your perspective only comes from you.
What do you mean? So when you say from your perspective, I don't think there's a morality from your perspective. I think there's...
Well, I'm going to explain this, and you're going to listen, and you're not going to interrupt me. Do you understand?
I do. I haven't been interrupting you. I've answered your questions. Okay.
So basically, if you don't believe in God, you don't believe that the purpose of morality is to serve a higher power, correct?
Yeah.
So if you don't believe in God, the extent that morality matters to you as an individual is to the extent that it benefits you, because to the extent that you benefit, it means you as a conscious being have, in a sense, reached your teleos, which is maximal happiness and maximal life-sustaining values, maximal fulfillment and pleasure, and minimum suffering and pain. Therefore, to you as an individual, from your perspective, morality is not about serving a higher power or serving other people. Morality is about maximizing your pleasure and your happiness and your fulfillment. And your decisions are going to be within that framework. To the extent that other people benefit you, you are going to go out of your way to help them and take care of them and alleviate their suffering because they benefit you and they are of value to you and they bring you consciousness and happiness. And that, what I'm saying is, from an atheist perspective, that is what morality is.
No, I don't think morality. So I agree. Your decisions are going to be made based on like your self-interest and stuff, but I don't think morality plays into that. I think morality is a broader thing.
What I'm saying is, if you don't believe in God, that's morality by definition.
I think morality by definition has to do with the well-being of conscious creatures on the whole, not just you.
Now, where did you derive that from?
What do you mean? Where did I derive that from? That's definition.
Why do you have that definition? Is what I'm asking.
Because it seems like the only thing that we can possibly value when it comes to right and wrong is the well-being of conscious creatures. That seems like the only logical thing that we can value.
And why is that?
Because anything else just doesn't make sense. Anything that doesn't have an effect on conscious creatures doesn't make sense.
What I provided was perfectly coherent and is a way for you to live your life in a way that will fulfill your happiness. So why is it wrong? What do you mean?
But a way to live your life is not morality.
Does not make sense.
A way to live your life is not morality. You can have a moral code in which you live your life by.
Let me ask you this. Define morality. Just give me your definition of morality.
I would say...
morality is, the definition of what a moral system is what I'm asking.
What a moral system is? A moral system is some system that helps you act morally. I don't know. What do you mean by moral system?
And now I'm asking you define morality. Just that's all I'm asking.
Morality? I would say morality, broadly, has to do with right and wrong actions when it comes to the well-being of conscious creatures.
No. So morality is simply what is basically an ought and ought not statement. So morality basically is, is this action moral? Is ought you do it or ought you not do it? So if it is moral, you ought do it, and if it is immoral, you ought not do it. For example, it is immoral to, in my belief, to rob a bank. Therefore, you ought not do it. And it is moral to if you are hungry, eat and satiate yourself, so that way you won't die of starvation. That is what you ought to do. If in my religious morality is serving a higher purpose of your creator, and that is God, and God has instructed you with a certain moral system. If you're an atheistic person, you don't believe God is instructed with morality, I believe the atheistic perspective would be, my morality is going to be what ought I do, and what ought I do is going to be determined by my self-interest, right? So my self-interest might say I ought go eat pizza because it brings me happiness, but you could also say I ought not eat pizza because that might make me fat. But then you say I might, and so basically, this atheistic morality is determining what you should and shouldn't do by prioritizing what's going to make you happy and what's going to be a life-sustaining value, and you might have to do certain things. So if you might do something that's dangerous, then that might mean you're taking the downside of potential harm, but it also might mean you're accomplishing something greater. So perhaps the benefits outweigh the harms, or the potential harms. So these are all going to be individual decisions you're going to have to make as an individual, but the bottom line is it's going to be, from your perspective, what's the best to help you as a conscious being do life-sustaining values, and the individual aspects of how to manage that are sort of beyond the scope of this current conversation. Does that make sense?
I say the same thing I said like 10 times. I think morality on the whole has to do with the well-being of all conscious creatures, not just you.
But you didn't explain why you have that definition. You just said it makes the most sense, but you didn't explain why it makes the most sense.
Because logically, that's the only thing that we can value. I can't think of anything else that we could value other than the well-being of conscious creatures, and it'd still be morality.
I could value all sorts of things that are stupid, or right. I have the potential.
Yeah, exactly, but they're stupid.
What do you mean?
Like here's an example. So like when we do science, right? When we do
I'm not
arguments,
arguing with you
we
on this.
value
It's not
logical
gonna work.
logical consistency, right? And we value being coherent because it doesn't make any sense to value anything else, right? In the same way, when we do morality, it doesn't make any sense to value anything else.
Listening. What I just proposed was logically coherent.
I never said it wasn't. What?
You said morality has to be logically coherent. I provided you a logically coherent moral system.
What I said when we do like science experiments, we value like logical consistency and we value like repeatable results. I just
explained a logical, consistent morality. Do you agree with it? Yes or no?
Oh my god! I don't think morality has to do with.
I'm just going to ask this one more time. Do you agree with what I just proposed as a moral system without God?
No,
yes or no?
I don't. A moral system? No.
Why do you disagree with it as a moral system?
Because I don't think morality has to deal with you as an individual. I think morality has to deal with the well-being of all conscious creatures.
Why does it not have to deal with you as an individual?
Because I think the only thing that we can value when it comes to morality is the well-being of all conscious creatures.
And why do you believe that?
Because that's the only thing we can possibly value. It doesn't make sense to value anything else.
What do you mean
in the same way,
why is that the only thing we can possibly value?
Because it doesn't make sense to value anything else.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense?
Morality definitionally
by what metric?
What do you mean by so in the same way that like when we do science experiments, right? Like we value like logic, right?
That's a value. Explained to you why it's logically coherent and you didn't listen.
No, I'm using an analogy. I didn't even say like what you said it was illogical. I'm just saying I'm just using an analogy.
Me why you don't believe it's the most moral system, or I'm done with you.
Tell me why what?
Tell me why what I proposed as an atheistic moral system, you don't agree with as a moral system.
Because I think morality has to do with the well-being of all conscious creatures, not just you as an individual.
I asked why you believe that, and you still have not provided me an answer.
Because that's the only thing we can possibly value. Just as in the same way when we do science, we have to value logic. In the same way when we do morality, we have to value the well-being of conscious creatures. That's just what morality is.
So what you're saying is morality isn't what you ought and ought not do. It's its own definition you just made up.
It is what you ought and ought not do. It's just that's going to relate to the well-being of conscious creatures.
Ought not do anything that is concerned with the well-being of all conscious creatures. Why should I ought or ought not do?
Because it's either going to increase or decrease the well-being of conscious creatures.
From my perspective, why does that matter?
It may not matter from your perspective, but from a moral perspective, it will matter. So if morality doesn't matter to you, that's your own problem.
Because I'm a human being and that's not a moral value I have. So morality must not come from human being.
Your moral values can be wrong, just like your scientific values can be wrong.
You haven't answered the question that I proposed to you.
I've answered all your questions.
You've said it's the only thing you can value. When I just explained what you can value that isn't that moral system, you just haven't explained why you disagree with that.
Because when your Ayn Rand says something?
What I proposed as a moral system, you said you don't believe is morality. You have not explained why you don't believe it's morality.
Because I think the only thing that we can possibly value when it comes to morality is the well-being of conscious creatures. I've said that like 50 times, man.
And you haven't answered why that...
Because that's the only thing we could possibly value. That makes sense to value. Just like when it comes to medicine, the only thing that we can possibly value when doing medicine is health. It doesn't make sense to value anything else for medicine than health. It doesn't make sense to value anything else for morality than the well-being of conscious creatures. And when we do science, we have to value logical consistency, and we have to value repeatable results. It just doesn't make sense to value anything else. It's just an axiomatic value thing. Yeah. Are you still here, man? I took him. Well. Cool conversation. That one guy's still in my waiting room. I'm not gonna talk to him again this stream. I don't know what he wants to talk about. Well, I'm consulting my idiot book. Unless you understand that human health is a domain of genuine truth claims, however difficult health may be to define, it's impossible to think clearly about disease. I believe the same can be said about morality. That's not the quote I want. Yeah, hold on. So there's 3 problems people will like cite when you argue this stuff. He basically cited the first one, the value problem. 1, there's no scientific basis to say what we should value, or there's no scientific basis to say that we should value well-being, our own or anyone else's. 2, if someone does not care about well-being or cares about only his own and not about the well-being of others, there's no way to argue that he is wrong from the point of view of science. To persuasion problem. 3, even if we did agree to grant well-being primacy in any discussion of morality, it is difficult or impossible to define it without rigor. It therefore must be impossible to measure well-being scientifically. Thus, there can be no science of morality. And then he says, I believe all of these challenges are the product of philosophical confusion. The simplest way to see this is an analogy to medicine and the mysterious quantity we call health. Let's swap morality for medicine and well-being for health, and let's see how things look. 1, there is no scientific basis to say that we should value health, our own or anyone else's. 2, hence if someone does not care about health or only cares about his and not about the health of others, there is no way to argue that he is wrong from the point of view of science. 3, even if we did agree to grant health as primary primacy in any discussion of medicine, it is difficult or impossible to define it with rigor. It is therefore impossible to measure health scientifically. Thus, there can be no science in medicine. Yeah, it's just like, this is like, when it comes to morality, like definitionally, like the only possible thing morality can relate to is the well-being of conscious creatures. Just like when we talk about like science, like there are values baked in to everything that we just kind of have to accept. Like to hold on, sorry, it's okay. The divide between facts and values is illusory in at least 3 senses. 1, whatever can be known about maximizing the well-being of conscious creatures, which is, I will argue, the only thing we can reasonably value, must at some point translate into facts about our brains and their interaction with the world at large. 2, the very idea of objective knowledge has values built into it, as every effort we make to discuss facts depend upon principles that we must first value, e.g. logical consistency, reliance on evidence, parsimony, etc. 3, beliefs about facts and beliefs and beliefs about values seem to arise from similar processes at the level of the brain. It appears that we have a common system for judging truth and falsity in both domains. It's basically saying like we have moral intuitions. For whatever reason, we sort of intuitively know some like things when it comes to like determining right for wrong, and it's like the same system that your brain used to determine like facts. You're shilling for Israel and I can't even call it out. Bro, I haven't even like mentioned Israel forever. What the fuck? Oh, this is the same guy. Oh, my phone died. Bro, we were not getting anywhere, bro. Can you watch go to my YouTube and watch the last 10 minutes of the stream so you can see what I was reading and see like, yeah. I was gonna red pill the fuck out of you. You're not red pilled, you're Nazi pilled. I don't have to tell you, man. I'll be more patient if you let me hop on, bro. We're not getting anywhere. I don't. We can chat more later, but like Jesus, man. I gotta read this thing about contingent necessary states. Just one more chance, bro. You can stay in the server and we'll talk more later. Like I don't like. It's not like you've lost all your chances. You're not banned or anything, bro. Can we debate when you're not on Twitch? I mean, maybe, but like, I mean, I told you if I stream only on Kick, the only way I could possibly debate you if I stream only on Kick because you're like literally fucking Nazi, man. Like, gotta be somewhere else in 30 minutes, and I want to wrap this up. I don't want to talk to you for 30 more minutes. Not to be rude, but like we were so not getting anywhere, man. We're running in circles around the same point. It's like, well, I think morality has to do with the well-being of every conscious creature, and you're like, well, wrong. Well, I think I ran it right. Well, I think the only thing we can value is the well-being of conscious creatures. Why is that the only thing we can logically value? Well, can you think of something else to value? That's just the only thing that we can logically value. From the like same point that when it comes to medicine, we can only logically value health. When it comes to doing science, we can only value logical consistency and depending on evidence. Yeah. Please, oh my god. I'll give you like 2 minutes, man. Okay, what deck do you want?
Okay. I'm sorry. I'll be patient. So
yeah, I mean, we're just running in circles. That's the only like. I'm not like mad at you or anything, or like.
I actually understand your belief. I used to hold it. So I used to be what's known as utilitarian, where I used to believe that morality basically was about maximizing the well-being of conscious creatures. And I actually don't think that belief is completely indefensible. What I'm trying to say is, if there is no God, and I'm not saying there isn't, as I said, my personal faith is there is, but we can agree to disagree with that, and we can talk about it another time. If there is no God, morality should basically be an individual's perspective, because you're not striving to serve something higher, you're striving to serve yourself. And in that sense, I think morality, from an atheistic perspective, can only be individual and not communal. I'm saying the idea of other people factoring into the equation is sort of nonsensical, because I'm my conscious creature and I can only experience my conscious being. And I am not Sarah Silverman and I'm not Tucker Carlson. I am JDox. And I care about what JDox wants.
Do you think that same thing applies to like health and do you think that same thing applies to medicine? That we can only value one individual's health when it comes to medicine?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, when we talk about medicine, we like have to assume that the proper.
I'm saying if there is no God, I believe there is a God. What I'm saying is,
sure. But I'm saying, like, if there is no God,
what the goal of medicine would be is that some individuals get a rational benefit from being healthy. Therefore, they pay other individuals who will treat them, i.e. doctors, and those doctors has a rational benefit that they're getting paid for their service. So both individuals walk out having fulfilled their self-interest.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
When it comes to morality, it just has to be about the well-being of everyone. It's not because there isn't.
You're right. So
you understand from my perspective. I don't think there's.
I'll concede that, but can I explain the logical outcome of that? If morality is logically about the well-being of everybody, the logical outcome of that would be everyone should pursue what's in their best interest, because what's in their best interest will, in a net, help society.
I don't necessarily. I'm a capitalist, man. I don't necessarily disagree with that. Like,
then I suppose our disagreement is not. Well, I guess the disagreement would be then is not. Do we disagree on what you should and shouldn't do? But what I'm saying is but rather what the focus should be. I guess I would believe the atheistic focus is about individual creating values, and your belief, which you're an atheist, but I don't believe is the logical outcome of atheism, is that it's still to serve some higher purpose, just other human beings and not God.
I mean, it's a higher purpose in a sense that you're serving like other humans, but kind of, sure, whatever.
And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying if we live in the framework that there isn't a higher power, like a metaphysical higher power like God, it would be more likely that you're going like, have you heard of survival of the fittest? Like,
Yeah.
the fittest are going to pursue what's in their best interest, and that's what's going to make them survive and reproduce. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah. I just, again, when it comes to morality, I'm going to consider everybody, because I don't think there's 8 billion different moralities for every person. I think there's one morality, and that has to do with the well-being of everybody.
Then would be ethics versus morality. You're right. Ethics cares about everybody, but morality is for an individual. Does that make sense? So I guess ethics is the collective outcome of every individual morality, and morality is the values an individual chooses to believe in. Does that make sense?
I guess, yeah, sure.
I suppose what you're saying is you believe that ethics is about maximizing everyone's conscious well-being, but morality would be an individual self-interest. Does that make?
I mean, I just usually, when I think of ethics, I think of I basically think of ethics as like a quote unquote like science of morality. Like, I think ethics of like applied morality, basically.
Well, ethics, I would say, is applied morality on a societal level, but morality is just, what an individual ought not do. It's just the logical outcome of everybody's morality on a, broader level. It is ethics. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. When I think of morality, I think of everybody, not just my self-interest.
Yeah, but I'm saying that would be. I'm saying the term you would use, a more proper term, I would say, would be ethics, right?
Ethics. Okay, sure.
And let me ask you this: do you believe it's possible that if there isn't a God, that there's still reincarnation?
I don't believe it's impossible, but I don't think it's plausible. I don't think it's likely.
What problem do you see with the reincarnation theory? Because there are many. Did even Carl Sagan believed reincarnation was possible?
I mean, I'm sure he believed it was possible, but he also believed it was possible that there was a God, and that like we can't disprove it. But
no, but I'm saying Carl Sagan. I believe you know who Carl Sagan is.
Yeah.
I believe he said reincarnation is plausible. You want to look that up real quick?
Sure. Carl Sagan reincarnation. There's a Reddit post. Carl Sagan wrote that there was an experimental evidence that supported a claim of rebirth, saying that young children sometimes report details of a previous life. I mean, I've read about like these stories before, but like again, it's like I don't think it's possible to prove or disprove the existence of reincarnation. But I would say I would probably think reincarnation is more likely than a god. Well, I don't know if I would say that actually. No, I don't think I would say that. No, I don't think I would. Yeah.
And how do you explain the phenomena of people recalling what happened in their previous lives?
I have to read into all them more, but they're probably mistaken or lying or schizophrenic. I think that's all more likely than people actually having previous life experiences.
Do you believe there are ideological merits to the notion of conservatism? So do you believe it's plausible that, we'll say, what we consider conservatism as in preserving values can be a good thing if, what's worked for us for so long, we should keep doing in the future?
I mean, yeah. I think as long as the values are good, yeah. I think like if I were to be like super charitable, like I think like real conservatives, right, are like are like pro change. They just want change a lot slower, right?
I suppose you could say, yeah, conservatives, but not reactionaries. I suppose you could say.
Yeah.
On a political level, is there a reason why you support like liberalism?
I mean, it's basically, I basically believe in natural rights, and like liberal principles seem to be the best at upholding those natural rights.
Where do natural rights come from?
It seems like natural rights uphold the well-being of conscious creatures the best. It seems like they're most conducive to well-being.
Okay, and that they allow individuals to pursue their self-interest to the extent that on a society most people are happy.
Yeah, land, liberty, and property, brother.
And do you believe that natural rights should be in the framework of sort of tradition and heritage?
I don't really care about tradition that much. Like, I don't. What do you mean by?
But do you believe that on a societal level, it is sort of, if you preserve certain traditions, it will give people more meaning?
That's definitely true for some traditions. Yeah, I like Christmas. Like, I don't.
Like, for example, if someone gets pride in being an American Christian, then why attack Americanism or Christianity?
I mean, I would like. I don't want to like attack like traditions insofar as like I think they're like good and bring people together and stuff. Like, I think it's like I think patriotism can be important. I think like you would probably agree with this. Like, we should be critical of patriotism when it leads us to do things like support wars unconditionally and stuff. Like, there definitely is like an element of patriotism that can make it easy to say, I'm on Team America, I fucking hate Team Iraq, and I'm gonna kill all these Iraqi children. So I think we should be critical of like patriotism when it goes that far. But like generally, like, yeah, I think it's like nice to have a community and have like have traditions like that bring people together. I think that can be important. Yeah.
And do you believe that an inherent flaw in progressivism is that progressives want to force society to change because, in a sense, they're trying to impose their will on individuals' rights?
No, when you say progressive, I don't like. I consider myself a progressive in most senses, but
like progressivism
it just depends.
is about forcing societal change, but that necessarily involves forcing an inorganic change. It's top-down, forced change, not organic societal change.
I mean, the problem, change can be good sometimes. So when you say forced change, like, I think like a lot of things are forced changes, right? Like, not everyone is going to agree with every single change that we make. I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of forced changes that I would think are good. Yeah.
But what if those forced changes are not accepted by many people in society?
They can still be good even if they're not accepted by many people in society. I don't know. Like, it seems like.
But that's still you trying to think you know better than them how they should live their lives.
Because I'm right and they're wrong. But I don't like. I'm generally like, I think we should accept like tolerance, right? So like, if you want to have your little Sharia law Muslim town, I'm fine with that, but I don't want you to impose that on other people. In the same way, I don't want to impose like beliefs on other people, like in the same way that like Muslims like, I was not Muslim, sorry, but like far right Islamists would want to do. But at the same time, I think we have to be tolerant. So I do want to impose some level of tolerance in that, like, I don't think trans people's rights should be restricted. I don't think it should be like a crime to maybe like, I think some of the laws that are like it's a crime to misgender someone, I think some of those are stupid. But I do think tolerance is important. I don't think trans people should have any less rights, and I think trans people should have a right to get HRT. Yeah, because I don't. Yeah.
And I would disagree because a man is a man and a man is a male, I believe.
True. I mean, that's fine that you believe that, but again, even if like you believe that, I would want like tolerance. Like, I want a tolerant society. So it's fine if you believe that, and you can have your own. You can live in your own house and do your own shit. But
what if I showed you a study which proved conclusively that transsexuals are actually become more suicidal after transitioning?
I mean, you can send me. I've read a lot of other studies that show the opposite.
But I'm saying, if I could prove to you, would you be fine with the government saying doctors with licenses will have their licenses revoked if they transition people?
Probably not. Probably not. I don't know if that study that doesn't. What does that change? Like
if you could show transitioning increases suicide pretty heavily, would you be fine with the government saying doctors won't be allowed to continue having licenses if they do it because it causes people to be?
I mean, probably then, I guess. Sure. Because that treatment just wouldn't work.
What if I can link you to that study right now in Discord because I actually have it pulled up?
I fucking do it, and I'll read through it, and I'll read all the fucking debunkings of it later, man.
Okay, so it's... Well, you want to read it now? It's from PubMed, so I'm going to pull it up real quick. I'm going to post it.
I'm sure it's methodologically sound, right?
Let me see. So it's hashtag LGBT. I remember it. I read it. Well, I read parts of it. But I got it. So have you ever heard of a streamer named If You're Feeling Adventurous? He's going to actually go stream tonight.
I haven't.
I think you should talk to him. His name is... So his real name is Zach. Zachary Pieper. And basically, he's a very right-wing guy. He believes the election was stolen. I have some disagreements with him, but he's pretty based on the trans issue and that he's anti-trans.
Okay.
Let me see, where should I put it in this? Should I put it in the general chat?
Sure.
Yeah. Let's see. PubMed. Okay, did it come through on your end?
Yeah, but that wouldn't even that wouldn't change. So the one thing that wouldn't change is like my belief that like trans people are real in the sense that people are born with the gender identity different than their sex. It would just change the treatment plan for it. So the treatment plan would probably just have to
Well, no. What I would say to that is that gender is sex, in my opinion. You can disagree.
I just don't. So you think if I physically put your brain in a woman's body, do you think you would still feel like a man?
Feel like or be? There's a difference between what I would feel like and what I metaphysically am.
Feel like? What would you feel like internally?
I would probably feel like I'm a man.
So you would be uncomfortable in a woman's body?
Well, not necessarily, because I would accept the reality and say, now that even though I might have, like, I like hot bitches, I like cigars or whatever, I'm still a woman. I'm in a woman's body. Because liking hot bitches doesn't make a man a man. A man is a man regardless of that.
But you would prefer to be in a male's body. So if we had surgery...
I haven't had that experience, but maybe. But that wouldn't change what I metaphysically am. So did you see the PubMed article I linked?
Yeah, I did. I have it open.
So it actually shows transsexuals are actually more suicidal 10 years after transition.
10 years? Does it go? So here's what I would wonder, does it go down at first and then basically increase to the norm later?
No, they actually come out more. What I'm saying is they become more suicidal than pre-transition.
But I'm asking, like, for the more suicidal than... Okay, so I'm asking, like, does it initially go down, and then 10 years later it goes up again?
Well, so basically, let's say your original suicidality rate is at a 5, then it goes down for 3, then after 10 years it spikes up to like a 7.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was asking. Okay. I don't know, man. I can read it, and I'm sure I've read a lot of studies that show the opposite. So, I don't know, man. I'm skeptical of it just because of the other...
If you're feeling adventurous because he's streaming tonight, do you think you'll be able to talk to him? I'll link you his Discord if you want. Would you be willing to do it?
I don't know, man. What would we talk about? Maybe.
Well, he's a right-leaning streamer, but he talks about whatever you want. So he has an open Discord, and I'll link it. Do you think you might want it?
Sure.
Here. Let me see. More options. Let me see. Do you know how I copy server to send it to someone else?
You should be able to, if you have invite perms, you should be able to like click on a text channel.
Okay, then
you invited me.
It's called the Adventurous Conversation.
Okay, man. I might do it, but like I don't know. I want to be clear. Like I just started like doing this, right? Like I'm not very like good at like streaming political stuff, right? So like I'm not like super great at debate or anything, and like I'm trying to build up like my knowledge base.
Well, you seem like a pretty curious guy, but one flaw I think you have is that, like, I think you're much more easily acceptable narratives being spun at you if they're of the left and on the conservative side.
Um, I mean, I don't. I honestly don't really think that, but I mean, everyone has their own biases, sure.
And so
hold on, does this guy have like a YouTube channel? Is his YouTube channel called the same thing as the...
link. I'll. Do you want me to link? I'll link.
Yeah, link his channel. Yeah.
Out of curiosity, do you like Domino's food?
The pizza place?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So today I actually tried their chicken habanero sandwich. It was actually pretty good. Have you ever had it?
No.
What's your favorite thing from Domino's?
I like cheese pizza.
Cheese pizza?
Yep.
And so let me ask you this. So you basically do what makes you happy in life, right?
For the most part, yeah.
Well, what are some things that make you happy? Like video games, women, jerking off, like what?
Sex, drugs, gooning, jelking. No, I don't know. Yeah, streaming and playing video games with my friends. That's basically what I do. And I go on walks sometimes. Video games,
you get it. Do you know what you want to do for a job long term?
Can we get some super chats in here for that one, chat? Exclamation point donate in the chat. Let's get some follows for that, chat. Please, chat, please, chat. I don't want a real job, chat, please, chat, please.
Do you have? So you don't have a degree, but I'm asking to you, what would you like to do if you like what fields of careers would you? A lawyer or a nursing student?
Something in economics, probably. I would probably want to do something in either economics or politics.
Well, I'm thinking. So I live home with my parents. I'm thinking because I'm 16. What I want to do is I'll live 2 years with my parents. Commute to a local community college for 2 years. Then commute, which will be pretty cheap. Then get an associate's degree, transfer to credits, and get a bachelor's from another state college while I'm still living with my parents. And given inheritance, I think between 2 years of community college and 2 years of like a pretty cheap college, probably UNO, University of New Orleans, I think I'll have enough money to do it if I live with my parents and I have inheritance. And I think I want to get a finance degree and work in stocks trading.
Work in what?
I think I want to work in like stocks trading.
Stocks trading.
And get a finance degree.
Yeah, I said work for Fox.
I'm asking what gives you pleasure in life? Do you like any foods or arts or music or sports or like what?
Yeah, I like music and I like streaming and I like playing video games and I like gooning.
Do you like any specific food or drinks?
Yeah, I like my Red Bull and I like my V8 energy drinks.
You like any food?
I mean, yeah, I like my microwave vegetable lasagna meals that I make, and I like mac and cheese. I like buttered noodles. I eat like a 12-year-old.
Like spicy food?
No, I'm very white.
Do you like buffalo wings?
No.
Do you like ranch or blue cheese better?
Ranch in general.
Do you like pizza?
I do like pizza.
What's your favorite video games?
That's hard. I like Minecraft. I've been playing Helldivers 2 recently. I play Fortnite sometimes.
Have you ever played Power World?
I have played Power World, yeah. I like Power World.
I heard some people are complaining it's sort of like a ripoff of what's it called?
Pokemon and Rust. Yeah.
Is it?
I don't think it's a ripoff. I mean, it definitely. I don't know. Like it. No, I don't. I wouldn't call it a ripoff. No, I think it obviously took some of like the creature capturing things in it But like I don't know, it just seems dumb. It seems like it should be more of like a genre than just considered like a Pokemon ripoff.
Fair enough. And I'm curious, was it not? So do you believe that? So you like Fortnite. So do you generally like you like first person shooter games?
Some of them, yeah. I mean, yeah.
And let me ask you this. So have you ever? So is there a reason you want to work in have you always liked politics or economics,
Yeah,
or have you ever
basically.
liked something else?
I yeah, basic politics in like video editing and like computer stuff.
I'm saying, have you always wanted to do? I'm saying when you were a little kid, did you want to do anything else?
Yeah, I've always wanted to be either like a YouTuber or a video editor. Yeah.
I know, but did you always want to
And
do like
always
politics, like when you were 12 years old?
when I was 12, I was probably more into gaming, but like by the time I was in 8th grade, I had liked politics a lot. Like yeah.
I think that's fair, and I'm young, and to be honest, I'm kind of figuring these questions out myself too. But I do think right now we're living sort of a meaning. Do you know who Jonathan Haidt is?
Jonathan who?
Jonathan Haidt. Jonathan Haidt.
No, I don't.
So he wrote a book called The Coddling of the American Mind, where he basically proposes the thesis that because of how the education system sort of like tries to basically teach people like what doesn't kill you hurts you, and instead of what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It's like against competition, like everyone gets a medal in the competition, stuff like that. It has effectively hurt children getting a proper moral education, a proper ability to withstand the hardships.
Listen, I think half my generation is morally blind. Okay, so I don't know. I don't necessarily disagree with some of that stuff. I mean, there's obviously a margin. Like I think I don't know, maybe like my guess would be 50 years ago, child abuse was probably like actual child abuse, like actually like hitting your children and stuff hard was like a lot more common than it is today.
But what I'm trying,
But
I guess
I
what
think
I'm trying to say more succinctly is that like Jonathan Haidt says, like nowadays young people are like, if it's just kind of an entitlement, it's kind of a narcissism, it's kind of not caring about competition, like a weakness.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is like once we like try to account for like the fucked up shit that was happening to children, maybe we moved like too far. I would like be open to that. Yeah, my I made a podcast about there was a text message thread on Reddit that was basically like you might disagree with this. It was basically like a millennial son texting his mom saying like, "Oh, my life is so much harder than yours. Like we don't have livable wages. You had livable wages your entire life." And like yeah, like I definitely think there's definitely like some truth to the like idea that like millennials and Gen Z are entitled or whatever.
Yeah, but it's even beyond that. Like what I mean is like because of if everyone enters a competition, therefore they get the trophy. It basically means kids nowadays go on social media and they expect to get fulfillment from likes instead of meeting people or stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, especially when it comes to social media, I'm gonna agree with you because like everyone having a phone and stuff seems to have fucked up everybody's dopamine system. Yeah.
And let me ask you this: do you like playing Jackbox games?
Yeah, I have all the Jackbox games. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'm kind of at the point where like so I do school and all that, but like I like figuring out hobbies, and I guess I use the internet quite a bit, but I try to use the internet more nowadays to see like what's happy, because I figure God created the material world and for us to enjoy it to an extent, and I like to enjoy it. Like I'm not a stuck in the butt Amish person. Like I think the idea that you are going to avoid the material world, I think that is stupid. I disagree with like Luddite ideology. I just think that
Yeah.
everything should be in perspective.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
And let me ask you this: do you believe? Have you ever had more conservative or other views?
I've only gotten more conservative. I basically started out as like a Bernie bro, like when I was young and Bernie was running for the first time, and I kind of got more and more socialist for a while, and then like I would say, like starting last year and especially after October 7th, I started getting more and more like liberal, basically.
Well, Bernie Sanders is liberal, I thought.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah. But I'm saying I started out as a liberal and I started growing more socialist, and now I'm back to more liberal.
What's the difference between a liberal and a socialist?
Oh, but it depends how far down socialism you want to go. But so basically, typically, socialists are going to be one, they're going to promote socialism, obviously, where like liberals mostly is still going to be capitalist. And then there are a lot of like fundamental liberal values that like some leftists don't fully agree with. So like I don't know, like depending on how far you go, freedom of speech, freedom to own property is obviously the biggest one.
Simpson is?
Who is, sorry?
Idan Simpson.
I feel like I've heard him before.
Do you know who
but
Polly
no.
People is?
No, I don't know that one.
Well, do you know who Haas is?
Is Haas like a streamer?
Yes, Haas Infrared.
Yeah.
And Jackson Hinkle?
I do know who Jackson Hinkle is.
Well, these guys are all socialists, but I wouldn't say they're exactly liberal.
Yeah, what do you mean? They're socialists, but they're not.
You used to be like a little Jackson Hinkle.
Jackson Hinkle's on some wild shit, man. I don't know. Oh yeah, I know Haas. I don't know if I would consider Jackson Hinkle a socialist. I don't know what Jackson Hinkle is smoking.
But
I do know he's smoking.
Have more, we'll say, authoritarian leftist ideas, but you've moved away from that.
Basically, yeah. But I was also like more. I don't want to say I was authoritarian because I wasn't that authoritarian. I was definitely like leaning more towards like anarchism, Noam Chomsky-esque like stuff.
Well, that is authoritarianism in its own sense. Just because it's not state doesn't mean it's not. Authoritarianism to the working class is still authoritarianism.
True. I mean,
I guess the bottom line is you become more moderate.
But yeah.
And so, but you've never really been. Have you ever been religious?
Basically only when I was like a kid, and I was like only nominally religious. Like as soon as I started like evaluating religion, no, I've never been religious past the age of like 9.
Well, do you believe that if you had a rate on a scale of 0 to 100%, what do you think is the probability that there's a God?
That just there is a God, I would say like there's like a 5% chance. If you want to narrow it more to the Christian God, I would say
wait, how much? I didn't hear you. What?
I said there's like a 5% chance.
A 5% chance there's a God. That's a pretty I mean, I don't know how charitable you're being.
I don't know. I haven't put that much of a number on it, but like I would say yeah, it's close to 5% that there's like a God.
50 at least?
No, I don't think it's 50-50.
Then what? I mean, why do you think it's so low? That seems like even pretty low for an atheist.
There's just not like evidence for it. Like I just don't see that much. I don't see any like valid evidence for it. So it's just like I don't know.
But I guess so. There's a difference between what we'll call a rational claim, not necessarily, or maybe not rational. A rational claim, a logical claim, claims that use logic, and claims that make empirical claims. So, like a logical claim is if you do is like so. A logical claim is sort of metaphysical, whereas an empirical claim is something about the observed nature of reality. But like I guess the logical argument for God is that like even though we can't empirically observe him, so you can't prove God exists on an empirical level, the logical claim is there's still order to the universe, and because there's order to the universe, and because there's order to how the universe mathematics operate, there being a higher power is more likely than there's not. Do you not understand the merits in that?
I mean, I understand the argument, but I kind of relate. I don't think the theological argument is really valid. But like that's why like I think like that's why there's a 5% chance. Yeah, and then I will say if you want to narrow it more to like the God of the Bible, I think it's always going to be more likely that there is a God than there is a God, and that God also happens to be the God of the Bible. Yeah.
Existence, existence doesn't need to be contingent on a higher power.
Nope, I don't think so.
But do you believe that it's more likely that a higher power willed existence than not willed it to existence? Like, do you believe it's more likely the universe sort of popped out of nothing instead of out of something else's will that transcends it?
I don't think it popped out of nothing. I think there was some initial state that had to exist. That was non-causal.
State, did that come from anywhere?
No, it's non-causal. There's probably a non-causal state that logically had to exist. But again, that's what I'm reading right now, bro. I need to, I'm building my knowledge base.
Okay, I would say, and I'm exploring these questions too. It's just, I just feel like if there were no God, I would lose some meaning. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah. It's just that I just don't, like, that has nothing to do with the truth claim. But yeah, I understand. Yeah.
So you would agree with me that, like, there is a societal problem with atheism, but you don't believe that there's an epistemological problem with it. Like, you believe that if the human beings abandon God, they'd be more correct, but they would be living worse off lives?
No, I think some people, I understand, like, why people feel like they would lose meaning in their life. But I don't think I don't think there'd be a big societal collapse or anything. Like, I don't know. It seems like you can find meaning in Sam Harris's meditation app. I don't think it has to come from the God.
Do you meditate, if I may ask?
Sometimes. I haven't done it recently, but yeah, I did try Sam Harris's meditation app.
And do you believe the universe will continue expanding on into infinity?
Probably until the heat death, right? Yeah.
Well, do you believe it's possible that there won't be a heat death and they'll just keep expanding ad infinitum because we don't observe certain parts?
Well, the heat death I thought was it expanding until it expands so much that particles can't interact with each other.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is there are some people who believe that it might expand on infinitum and it might not reach that point ever. Do you believe that's plausible?
I mean, it might be possible.
Plausible.
Sorry, I'm reading this. It's just I thought like the more the universe expands, like eventually at some point it's gonna reach equilibrium, right? Thermodynamic equilibrium.
Well, some people say that, but some people disagree.
Okay, well,
I'm saying,
I don't know. I'd have to.
Plausible that those people who disagree have the right.
What did they say exactly? That it's going to expand infinitely?
So basically, the people who believe in heat death say that the mass is going to continue expanding until basically there's not enough, energy per mass for it to sustain. Whereas others believe that there's that like dark matter or whatever basically can sustain it even to the extent that it's not all gonna cool down and stuff isn't all gonna stop.
I don't know. I think it's possible. I don't think that's that plausible. Just because everything I've read seems like the heat death is like a pretty good theory for what's going to happen.
Okay, and and do you have any particular other than Sam Harris, are there any philosophers, or I don't know if I would consider Sam Harris a philosopher, are there any philosophers or thinkers whose you're interested in?
I'm not that interested in people. The reason I like quote Sam Harris so much is just because Sam Harris had a really big like impact on my life. As cringe as that sounds, realistically, Sam Harris did have like a really big impact on my life. I don't think it's
necessarily bad to be interested in, but as long as you're interested in what those people have to offer. I'm asking
sure.
Do you have Nietzsche or Rand or?
No, I haven't. No, not really. It's like no. It used to be Noam Chomsky for a while, and then it kind of switched over to Sam Harris, and like it's yeah. I mean, I guess it used to be Marx for a little bit, and I guess Keynes. I guess I read Keynes' stuff, and
but you never but not. I guess these are more political thinkers, but not say philosophical thinkers.
Yeah, I don't. No, not really. I don't. I haven't read much like strictly like I want to say like primary sources in philosophy. I've read summaries of like people's ideas on philosophies, but I haven't read much of like the foundational philosophy stuff. No.
No, I don't mean read. I mean like watch videos on. Like, have you ever seen like a video which says like this is what Nietzsche's idea of the will to power is, or have you ever seen those types of videos?
I've seen those types of videos, yeah, but not on Nietzsche specifically or anything. But
and in your opinion, do you think it's more likely that in the future we're going to become, as a population, more progressive or conservative, or what?
I think overall we'll probably become more progressive for the most part. It depends how you define like more progressive.
That among young people, there's sort of a rebellion against progressivism because of overstepping.
I think we will see like an increase in the backlash to progressivism, but I think we will come out more progressive probably. Like it seems like that's the way the world's headed. Especially our generation seems to get more progressive.
Out of curiosity, you know what nuclear fission? Have you heard? So recently, there's an experiment in California, and I've seen this interviews with this guy Dennis White about it, where basically a fission energy actually created more energy than destroyed, which would basically beat entropy. Do you see that?
Yeah, I don't think that beats entropy.
Well, so basically, what had happened was they had an experiment, and the energy that was used to create the experiment was less than the amount of energy that the experiment outproduced. What I'm saying is that that's sort of the opposite of entropy, because entropy is basically when you have more energy be used up than is created, and that's what causes chaos. Whereas this sort of beats entropy because it creates order. So what I'm saying is, I believe this nuclear fission energy will be down the line in the future, and we'll be able to create more energy than use, and therefore we won't have to use as much material world, and there won't be as much chaos. There'll be more physical material order. Does that make sense?
But I mean, my understanding of fission is just that like you combine two atoms, right, and it releases energy.
No, but I'm saying that experiment showed there's more energy than was created. So that would, by definition, mean when more energy is created than destroyed, that's the opposite of entropy, is what I'm saying.
I don't think it creates more. I think it's still. It's just converting energy.
What I'm saying is, in California, in Los Angeles, in the laboratory, it did do that.
A single kilogram of fusion fuel, which made up a heavy form of hydrogen. I don't think fission creates more energy than it destroys. They had a positive energy like output, but it's just transforming types of energy. It's not actually creating more than it destroys. Like I don't remember exactly how it works.
Had a positive energy outcome. That meant they gained energy than used energy for the experiment, is what I'm saying.
I don't hold on.
Right?
Mass is destroyed and no, it doesn't, because mass is destroyed and energy is released. It doesn't break. Mass is destroyed and energy is released.
Okay. Oh, I actually didn't read about that. So apparently, it's basically mass being converted to energy, but that's still beating entropy because you're turning mass into more energy, which is still which is still quite an accomplishment and does basically mean that in the future, if nuclear fission becomes more popular, human beings will be able to use that, and they won't have to worry about limited energy supply because there's more than enough. Does that make sense?
I mean, fission will definitely lead to a less constrained energy supply. Yeah.
Also, do you know who? Do you believe it's possible will be immortality?
I mean, in a way, yeah. I think we'll definitely have some advancement that like slows aging and maybe stops it and maybe one day reverses it and then someday maybe fucking upload our consciousness to the fucking cloud, man. I don't know.
No, I mean like yeah, like that. But I mean like stop or reverse aging. Do you believe that's possible?
Probably.
I would agree with that. And if that's the case, if we beat immortality, would you like to be immortal?
I don't know, man. Probably.
I would, because being immortal means I can have as much conscious experiment as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would ever. I think I probably would. I don't think I would ever choose to die.
yeah. But basically, the way I heard it, well, there's this guy David Sinclair who's also been talking about it. It's just already Kurzweil talking about it. I know more about David Sinclair, but basically the idea is CRISPR technology will be able to create more cells, or then will be destroyed in the body, which will basically be able to reverse physical signs of aging, which will basically mean beating immortality, right?
Yeah.
And do you think it's possible that will be possible in my lifetime?
I think we'll definitely slow aging in our lifetime, but I don't think we'll beat it in our lifetime.
Do you think in my lifetime, and I'm 16 years old, given how long humans are already, that it'll be possible for me to live long enough to where I'll eventually get to that and beat immortality?
No, I think we're doomed, my guy. I think it's over for us. But our grandchildren,
in my
maybe.
case, I'm 16, and we'll say on average human beings already live to like average 60. If we can slow that to maybe 80 or 90, and then by the time I'm 80 or 90, I'm almost certain around 2120 we'll get to that point.
I don't know. I think from the fucking YouTube videos I watched in it like 3 years ago, it seems like slowing aging is really hard because we don't like fully understand how it works yet. But maybe with AI actually, maybe we will get there. Maybe you can be saved. It's definitely possible, but I don't know.
Yeah, and if I'm asked, are there any particular women who you think are particularly hot you like to goon to, especially like Sarah Silverman or Jennifer Lopez or Jessica Biel or Christina Hendricks?
Not really, no.
Well, who do you like to goon to, then?
I'm not gonna answer that, man.
Well, do you like gooning
not when I'm streaming, especially. I wouldn't answer it normally, but especially not when I'm.
Well, do you prefer porn or pictures of women?
Porn? What?
I know. And is there an actress you prefer?
Not really, no.
Well, is there a specific body type of woman you prefer?
Okay, I'm not answering that, man. We're done here. All right. It's been cool chatting to you, man.
Do you like the guy in the porn video to look like you?
No, what the fuck? No. It's been great talking to you, my guy. It's I'm sure we'll talk again some more. You're definitely good for content. So all right. Bye, my man. We need some subs for that chat. Wow. That was miserable. But I think I got like 2 good videos out of that. So Was I better? Yeah, you probably were. Yeah. No, you definitely were. Why do I have 6 viewers as soon as I stop talking to people? Why don't they all come when I'm actually talking to people and there's content that they could enjoy? Why do they all come when I'm as soon as I leave? But yeah, I don't like mass is converted into energy. The first law of thermodynamics is neither energy or mass are ever created or destroyed. They can, however, be converted to different forms. So when you burn wood, you start a chemical reaction that converts molecular structure wood into heat, which is useful for human beings. Nothing's created or destroyed. With nuclear reactions that generate net energy, you're actually converting a tiny bit of mass into heat. This is in the form of what's called binding energy. It's the glue that holds atomic nuclei together. The nuclear reaction, just like a chemical reaction, isn't creating or destroying, but it is converting. In this case, the binding energy. I have not done that. No, I have not masturbated Anna Kasparian. You want to know a funny story, though? Oops. Basically, without getting too far into it, basically, this girl basically led me on, kinda, and her name was Aaliyah, and now, god fucking damn, they had to name the fucking Jewish immigration to Palestine. They had to name it Aaliyah, and she had to do it at the same time that I had to start reading about Israel Palestine. I'm not answering that, my guy. Not in Twitch chat, no. I'm not not doing that here, man. I'm glad this got 300 upvotes. Oh, fuck. I gotta fucking read some of this. I'll read it after. Okay. This one. This one too. Why can't I paste? Why is it broken? Oh, wait. This is. Oh, shit. What account is this on? Is this, Is this a video going over? Oh my god, this is. Why would you link this, man? This is gonna be the video going over. Why? I don't know why I would click it and trust you. Remember when you sent me that one video and I said the bar was on the floor for you? Yeah, this is why. This is why the bar is on the floor for you. Okay. Oh, wait, I did it twice. What account? What? Is it on this one? This is a critique of Ham's Harris recording. Oh, yeah. See, I thought you were sending me that. Fuck. You want that? I want to take my own notes on free will first. God damn it. Hold on, if I can add this to the free will there. Because I read Sam Harris's book on free will, and I read another person's book on free will, and I don't have the notes on that digitized yet. And I need to do that. This. What? Who fucking owns this? I don't understand. Hold on, I gotta check my. Hold on, I don't. We'll put this like I don't know. Put it there. What account did I put? I don't know. I can copy it. I can fucking look at it later. All right. Fuck. Now I'm okay. We got like halfway through this before he got so fucking so distracted. Oh man. Maybe I should just do the fucking Destiny Jordan Peterson thing. Non-player justifiably fears to pay anyone. What if I want to react to this? Jesus. We've already seen some of this, but the reason I was there is because I skipped to the vaccine because I got bored at some point. All right, guys, watch this. Check this out. Check this out. There we go. Chat, public Minecraft server, by the way. Chat, exclamation point, Minecraft in the chat, and you can join it if you want to. Okay, what was I going to do? I wanted to. Oh, I need to fix the audio so you can hear it. It's audio pretty brave. Done. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to announce my new tour.
I don't care about your tour.
Bye.
When you look at like the fall of the Soviet Union, or you look at the failure of like social.
I don't care about the intro.
Hello, everyone. I'm here today talking to Stephen Bunnell, known professionally and online as Destiny. He's an American streamer, debater, and political commentator. He really came to my attention, I would say, as a consequence of the discussion he had with Ben Shapiro and Lex Friedman. And I decided to talk to him, not least because it's not that easy to bring people who are identified, at least to some degree, with the political beliefs on the left into a studio where I can actually have a conversation with them. I've tried that more often than you might think. And it happens now and then, but not very often. So today we talk a lot about, well, the differences between the left and the right and the dangers of political ideology per se and the use of power as opposed to invitation and all sorts of other often heated and contentious issues. And so you're welcome to join us. And I was happy to have the opportunity to do this. So I guess we might as well start by letting the people who don't know who you are get to know who you are with a little bit more precision. So why have you become known, and how has that developed?
It's a pretty broad question. I think I started streaming around 15 years ago when it wasn't really a thing yet. There were a few people that did it. I started early on. I guess back then you weren't a professional gamer yet because the game had just started to come out, but there was a game called StarCraft 2, and I streamed myself playing that game. I was a pretty good player. It was pretty entertaining to watch, and then I kind of grew over, I guess maybe the next 7 years. just streaming that people would watch.
Streaming on YouTube?
Well, back then I started on a website called Livestream, then I switched to Ustream, then I switched to a site called Justin TV, and then that turned into Twitch.tv. So after streaming there for like 7 or 8 years, I was a semi-professional StarCraft 2 gamer. That game kind of came and went, but I had a lot of other interests. Around 2016, I started to get more involved into the world of politics. It's kind of a left-leaning figure because of my background in like esports and internet gaming and internet trash talk. I had more of a kind of like a combative attitude, and that was kind of rare for left-leaning people at the time. So it's basically where my early political popularity came from. I think from like 2016 to 2018 was debating right-wing people.
So was there a game-like element to the debating, do you think? And is that part of why that morphing made sense?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, if you get really reductionist, everything in life is kind of a game, but that's not very satisfying. I think I grew up like very argumentative. My mom is from Cuba, so my family was like very conservative. And then I grew up like listening to the news all day, listening to my mom's political opinions all day. And then I argued with kids in high school and everything. And I've always been kind of like an argumentative, type A, aggressive personality. So I think that probably lent itself well to the political stuff in 2016. Yeah.
Was that useful in gaming? That personality?
In some ways, yeah. In some ways, no. I don't know directly for the games itself. I don't know how much it necessarily mattered. But for all the peripheral stuff, in some ways, it was really beneficial. I could kind of like cut out my own path, and I could be very unique, and I could kind of be on my own. In some ways, it was very detrimental. I can be very difficult to get along with, and I'm very much kind of like, I want to do this thing, and if you try to tell me what to do, I don't want to have like a sponsor or a team or anybody kind of with a leash on me. So, yeah, I guess it worked out.
It's interesting because the temperamental proclivity that you're describing, that's associated with low agreeableness. And generally, well, and that's more combative, it's more stubborn, it's more implacable, it's more competitive.
Bro, why did he invite Destiny on just so he can do a psychoanalysis of Destiny?
The downside is that it's
is that really the most important thing that they could be talking about?
It can be less cooperative, but generally a temperament like that is not associated with political belief on the left, because the leftists tend to be characterized by higher levels of compassion, and that's low agreeableness. So, that element of your temperament at least is quite masculine, and a lot of the ideology that characterizes the modern left.
But Destiny's their girl's name.
Temperamentally feminine nature. So all right. So why do you think the shift from your popularity to political commentary worked? And you said that started about 2016. And why do you think that shift happened for you, like in terms of your interest?
I think I've always been interested in a lot of things. Like I grew up with a very strong political bend. It was conservative until I got into my streaming years, probably 5 or 6 years into streaming. I slowly kind of started to shift to the left. I would say that I guess in around 2016, when I saw all of the conversations going on with the election and when all the issues being talked about, I felt like the conversations were very low quality. And in my naivety, I thought that maybe I could come in and boost the quality, at least in like my little corner of the internet, to have better conversations about what was going on. And so that was basically my injection point into all of that was, fighting about those political issues and then arguing with people about them, doing research and reading and all of that. Yeah.
And so did you do that by video to begin with as well?
Yeah, it was all streaming, yeah.
It was all streaming. And so I presume you built an audience among the people who were following you as a gamer first, and then that started to expand. Is that correct?
Basically, yeah. Without getting too much into like the business or streaming side of things, basically, actually, this probably carries over to basically to all media, I would imagine, is you've got people that will watch you for special events. So maybe you're like a commentator of the Super Bowl, or maybe you're hosting like a really huge event. Then you've got people who will watch you every time you're participating in your area of expertise. So for me, that's like
you guys right now.
I might be playing. It might be when you're on like a particular show or something that people watch you for. And then the fundamental fan, like the best fan that you're converting to the lowest.
Oh wait, no, sorry.
Most loyal.
These are you
viewer,
guys.
I guess, is somebody that's watching you basically no matter what you're doing, and these are the people that'll follow you from area to area.
That's my chat right now.
Because of the way I did gaming, and I talked about a lot of other stuff, whether it was politics, science, current events, whatever. I had a lot of loyal fans that kind of followed me wherever I went. So quite a few of them stuck in Star Trek.
So you established a reputation.
Yeah.
So how would you characterize your reach now? How would you quantify it?
My viewership went down to 2.
Well, can you be more precise?
How many people are watching a typical video that you might produce, and And what are you doing for subscribers, say, on YouTube?
Dude, why the fuck are they even talking about that? I don't care. Playback speed 1.75.
Any idea about total reach?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess my subscribers on YouTube, I have around, I think that's around 770,000 on my main channel. I think I probably do between all 3 channels, I think around 15 to 20 million views a month. And then I live stream to anywhere from 5 to 15,000 concurrent viewers a day for hopefully around 8 hours a day. Yeah.
Okay. So you have quite a substantial reach. And so you said that initially you were more conservative leaning, but that changed. What did it mean that you were more conservative leaning, and how and why did that change?
When I said I was conservative leaning, when I was writing articles for my school newspaper defending George Bush in the Iraq War, I was like very much like I think it's like an insult now when people say like neocon, but I was like very much like a conservative, a Bush era conservative. So supported big business, supported traditional, all of the conservative, I guess, like foreign policy, hawkish foreign policy, for whatever that meant as like a 14, 15-year-old.
Right.
There was the whole Elian Gonzalez incident that was very big for Cuban Americans, where there was a Cuban boy that tried to come to the United States with several other people and his mother, and their raft, I guess, crashed or something happened. I think his mom died and some other people died, and there was a huge debate on whether or not to send him back to Cuba, and Clinton ended up sending him back to Cuba, and I know that my mom was super irritated and all that, to say the least. And then once I hit college, I think I supported Ron Paul in 2008. So I was a big Ron Paul libertarian guy in high school. When I went to a Catholic Jesuit high school, and I kind of became atheist in that process. I started reading Ayn Rand. So I was very, 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 very conservative.
On the libertarian end?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. Initially on the, like...
That makes more sense in relationship to your temperament.
Sure, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Initially it was like Christian conservative, and then it became like libertarian
conservative. Oh, who cares? That makes more sense in accordance with your
temperament.
temperament.
I started working, I kind of dropped out of school, I was working, and then I got into streaming. And once I started streaming, I had a son, basically around the first year I started streaming. As I started to go through life, and I went from kind of being in this like working poor position to making a lot of money, especially through the lens of my child, I saw how different life was when I had more money versus less. And I guess like the differences between what was available to me and then my child as I made more money, while I was really wealthy versus not as wealthy, it kind of started to change the way that I
so you got more attuned to the consequences of inequality?
Basically, I would say, yeah.
Okay, and so how did that lead you to develop more sympathy for left-leaning ideas, particularly?
I guess my core beliefs have never really changed, but I think the way that those become applied kind of change. So much the same way that you might think that everybody deserves a shot to go to school and have an education. That might be like a core belief, where as a libertarian or conservative, I might think that as long as the school is available, everybody's got the opportunity to go and study. But maybe now as like a liberal or progressive or whatever you call me, I might say, okay, well, we need to make sure that there's enough, maybe like food in the household or some kind of funding program to make sure the kid can actually go to school and study, basically. So like the core drive is the same, but I think the applied principle ends up changing a bit based on
right. So is your concern essentially something like the observation that if people are bereft enough of substance, let's say, that it's difficult for them to take advantage of equal opportunity?
If a person is bereft enough of substance, that's such a goofy way to phrase that, man. I mean, sorry, that's a genius 200 IQ way to phrase that.
Opportunities, even if they are presented to them, let's say.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
And you have some belief, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have some belief that there is room for state intervention at the level of basic provision to make those opportunities more manifest.
Yeah, to varying degrees, yeah.
Okay. So let's start talking more broadly then on the political side. So
watch some of this ideological thing real quick. I don't think I'm going to watch it right now, but maybe
it's been
after.
A while since I last talked about
explaining my post-liberal. I don't really care about this one person's post-liberal ideology thing. We're not going to watch it right now.
How would you characterize the difference in your opinion between
only 9
the
minutes,
left and
but
the conservative political viewpoints?
On a very, very, very broad level, if there's some, I would say there's some like. Good...
Why do I care about some random guy's post-liberal ideology? Like, is it like, how is that relevant now?
Good world that we're all aiming for. I think people on the left seem to think that a collection of taxes from a large population that goes into a government that's able to precisely kind of dole out where that tax money goes, you're basically able to take the problems of society, you're able to scrape off, hopefully, not super significant amount of money from people that can afford to give a lot of money, and then through government programs of redistribution, you target those taxes essentially to people that kind of need whatever bare minimum to take advantage of society.
Okay.
And then on the conservative end, I guess conservative would generally think that why would the government take my money? I think from a community point of view, through churches, through community action, through families, we can better allocate.
What do you mean the ideology? Right now, Jordan Peterson is doing a psychoanalysis of destiny and saying that his liberal ideology is not suitable of his disagreeable personality traits. We can maybe watch some of it, but like, what's it even? I don't get it.
It's been a while since I last talked about post-liberalism. I thought it'd make sense to explain it again. It's what sets me apart from other people on the right. Prior to capitalism, we had a feudalist system. Under this system, you could be born a serf or could be born a nobleman. You were basically stuck in that position for your entire life. All men were ultimately equal under God, though. So on Sundays, even the serfs got to be at least as good as everyone else. Under feudalism, the social structure was rigid and inflexible. It did, however, promote culture centered around the institution of the church. We also all shared a common system of morality through Christian virtue. Capitalism offered several advantages over feudalism. By far, the biggest one was significantly more economic output. Under capitalism, much more food and industrial goods were capable of being produced. That's because each individual person has an economic incentive in the process. Let's say you work at a dildo factory. If you can make more dildos than everyone else, you're like you get a raise or some sort of bonus. The other employees then have the incentive to do just as well as you. Capitalism also offered the opportunity of class mobility, at least in theory. Capitalism also had some downsides. The biggest one was that it created massive wealth inequality. It also had a tendency to conflict with pre-existing culture and morality. Given the fact that capitalism wasn't perfect, it soon became the subject of critique. The most influential critique of capitalism came from Karl Marx. In my view, Karl Marx's critique is a mixed bag. Some aspects of capitalism are indeed pretty unfair. However, Marx exaggerates everything to make it seem like a giant conspiracy by the bourgeoisie. Marx suggested a socialist or communist revolution as a solution to the problems of capitalism. Many nations have tried to implement these socialist policies. Every time it's been tried, though, it fails. The reason that capitalism works is the incentive it gives to individual people. If you take that incentive away by collectivizing or offering things for free, you ruin what makes capitalism.
This is just like the most like centrist basic explanation.
It's worth noting that Marx only critiques capitalism for the inequality that it causes. He's completely silent on the conflict between capitalism and culture and morality. As a post-liberal
that's kind of true. I mean, I wouldn't say he critiques it only for inequality, but
I'm skeptical.
Like there's other stuff in there.
Of both capitalism and Marxism. I'm specifically concerned with the fact that both of these ideologies have destroyed our culture. I also believe they've led to our moral corruption and decay. Now, that doesn't mean I support the abolition of capitalism. I don't want to return to some sort of feudal economy for reasons that ought to be obvious. What I will say is we're currently on the road to nowhere. The end goal of capitalism isn't maximum human happiness. It's just more capitalism. The longer we walk on this road with no destination in mind, the more opportunities there'll be for Marxists to ambush us. As a post-liberal conservative, I advocate for picking a destination. We're human beings, not cogs in a machine. Humans require an authentic culture and a system of morality to live fulfilling lives. There's more important things in life than playing The Last of Us Part 2 or getting more plastic crap from Walmart. Culture and morality should be put first and foremost in our society. Capitalism ought to serve us and our objectives. We shouldn't be the ones submitting ourselves to serve capitalism. We're not bootlickers. We're citizens of a democratic republic. Capitalism and Marxism are not cultures. Real culture is rooted in a community's traditions. It's connected to a specific time and place. Consuming films or music created by people you've never met, mass-produced in a Chinese factory, isn't culture. The cultural decline that has coincided with the decline in happiness is well illustrated in this book. In the 1950s, America had robust communities that led people to participate in things like bowling leagues. These sorts of things have entirely disappeared as people become more and more isolated from each other. These days, it's impossible.
I mean, maybe we're growing. I think we definitely are growing more isolated in some way, and like I would agree with his point. Like right now, like, but no economic system is going to have like an end goal in mind. The point is, like, we have other things to sort of try and rein in like an economic system, right? I don't know. Anyway, that like. I would like in general we're growing more isolated, but like I don't like my dad's a part of like a pickleball league.
Possible to even get someone to talk on it.
I have 4 viewers right now on Twitch and maybe someone kicking YouTube.
Xbox Live anymore. It's also worth noting that capitalism and Marxism aren't moralities. Property rights will never be ethics. Just let me use one of Jonathan Haidt's examples. Is it ethical for an adult brother and sister to have consensual sex with each other? Let's assume, of course, that they use a condom and the sister is on birth control. If you believe that property rights is ethics, the answer is clearly yes, it is ethical. After all, no one's property rights are violated by this. If that's your answer to this question, please hand me your conservative membership.
I knew they was gonna put a
card and get the fuck out of
destiny
it. Now, I'm not saying I have the map to some sort of utopia. I'm not a Marxist. Even if we did reboot our culture and morality, wealth inequality would still persist. If people are equal members of a shared community, culture, and morality, that wouldn't matter so much though. Just like the serfs and nobles got to be equal at church each Sunday under feudalism, having a shared culture and morality would give us a sense of shared dignity. Right now, we lack anything that connects us all together. Now, let's talk about the right. I don't see any point in myself debating the right. I'm right-wing myself, even though my reasoning may be very different. I'm not trying to say that I'm right and they're wrong. I don't care about that. I just want people to understand my perspective. First off, I don't buy that politics is a battle between the good guys on the right and the bad guys on the left. That's one of Jonathan Haidt's great untruths. Nobody in politics is evil. Let's start out with the commie left. These guys don't promote socialism because they want people to suffer. They honestly believe that socialism will work. All those times that it didn't work were not real socialism. Now, the not real socialism thing is really fucking stupid. I'd say the countries that half-ass socialism by being actually more capitalist.
What?
Are the ones that are actually more successful. That's certainly been true of communist China. Simply being stupid, though, is not the same as being evil. What about the neolibs? I did a video about corrupt Joe Biden wanting to start more wars. I mean, millions of people.
Corrupt Joe Biden wanted to start more wars. Do you mean striking the Houthis after they attacked us first?
People could be killed. No, I don't believe the neolibs are really evil either. They support a foreign policy called idealism. They believe the U.S. should use its military to spread liberalism and protect human rights. By launching these wars, they think the world will be better off this way.
Spreading liberalism and protecting human rights is when you strike a terrorist organization that started attacking you first.
Does it make sense to allow millions of people to die in order to protect rights? Fuck no. Idealism.
Bro, we're attacking. Bro, the Houthis attacked us first.
Is a terrible foreign policy.
We're defending ourselves.
Could see its inherent contradictions. Yet people are willing to support stupid ideas if it's part of their political philosophy. While this can make someone very dangerous, it doesn't mean that they're evil. And don't get me started on this war for oil bullshit either.
This video is using. Oh.
The U.S. has never taken these countries' oil. These wars are a waste of money, and they don't.
What is he talking about? Ukraine then? Russia invaded Ukraine.
Benefit the United States whatsoever. I also don't believe we're on the verge of some sort of communist revolution. I think the greatest threat that we face is getting stuck in the same loop we've had for the last 30 years. Our only choice for leadership will be a neoliberal Barack Obama versus a neoliberal Mitt Romney. The reality is socialism just isn't popular among the leaders of the Democratic Party. Why would it be? The Democrats, just like the Republicans, are funded heavily by banks, hedge funds, and global corporations. None of these entities would support the United States becoming socialist. The Barack Obama administration is illustrative. Even when Democrats controlled the presidency in both branches of Congress, no legislation was passed making the U.S. more socialist. Obamacare didn't even include
When you say more socialist, I don't like that. I don't like because technically Obamacare is more socialist than not having Obamacare, but it's like not socialist.
The public option. It was far more libertarian than the healthcare systems of Canada or the United Kingdom. Barack Obama also made no effort to prosecute or regulate Wall Street after the mortgage crisis. That's hardly the sort of response that you would expect.
But we did introduce new regulations after, because the fucking Glass-Steagall Act, it was repealed, and then after 2008, some of it was put back into place. Glass-Steagall Act. Post 2008 banking regulations. I don't know. We definitely did we put some restrictions back after 2008. Yeah, the Dodd-Frank Act and the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act. Yeah, I don't yeah. And one singular person did go to jail for the 2008 financial crash. One person jail, 2008 crash. This was the one guy that went to jail. A single guy. So pretty based Obama.
Back from a socialist. No, I'm not saying we shouldn't be concerned at all about socialism. Bernie Sanders was a popular political candidate. If we remain on this road to nowhere, socialism will only become more popular over time. More capitalism at the expense of morality and culture will not save the right. It will just prevent us from ever arriving at a destination. Conservatives have been on the same path for a long time, and they've lost again and again to the left. That's why I believe that post-liberalism is the true conservatism. It's the only way that conservatives are ever going to win. Anyways, that's all I have to say on this subject. If you enjoy—
Bro, I don't know. I understand some of his points, but I don't understand what he's advocating for. No economic system is going to have a goal in mind that's focused on culture and shit.
Get our own dollars to our own friends and family to help them and give them the things that they need so that they can better participate in and thrive in society, basically.
Okay, so one of the things that I've always found a mystery, and I think there's an equal mystery on the left and on the right in this regard, is that the more conservative types tend to be very skeptical of big government, and the leftist types tend to be more skeptical of big corporations. Right? Following through the logic that you just laid out, you made the suggestion that one of the things that characterizes people on the left is the belief that government can act as an agent of can and should act as an agent of distribution. Okay, a potential problem for that is the gigantism of the government that does that. Now, the conservatives are skeptical of that gigantism, and likewise, the liberals, the progressives in particular, we'll call them progressives, are skeptical of the reach of gigantic corporations. And I've always seen a commonality in those two, in that both of them are skeptical of gigantism. And so one of the things that I'm concerned about, generally speaking, with regard to the potential for the rise of tyranny is the emergence of giants. And one potential problem with the view that the government can and should act as an agent of redistribution is that there is an incentive put in place, two kinds of incentives. Number one, a major league incentive towards gigantism and tyranny. And number two, an incentive for psychopaths who use compassion to justify their grip on power, to take money and to claim that they're doing good. And I see that happening everywhere now, particularly in the name of compassion. And it's one of the things that's made me very skeptical, in particular about the left, and at least about the progressive edge of the left. So I'm curious about what you think about those two. First of all, it's a paradox to me that the conservatives and the leftists face off each other with regard to their concern about different forms of gigantism, and don't seem to notice that the thing that unites them is some antipathy. This is especially true for the libertarians, some antipathy towards gigantic structures per se. And so then I would say, with regards to your antithesis between liberalism and conservatives, the conservatives are pointing to the fact that there are intermediary forms of distribution that can be utilized to solve the social problems that you're describing that don't bring with them the associated problem of gigantism. And it's been shocking to me to watch the left, especially in the last 6 years, ally itself, for example, with pharmaceutical companies, which was something I'd never thought I would see in my lifetime. I mean, for decades, the only gigantic corporations the left was more skeptical of than the fossil fuel companies were the pharmaceutical companies. And that all seemed to vanish overnight around the COVID time. So I know the story. That's a lot of things to throw at you, but it sort of outlines the territory that we should probably investigate productively.
Yeah, so a couple things. I would say that the current political landscape we have, I think, is less. I understand the concept of conservatives supporting corporations and liberals supporting like large government. I think today the divide we're starting to see more and more is more of like a populist, anti-populist rise, or even like an institutional or anti-institutional rise. So, for instance, I think conservatives today in the United States are largely characterized with, I would say, with populism, in that they're supporting like certain figures, namely right now Donald Trump, who they think alone can kind of like lead them against the corrupt institutions, be them corporate or government. I feel like most conservatives today are not as trustful of big corporations as they were back in like the Bush era, where we would, conservatives would champion, big corporations.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
That's a strange thing because it makes the modern conservatives a lot more like the 60s leftists.
Potentially, yeah.
I mean, that brings us into the issue, too, of whether the left-right divide is actually a reasonable way of construing the current political landscape at all. And I'm not sure it is, but...
Right now, it kind of is, but only because so many conservatives are following Trump. So, like, your populist, anti-populist thing kind of maps on kind of cleanly to the left and right. It doesn't work with progressives, though, or the far left, because they're also anti-large everything. So, in a surprising way, on very, very far left people, you might find them having a bit more in common with kind of like a MAGA Trump supporter than like a center-left liberal. So, for instance, like both of these groups of people on the very far left will be very dovish on foreign policy, probably a little bit more isolationist. They're not a big fan of like a ton of immigration or a ton of trade with other countries. They might think that there's a lot of institutional capture of both government and corporations. So both all of the MAGA supporters and the far left might think that corporations don't have our best interest at heart and the government is corrupt and captured by lobbyists. You'll see a lot of overlap there.
Right.
I think that sometimes there's a couple things. One, this is something I feel like I've discovered. People have no principles. I think that people are largely guided by whatever is kind of satisfying them or making them feel good at the time. I think that's a really important thing to understand because people's beliefs will seem to change at random. If you're trying to imagine that a belief is coming from some underlying principle or is governed by some internal, like moral or reasonable code or whatever, I think generally there are large social groups and people kind of follow them along from thing to thing, which is why you end up in strange worlds sometimes where, like the position on vaccines and being an anti-vaxxer might have been seen as something, 10 years ago as kind of like a hippie leftist, and now maybe it's more like a conservative or it's associated more with like MAGA Trump supporters or whatever. I think as a result of how the social groups move around. When it comes to you mentioned this like gigantism thing. That's another thing where I'm not sure if people actually care about gigantism or they're using it as a proxy for other things that they don't like. Like I could totally imagine.
Well, I care about it.
Sure, yeah, you might. Yeah, sorry. It just in general.
That's
yeah. Because like I could imagine somebody saying that like they don't trust like a large government, they think there's too much, prone to tyranny or something like that, but also be supportive of an institution like the Catholic Church, which is literally, one guy who is a direct line.
But they can't tax.
Well, I mean,
and they don't have a military. And they can't conscript you.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
And they can't throw you.
I definitely think people definitely just use it to like try and make their absurd fucking position sound more reasonable. It's like, I don't think the fucking mRNA vaccines worked, and I think the fucking myocarditis is going to kill everyone in 2 years. And someone's like, I don't think that's true. And then they're like, well, so you trust the government, so you trust big corporations, and they try to turn it into that rather than actually talking about whether fucking vaccines work. Jonathan Haidt has done psychological studies which show liberals, conservatives, and libertarians have different moral foundations, and I've seen some of those things. Yeah, they definitely is a lot of interesting stuff, especially when if you have like literally the way your fucking brain is formed as a child, the way you're raised will have an impact on your fucking political beliefs because it'll shape like your moral intuitions. Yeah.
In jail.
That is true, yeah. I mean,
well, those are major and significant. I mean, I get the overlap. Don't get me wrong.
Sure, but I'm saying like even if you had a local government, like if you had a state government or a tribe, usually they've got some form of enacting punishment. It'll be sometimes more brutal, but they can throw you in jail. Conscription hasn't existed in the U.S. since the Vietnam War. I mean, yeah, true. Yes.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that the Vietnam War. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
True. Yes.
Yeah, true.
Good one, fucking good one, Jordan.
I think that, I guess when I look at
let's go back to the redistribution issue. I mean,
oh no,
we pay 65% of our income at say upper middle class to upper middle class level in Canada. It isn't obvious to me at all that money is well used. In fact, quite the contrary. In my country now, our citizens make they produce 60% of what you produce in the US. That's plummeted over the last 20 years as state intervention has increased. I'm not convinced that the claim that the interests of people who lack opportunity are best served by state intervention. And there's a couple of reasons for that. I mean, first of all, I'm aware of the relationship between inequality and social problem. There's a very well-developed literature on that, and it essentially shows that the more arbitrary, the broader the reach of inequality in a political institution of any given size, the more social unrest. So where all people are poor, there isn't much social unrest, and where all people are rich, there isn't much social unrest. But when there's a big gap between the two, there's plenty, and that's mostly driven by disaffected young men who aren't very happy that they can't climb the hierarchy. There are barriers in their way. And so there is reason to ameliorate relative poverty. The problem with that, to some degree, is that most attempts to ameliorate relative poverty tend to increase absolute poverty, and they do it dramatically. And the only solution that we've ever been able to develop to that is something approximating a free market system. I wouldn't call it a capitalist system because I think that's capture of the terminology by the radical leftists. It's a free exchange system. And the price you pay for a free exchange system is you still have inequality, but the advantage you gain is that the absolute levels of privation plummet. And I think the data on that I think they're absolutely conclusive, and that's been especially demonstrated in the radical decrease in rates of poverty.
I understand the point he's making, but like I don't like social democracies like Norway have a lower rate of absolute poverty, right, than the U.S. does. Like there's 600,000 people in America that are homeless, and then there's basically no one. There might be some homeless people in Norway, but I don't. There's like practically zero homelessness in Finland. So social democracies seem to do pretty well on. I guess if I were to be charitable, I would say striking the balance between reducing relative poverty while not creating more absolute poverty. Jordan Peterson, Paul Krugman. I don't. What is Jordan? Does Jordan Peterson even know shit about economics? Allah will awaken people and help them. Yeah, that's true. And help them see the evil that is real in the United States. Dude, that conversation I had with that guy was fucking insane. That's gonna be a killer YouTube video, man.
Poverty since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989, because we've lifted more people out of poverty in the last 4 decades than we had in the entire course of human history up to that date. And that's not least because the statist interventionist types who argued for a radical state-sponsored redistribution lost the Cold War, right? And that freed up Africa to some degree, and certainly the Southeast Asian countries, to pursue something like a free trade economy. And that instantly made them rich, even China. So that's an argument, let's say, on the side of free exchange. But it's also an argument, a twofold argument, pointing out how we ameliorate absolute poverty, which should be a concern for leftists, but doesn't seem to be anymore, by the way. And also an argument for the maintenance of a necessary inequality. Like, I'm not sure that inequality can be decreased beyond a certain degree without that decrease causing other serious problems. And we can talk about that, but it's a complicated problem.
Yeah, but for one point of clarification, when you say leftist, what do you mean by that?
Well, I was going with your definition, like essentially the core idea being something like the central problem being one of relative inequality and distribution of resources, and the central solution to that being something like state-sponsored economic intervention. I mean, there's other ways we could define left and right, and we can do that, but I'll stick with the one that you brought forward to begin with.
Gotcha. Okay. I want to be clear on that because people get mad if I call myself a leftist. Oftentimes online or especially in Europe or worldwide, leftists will refer exclusively to like socialists or communists, and anybody to the right of that would be considered like a liberal.
No, usually a fascist.
Well, depending on
very rapidly.
Yeah. I just want to be clear on that. Good one, Jordan. True. Capitalist, pro-market guy. I'm never gonna.
Okay. Well, that's good. It's good to get that clear. Why?
Yeah. Because I would argue that when you look at like the fall of the Soviet Union, or you look at the failure of like socialist or communist regimes, I don't know if the issue there was so much redistribution. I think the problem
that was one of many issues.
I don't think it was an issue at all. Actually, I would say I think the issue was command economies.
Wait a minute. What do you mean redistribution wasn't an issue? What the hell do you think they did to the kulaks? That was forced redistribution. It resulted in the death of 6 million people. So maybe I'm not understanding what you mean, but that was redistribution at its like pinnacle.
Sure.
And forced redistribution. And it was brutal.
When I think of the strengths of capitalism, the ability for markets to dynamically respond to shifting consumer demand is like the reason why capitalism and free market economies dominate the world. When you've got socialist or communist systems, command economies, where a government is trying to say, this is how much this is going to cost, this is how much you're going to produce and make. There's a failed way of managing a state economy. Even in places where they still do it, there are always shadow economies and stuff that were in the Soviet Union that prop up, where people try to basically ameliorate the conditions that are resulting from said horrible command economy practices. So I guess in a way you could argue a command economy is kind of like redistribution. It's a form of it, but
no, it's a worse problem. If you're pointing to the fact that that's a worse problem, I'm
I would say that's definitely the reason why these places failed, because they just weren't able to respond to changing conditions.
So what's the difference between
going online without
what the fuck?
ExpressVPN secure to get
bro, you got fucking sponsors on this shit?
And economy. So what's
extra 3 months free? That's expressvpn.com.
Bro, they didn't even get Jordan doesn't even have the time to read it himself. They can't like get an insert of like Jordan Peterson reading it and like fit it dynamically into the conversation. Like they gotta fucking just do this is roll a fucking advert. What the fuck?
/Jordan.
Okay, so what's the difference between a state that attempts to redistribute to foster equality of opportunity and a command economy? Is it a difference of degree? Like, are you looking at models, let's say, like the Scandinavian countries? Or I wouldn't use Canada, by the way, because Canada is now, what would you call it? predicted by economic analysts to have the worst performing economy for the next 4 decades of all the developed world. So maybe we'll just leave the example of Canada off the table.
What would you say to libertarians who say redistribution is planning because markets reward people for contributions, which is an important part of market forces, same as relative prices? I don't know, man. I have to think about that. To libertarians who say redistribution is planning, I think that's it. It's just not what people think of when I think planning. I don't know. Yeah, it's just not. I just don't think. I don't think it's a good definition of planning. Yeah, I just don't. I just wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know how to think about it. But like, I don't. That's again. I don't know what I think of when I think of planning. I understand the point they're making, but I think when people think of planning, they think of not just think of central planning when saying it would be bad on the basis of distorting the market. But that's what I'm like. It's not like when I think of central planning, I don't just think of changing incentives or distorting the market. I think of actual like authoritarian planning of like, this is how, like, somebody specific planning, this is how many things we're going to produce, this is how we're going to, this is what prices are going to be. I don't know, whereas that it's just I don't know. But I understand like the distortion thing. I don't like distortionary stuff when it comes to the economy. There are obviously market failures in a lot of places, and there are things like natural monopolies. But I'm a massive fan of non-distortionary taxes, man. I mean, talk about a land value tax, destination-based cash flow tax. Value-added tax is still distortionary, but it's administratively a lot easier, and doesn't tax business-to-business transactions in it. Yeah. I don't know. Any redistribution argument, usually I'm just going to resort to like marginal utility, or I'm going to say like, what about income tax? I mean, so I don't like income tax because it's a distortionary tax. If we could have a world without income tax, it'd be fine. But I think there are some cases where the cost or where the benefits of like funding programs with an income tax probably would outweigh the benefits. I would much prefer a world where we started with like a land value tax and a destination-based cash flow tax, and then any money that we needed for essential programs that we couldn't get, we got from an income tax. I don't think income tax should exist before distortionary tax or before non-distortionary taxes exist, basically. But usually in like redistribution stuff, I'll resort to like marginal utility, or I basically say the money that billionaires have are just like so marginally useless to them, because there's basically no quality in life change between $100 billion and $150 billion, because you already have like everything you could possibly want. So at that point, it probably makes sense, but just based on utility, to redistribute some of that income to poorer people, just because their utility will be so greatly increased, and the billionaires' utility will be so will basically not be diminished at all.
Scandinavian countries are often the polities that are pointed to by, I would say, by people who, at least in part,
and then also the economy works better if we generally economies work better if people all have like some minimum standard of living where they're all able to like work. Yeah, but I mean, I don't think the level of income tax really affects economic growth that much. That's true. Again, like, I'm not like that against income tax or anything. Like, I think it's fine. I just wish we had non-distortionary taxes as well. Like, there was one study that basically said land value tax could replace income tax in Canada, and it's like, oh, well, they should probably do that then. But yeah. Yeah, but like income tax, I don't think income tax is that distortionary. It's not going to distort incentives that much. Yeah, 'cause people aren't going to. It doesn't seem like it's very elastic.
Forward a view of redistribution for purposes of equality of opportunity, like you are, but they're a strange analogy because they're very small countries, and up till now they were very ethnically homogenous. Exactly, and that makes a big difference when you're trying to flatten out the redistribution. Plus, they're also incredibly wealthy, which makes redistribution, let's say, a lot easier. So what's
but we're super wealthy
why
too.
Doesn't the government that's bent on redistribution fall prey to the pitfalls of command economy and forced redistribution for that matter? How do you
corporate? I think again, I think corporate income tax is definitely going to be worse than just regular income tax. But again, like, I'm always going to be just like non-distortionary taxes. Which a destination-based cash flow tax is basically a way of doing corporate income tax, but have it be a lot less distortionary. Fuck, I should take more notes on it because I haven't read like a ton into it. But basically, it doesn't distort our incentives as much because the government assume some of the risk as well as some of the reward. Like the government basically places essentially the government places a bet on the entire economy going up, and the government subsidized losses of businesses equally, and collects on the gains of all businesses equally, and it doesn't distort incentives as much because the government's assuming some of the risk.
I think what you have to do is very, very, very difficult is people get very ideologically captured by both ends, and they feel very, I guess, like committed, or they feel very allegiant to pushing certain forms of economic organization. And I think sometimes it blinds them to some of the benefits of what exists when you incorporate kind of multiple models, or I mean, you call them mixed economies, which is really what every capitalist economy today is. It's some form of free market capitalism combined with some form of like government intervention to control for negative externalities. These are the ways that all economies, even in Scandinavia and the world, work. And I think that recognizing the benefits of both systems are the best way to make things work.
Fair enough. And the Scandinavian countries seem to have done a pretty good job of that. But like I said, they have a simpler problem to solve, let's say, than the Americans have. Negative externalities. That's an interesting rabbit hole to wander down, because the problem I have with negative externalities, you made a case already that, and again, correct me if I've got this wrong, but I think that I understood what you said. A free market, free exchange economy is a gigantic distributed computational device.
Basically, yeah.
Right, exactly.
Which, funnily enough, one of the big problems for command economies is called the computation problem, because no central body can actually compute, the ins and outs of.
Right, exactly. Right, that's a fatal problem, right? Because it doesn't have the computational power. It certainly doesn't have the speed of data recognition. It doesn't have the on-the-ground agents if all of the perception and decision-making is centralized, right? It's way too low resolution. It's going to crash. Okay, so, and I think that that's comprehensible technically as well as ideologically. All right, so, but having said that, with regards to externalities, all the externalities that a market economy can't compute are so complex that they can't be determined centrally by the same argument.
And there are ways to account for them, though.
Really?
That work.
Oh, Jesus. Why is Streamlabs still doing that? What the fuck? I fucking thought I disabled this shit. What the hell? What, do you like my follow thing? I got so many, man. We got twerk break. Can we have a twerk break, chat? Twerk break while I fix my shit. Okay, follow is disabled. Oh, I bet I didn't click save. Disabled. Save. Donations enabled. It's bitches. We can do disabled because I have the other thing set up, right? Disabled. Merge disabled. Subscriptions I should have disabled too, because I have my subscription set up on something else. It should just be donations. Okay. Fuck. And then YouTube, I bet I have stuff set up too. Hold on. Don't worry. I'll put. You want some bikini woman on the screen? Okay. Just donations. All right. We're good.
Because I can't see that, because I can't see how that they can be accounted for without the same computational problem immediately arising.
Yeah, and I understand that. And I think that's a problem sometimes people very far on the left when they want to deal with certain problems. I think that they want to bring like heavy-handed, like things like price controls in to say, well, we need less of this, so let's just make this cost this particular thing, which ironically enough introduces a whole other set of externalities that will happen when you get a lot of friction between where your price floor or ceiling is set compared to where market was set at. But ideally, if you're a reasonable person and you view economies as mixed economies, what you try to do is you try to take these externalities, meaning things that aren't accounted for with your primary system. So in a capitalist system, an externality might be something that causes a negative effect, but it doesn't cost you any money. Pollution would be a good example of that. And rather than saying like, well, no company can pollute this much, or, if you're a company, you have to use these things because the other things are making too much pollution, all you do is you say, okay, well, if we've determined that, say, carbon is bad for the atmosphere, well, we're just going to attach a little price to that. Okay, government's going to say that, yeah, if you pollute this much, here's the price, and then if you want to pay for it, you can. But that type of intervention in the economy basically allows the free market to hopefully do its job, because the government has tacked on a little bit of a price that tries to account for the cost of that externality. Yeah.
Great. That's a great example. We can go right down that rabbit hole. Carbon. Okay, so first of all, one of the things I've seen, you tell me what you think about this, something that I've seen that actually shocks me, that I was interested in watching over the last 5 or 6 years. I wondered what would happen when the left, the progressives, ran into a conundrum. And the conundrum is quite straightforward. If you pursue carbon pricing and you make energy more expensive, then you hurt the poor. And I don't think you just hurt them. In fact, I know you don't. You just don't hurt them. I heard a man 2 days ago who's fed 350 million people in the course of his life, heading the UN's largest relief agency, make the claim quite straightforwardly that misappropriation on the part of interventionist governments increased the rate of absolute privation dramatically in the world over the last.
He's not totally wrong, but that's internalizing the cost of pollution. And it's good to internalize a cost because it actually represents the true, because it represents like the true value. The poor people are just paying the cost in dollars rather than paying the cost in pollution. And it's way better to pay the cost in dollars than it is to pay the cost in a fucked up climate, right? And then again, like any progressive is going to be for some type of redistribution, some type of welfare or UBI or something to keep the poor people's standard of living at some bare minimum.
Last 4 or 5 years, and that has happened not least because of carbon pricing, not just carbon pricing, but the insistence that carbon per se is an externality that we should control. Now, Germany's paid a radical price for that, for example, so their power is now about 5 times as expensive as it could be, and they pollute.
It's like, I mean, I would be careful citing any energy prices in Europe because a lot of that's going to have to do with the war in Ukraine and not with carbon taxes, but okay.
More per unit of power than they did 10 years ago before they introduced these policies that were hypothetically there to account for externality. And the externality was carbon dioxide. I don't think that's a computable externality. And I don't think there's any evidence whatsoever that it's actually an externality that we should be warping the economic system to ameliorate if the cost of that, and it will be an increase in absolute privation among the world's poor. So here's an additional argument on that front with regards to externalities. You get that wrong, and here's something you could get right instead. If you ameliorate absolute poverty among the world's 1 billion poorest, they take a longer view of the future. And that means they become environmentally aware. And so the fastest route to a sustainable planet could well be the remediation of absolute poverty. And the best route to that is cheap energy. And we're interfering with the development of cheap energy by meddling with the hypothetically detrimental externality of carbon dioxide. And so I think this is a complete bloody travesty, by the way. We are putting the lives of hundreds of millions of people directly at risk right now to hypothetically save people in the future, depending on the accuracy of our projections. 100 years out, these interventionists, these people who are remediating externalities, they actually believe that they can calculate an economic projection 1 century out. That's utterly delusional.
So just to be clear, the first thing, I was just giving an example of how you can use like a government intervention to make a free market track something, which is what cap and trade or like carbon taxes would do. I wasn't necessarily speaking to the strength of that individual thing, but
that's a good thing to focus on.
Yeah, we can focus on that as well.
Externality.
We can focus on that as well. So the first thing, this is going to sound mean, but I'm very realistic. There needs to be a better argument than just it disproportionately impacts the poor.
That's
not always
a classic leftist argument.
Sure, it might be,
but it's the same argument you made to justify your swing to the left at the beginning of our discussion. You said that you were looking at economic inequalities that disproportionately affected the poor. So I can't see why. And I'm not trying to be mean about this either. I can't see why you could base your argument that it was morally appropriate for you to swing to the left from your previous position because you saw disproportionate effects on the poor. And I can't use that argument in the situation that I'm presenting it right now.
Well, because it depends on if we think it's a condition that ought to be remedied or not. For instance, if I walk around and I see homeless people and I'm like, man, this is really sad. We ought to spend more money on homeless people because it seems like they're disproportionately affected by their living conditions. And then somebody says, oh, well, do you think we should still lock up, rapists and murderers? Aren't they disproportionately poor? I'd probably say, well, yeah, we probably shouldn't. I go, well, isn't that hypocritical? Well, no, I think that rapists and murderers should probably be in jail, but we can also help the homeless at the same time. I think that just helping the poor isn't an argument, like a blank check to do every possible thing to satisfy poor people.
Right,
it's going to depend on
Yeah, that's fine. So, like, for instance, that's because the poor, everyone who's poor is not a victim. Some people who are poor are psychopathic perpetrators, and it's very useful to distinguish them. But I was making a much more specific argument. My argument was that the fastest way out of absolute privation for the world's bottom billion people is through cheap energy.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. So I just working my way towards that. I just want to say that just because something targets the poor is not necessarily an argument against it.
It depends on how hard it targets them, and it depends on whether mass starvation is the outcome.
The outcome is important. That I agree with. So, for instance, like a sin tax.
The outcome will be mass starvation.
I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. Okay. Sin taxes on like cigarettes and alcohol are always going to disproportionately impact the poor, or even sugar, we might say, right? But just because that disproportionately impacts the poor, is that a good thing or a bad thing? These are probably the people that suffer the most from those particular afflictions.
Right. So, and that is an immediate versus delayed issue too, right? Because the reason,
obesity is an immediate.
I mean, the reason for the tax is to stop people from pursuing a certain form of short-term gratification at the cost of their longer-term well-being.
Correct, and that exact same idea, if you believe climate models, or if you believe that we're heading in a certain direction in terms of climate, the overall warming of the planet, would be the same argument you would make for climate change.
Only if you believe that you could model economic development 100 years into the future.
We're not trying to model. We're more concerned with modeling climate development.
No. We're equally tell me how I'm wrong. I don't believe that, because what I see happening is two things. We have climate models that purport to explain what's going to happen over a century on the climate side, but we have economic models layered right on top of those that claim that there's going to be various forms of disaster for human beings economically as a consequence of that climate change. And so that's like...
That's just not... Okay, buddy. We're modeling for the climate in the future, and we can obviously estimate the effects that the climate will have on economies in the future, but we're concerned about the climate part of it. We're not... We're concerned about like the natural disasters. We're not doing it just because of the economy, my man.
Like two towers of Babel stacked on top of one another. And so, because if people were just saying, oh, the climate's going to change, there'd be no moral impetus in that. It's the climate's going to change and that's going to be disastrous for the biosphere and for humanity. But that's an economic argument as well as a climate-based argument.
It's both, but the worst projections of what would happen if the climate took a disastrous turn are worse than the worst projections of what is our planet going to look like economically if we hardcore police,
right. Why would you, okay, but I don't understand the distinction between models.
Well, the argument would be that whatever pain and suffering poor people might endure right now because of a move towards green energy, that pain and suffering is going to be short-term and far less than the long-term pain and suffering.
Right, but that's dependent on the integrity of the economic models and the
climate models as well, right?
Exactly, but in exactly the stacked manner that I described it. Like, there's nobody in 1890 who could have predicted what was going to happen in 1990 economically. Not a bit. And if we think we can predict like 50 years out now with the current rate of technology and calculate the potential impact of climate change on economic flourishing for human beings, we're deluded. No one can do that. And then, it's worse. So imagine that as you do that and you project outward, your margin of error increases. That's absolutely, definitely the case. And at some point, you're certainly on the climate side, the margin of error gets rapidly to the point where it subsumes any estimate of the degree to which the climate is going to transform. And that happens even more rapidly on the economic side.
Potentially. So, but I think right now, this is a disagreement on the fact of the matter, though, not the philosophy of what we're talking about in terms of controlling externalities. If we think, I'm curious, let's say that we think we can accurately predict the climate and the economic impact, and we think that the climate impact would be far worse if we don't account for that, both in terms of human conditions.
I don't believe any of those presumptions.
But then if you don't, but I mean, like, obviously, if I agreed with that factual analysis, I would probably agree with you on the prescription here, too, right? And none of the climate models were accurate or couldn't accurately predict anything.
They're not sufficiently accurate. That's the first thing. And second, because they have a margin of error, and it's a large margin of error, they don't even model cloud coverage well. That's a big problem. They don't have the resolution. They don't have nearly the resolution to produce the accuracy that's claimed by the climate apocalypse mongers.
People keep saying that, but we just got another one of the hottest years on record. How many times are we going to have another hottest year on record? How many times are we going to have an increase of carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere before we're finally like, okay.
I don't know. And the reason I don't know is because
I don't know what assumption I could possibly draw from that. I don't know because the models aren't accurate. I don't know. God, I hate when he's like this, man. He's smarter than this. I don't understand. God, I just hate it. Fuck, there's another thing he did. Oh, when he's asked my favorite clip of Jordan Peterson. Oh, I hope I can find it. Oh my God. Oh, please. Yes.
What?
Hold on.
What do you believe in God? And I think, okay, there's a couple of mysteries in that question. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe? And what do you mean God? And you say as the questioner, well, we already know what all those things mean.
Dude, I fucking hate when he's like that so much. Oh my God. It pisses me off so much. God, yeah, it fucking sucks, dude. The only like valid thing in that was like, I think asking like, what do you mean God is fair? Because they're gonna be different interpretations of what God is, but oh my fucking God, dude.
The scientific answer to that question depends precisely on the time frame over which you evaluate the climate fluctuation. And that's actually an intractable scientific problem. So you might say, well, if you take the last 100 years, this variation looks pretty dismal. And I'd say, well, what if you took the last 150,000 years? Or the last 10,000 or the last 10 million? You can't specify the damn time frame of analysis.
The time frame is incredibly important. That'd be like saying, look at your, let's say somebody developed cancer and they didn't realize it, and the person has lost, 40 or 50 pounds in the past 6 months. And I was like, you look very sickly. And you're like, okay, well, look at my weight fluctuation over the past 10 years. You say, well, it doesn't really matter. What matters
I'm not saying the time frame isn't important. I'm saying that it is important. Yeah, I'm saying I don't know how to specify it.
Well, you would probably specify it with the beginning of the industrial age.
Just implied that it wasn't.
Carbon dioxide was trapping more heat on the planet.
Why is that relevant to the time over which you compute the variability?
Because it seems like as carbon dioxide has increased in the atmosphere, the surface temperatures have risen at a rate that is a departure from what we'd expect over 150,000 year cycles of temperature variations on the planet.
No, not with that time frame. That's just not the case.
It's absolutely the case.
No, what do you mean? You just flipped to 150,000 year time span.
What I'm saying is that if we expect to see a temperature do this in a 150,000 year time span, in a 100 year time span, seeing it do this, that's very worrying.
Now, you mean like Michael Mann's hockey stick, the one that's under attack right now in court by a major statistician who claimed that he falsified his data. I mean, that's spike.
Oh my God.
I'm talking about the record temperatures that have been declared for like the past 5 years that have also increased with the concentration of parts per million of carbon dioxide of the atmosphere. atmosphere. I mean, I'm not going to tell you that every model is perfect.
They're
but
not
right
perfect.
now, sure, but right now we're like standing in traffic with our eyes closed saying the car hasn't hit me yet, so I don't think there's any coming. I think it's pretty undeniable at this point that there is an impact on climate across the planet.
I think that's highly deniable. We have no idea what the impact is from. We don't know where the carbon dioxide is from. We can't measure the warming of the oceans.
Jordan,
we have
please.
temperature records going back 100 years.
Oh, Jordan, please.
Temperature detection sites were first put outside urban areas, and then you have to correct. Then you have to correct for the movement of the urban areas, and then you introduce an error parameter that's larger than the purported increase in temperature that you're planning to measure. This isn't data. This is guess, and there's something weird underneath it. There's something weird that isn't oriented well towards human beings underneath it. It has this guise of compassion. Oh, we're going to save the poor in the future. It's like that's what the bloody communists said, and they killed a lot of people doing it, and we're walking down that same road now. With this insistence that, we're so
That's so
compassionate, we care
true,
about
bro. Carbon tax is literally communism, bro. Oh my god, dude. This guy, dude. He makes me so fucking frustrated, dude.
Poor 100 years from now. And if we have to wipe out several hundred million of them now, well, that's a small price to pay for the future utopia. And we've heard that sort of thing before. And the alternative to that is to stop having global level elites plot out a utopian future, or even an anti-dystopian future. And that's exactly what's happening now with organizations like the WEF. And if this wasn't...
Dude, they were talking about a carbon tax. And his argument was, well, it might disproportionately hit the poor. It's like, oh my... And now he's fucking talking about, well, that's what the communists said, bro. He's probably thinking about weather modification tech, not global warming. True. I don't know what he's on, man. The benzos made him crazy, dude.
Immediately impacting the poor in a devastating manner. I wouldn't care about it that much, but it is. I watched over the course of the last 5 years, the estimates of the number of people who were in serious danger of food privation rise from about 100 million to about 350 million. That's a major price to pay for a little bit of, what would you say, for progress on the climate front that's so narrow it can't even be measured.
I don't think the increase in hungry people in the planet is because of climate policies.
Why not?
Because I don't think that countries in Africa are being pushed away from fossil fuels. I mean, most developing
of course they are. They can't even get loans from the World Bank to pursue fossil fuel development. And there's plenty of African leaders who.
I'm pretty sure the World Bank gives them loans to produce green development. I'm pretty sure that we have literally made fucking programs. I wasn't saying he was wrong. A lot of people think that tech is not real. What the hell, bro? Are you fucking? God damn it. I got fucking trolls in my chat again. I need I don't. What was I saying? What was Jordan saying?
Screeching
policies.
Why not?
Because I don't think that countries in Africa are being pushed away from fossil fuels. I mean, most
the World Bank definitely has programs to lend countries to build green energy, just like it does to Green Energy World Bank loans. Green loans. Definitely have the trouble. Green loan is so much green bond, or raise the capital for green eligible projects. I don't know. Seems like they started doing loans for green shit, green energy.
Of course they are. They can't even get loans from the World Bank to pursue fossil fuel development. And there's plenty of African leaders who are screeching at the top of their lungs about that because the elites in the West have decided that, well, it was okay for us to use fossil fuel so that we wouldn't have to starve to death and our children had some opportunities. Yeah. But maybe the starving masses that are too large a load for the world anyways shouldn't have that opportunity. Yeah, and that's direct policy exactly from the UN, fostered by organizations like the WEF. They're going to have to turn to
the
renewables.
World Economic Forum, bring that in here too, man.
Because renewables have no energy density. Besides that, they're not renewable and they're not environmentally friendly. And then one more thing. There's one more weird thing underneath all of this.
Okay.
Well, let's say if carbon dioxide was actually your bugbear and it was genuine. Well, then why wouldn't the Greens, for example, in Africa, the progressives, be agitating to expand the use of nuclear energy? Especially because Germany has to import it anyways, especially because France has demonstrated that it's possible. We could drive down the cost of energy with low-cost nuclear, and there'd be no carbon production. And then the poor people would have something to eat because they'd have enough energy. And that isn't what's happening. And that's one of the things that makes me extremely skeptical of the entire narrative. It's like two things. The left will sacrifice the poor to save the planet. And the left will deindustrialize even at the nuclear level.
Okay, I don't understand. Sacrifice the poor. Like the poor are also going to die if the planet dies, right? In fact, the poor are going to die sooner when the fucking planet dies. Yeah, I understand the point he's trying to make, but an externality tax makes the prices reflect the actual cost of the pollution that they're causing. It internalizes the negative cost, right? It makes the price reflective of the true cost. It doesn't it's not for no point. It's just it's better to pay the cost into dollar value than it is to pay the cost into fucking world is sinking, sea levels rising cost.
The fact that it devastates the poor. And that's even worse, because if you devastate the poor and you force them into a short-term orientation, in any given country where starvation beckons, for example, they will cut down all the trees and they will kill down all the animals and they will destroy the ecosphere. And so even by the standards of the people who are pushing the carbon dioxide externality control, all the consequences of that doctrine appear to me to be devastating even by their own measurement principles. We're trying to fix the environment. Well, boys and girls, doesn't look like it's working. All you've managed to do is make energy 5 times as expensive and more polluting. You were wrong. That didn't work. And I can't understand. You can help me. That's why you're here today talking to me. I can't understand how the left can support this.
Just one quick thing. Let's say that everything you've said is true. What do you think is the plan then? What is the goal? What is the drive? Like, why push obviously horrible ideas for the planet and the poor?
That's a good question. That's
a
good question.
Well, because you're positing it, right? So what do you think is the driver goal?
Well, I listen to what people say. Here's the most terrible thing they say. There are too many people on the planet.
Oh my God.
So who says that? I've heard people say that for
Bro, I don't even know. I'm pretty sure the right are more obsessed with overpopulation than the left is, man. I'm pretty sure especially like the progressive left will be like, oh, overpopulation is a total myth. It's all capitalism's fault. It's all capitalism's fault. It's because capitalism can't distribute the goods properly. Which there's some truth to that, by the way. There are genuine distribution problems caused by fucking capitalism, and it doesn't respond correctly to the demand in lower income places. But holy fucking shit, bro. Pretty sure if any of these people are more obsessed with Malthus and fucking Malthusian shit, it's the right.
30 years. Perfectly ordinary, compassionate people. Well, there's too many people on the planet. And I think, well, for me, that's like hearing Satan himself take possession of their spine and move their mouth. It's like, okay, who are these excess people that you're so concerned about? And exactly who has to go, and when, and why, and how, and who's going to make that decision? And even if you're not consciously aiming at that, you are the one who uttered the words. You're the ones who muttered the phrase. What makes you think that the thing that possessed you to make you utter that words isn't aiming at exactly what you just declared? And so that's a terrible vision. But when you look at what happens in genocidal societies.
Oh, what? No, Jordan, no, please, Jordan, no, please, do not make the climate, do not turn a carbon tax into genocide, please.
And they emerge with fair regularity, and usually with a utopian vision at hand. The consequence is the mass destruction of millions of people. So why should I assume that something horrible isn't lurking like that right now, especially given that we have pushed a few 100 million people back into absolute poverty when we were doing a pretty damn good job of getting rid of that? And I just don't understand what's happening in Germany or in the UK. Like, it's insane. Like, look, man, if they would have got rid of the nuclear plants and made energy 5 times as expensive, and the consequence would have been they weren't burning lignite coal as a backup.
Bro, there's only like there's opposition to nuclear power from people on the left, and I think that those people are dumb. I think it's bullshit. I think nuclear power is good, but again, it seems like there's also like opposition to nuclear power seems to be a thing across the political spectrum. It doesn't seem to be particularly ideological. I don't. In my experience, people on the right seem to be more opposed to it. I don't like. Yeah. Yeah. Jesus, man, I don't understand. And there's definitely nuclear power plants in Germany. Like, I think the U.S. doesn't do as many as Germany and France do.
And their unit production of energy, pollution per unit of energy had plummeted. You could say, well, look, we hurt a lot of poor people, but at least the air is cleaner. It's like, no, air's worse and everyone's poorer. So, like, explain to me how the hell the left can be anti-nuclear.
Okay.
I don't understand it at all.
Gotcha. All right. This is something I brought up earlier that is concerning to me. I feel like when people get political beliefs, I feel like what happens is, what we think happens, what we hope happen is you have some moral or philosophical underpinning. And then
Sorry, hold on. I don't know. Power plant in Ukraine has been a scary thing. So if we went all in and had a bunch of them. Chernobyl, you mean? But Chernobyl was in the 80s and it was managed by the Soviet Union. I understand it was scary, but I think there's been some fucking studies that, like, even factoring in the deaths from Chernobyl. No, what do you mean no? Even factoring in the deaths for Chernobyl, it seems like it's still fucking better, like even deaths wise, because of the deaths you get from like coal mining and from manufacturing fucking windmills.
There, you combine this with some epistemic understanding of the world, and then you
the Ukraine-Russia war currently. What do you mean? You mean Chernobyl being taken over by the Russians in the war? So Ukraine got Chernobyl back, right? Or do they still not have it back yet? Chernobyl, Ukraine, taken over. Was it taken back? Now Chernobyl is back under Ukrainian control. Yeah, it's back under. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really it can be scary. That is true. If people are fucking worried that they would try to use Chernobyl as a weapon, largest active plant there is now, Chernobyl's not active. Did Russia take over an active nuclear power plant? I never read about that, but I'm sure they did. I remember people were worried about them using nuclear power plants as a weapon because they could like blow it up. Not there 1 sec.
Combine these two things, you engage in some form of analysis, and your moral
it'd be nice if that was true.
You start to apply like prescriptions. So maybe I'm religious, maybe I analyze society and I see that particular TV shows lead to premarital sex. So my societal prescription is we should ban these TV shows, right? Ideally, this is how you would imagine this process works. What I find happens, unfortunately, all too often is what people.
By the way, chat, just real quick. Chat, please. Chat, I need followers. Chat, please. Chat, I beg you. Chat, please. I see my viewers. Chat, I need them. Thank you. I need them. I'm grinding to Twitch affiliate, man. Thanks to everyone for watching, but I need followers right now, man. I need them. Tweet, please. I will give you so many twerk breaks for followers, please. Please, chat. Look at them, man. Chat, look at She-Hulk. Ukraine operates 4 nuclear power plants with 15 reactors located in, so are you saying you're just concerned that, like, during war, they'll get damaged and stuff? I don't know. That can be a valid concern, I guess. Because they definitely are more dangerous if mismanaged, and like, especially during war. Russian stuff shelled it? Oh, shit, yeah. I don't know, though. Like, it seems like... I want to be concerned about that I want to be concerned about that in NATO countries, quite frankly. I like the idea of a NATO country going to war with a country that would actually be willing to shell within NATO. Oh, fuck, my wolf died already. Within NATO countries, I don't think that's really going to happen.
People do is they join social groups, and then with those social groups, they inherit something that I call like a constellation of beliefs. And this constellation of beliefs, instead of rationally building on each of these, you basically get this like Jenga tower that is like floating over a table, and every block is like supporting itself, and no real part of the tower can be addressed. If you pull out one piece, it all falls apart.
Right.
Oh, by the way, one more thing. There's a public Minecraft server, !Minecraft in the chat, and you can join if you want to.
Very stuck in all of this combined constellation stuff, and none of it is really given like any analysis, and you can't really push anybody from one way or another in terms of like reevaluating any of the beliefs that are part of this constellation. I wish I would have.
That's fine. That's right.
Oh my god, he got another fucking advert? Oh my god, Jordan, what the fuck?
Of our
Bro, if you're gonna put 2 fucking adverts in your shit, at least film it yourself. Bro, what the fuck?
That's fine. That's right. Well, you know, there are models now of cognitive processing, belief system processing, that make the technical claim that what a belief system does is constrain entropy.
Sure, that's not surprising at all.
Okay, so and now the signal for released entropy, which would be a consequence of, say, violated fundamental beliefs, is a radical increase in anxiety, right, and a decrease in the possibility of positive emotion. And so people will struggle very hard against that, which is exactly the phenomena that you're describing.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with what you said.
So here's my
so I'm not sure why it's relevant to the issue I was pursuing.
I'm getting it. Here's my issue. Okay, so. When I'm trying to evaluate a situation, I like to think that I have I've got some insulation from the effects of what liberals think or what conservatives think, because on my platform, I don't necessarily have an allegiance to a particular political ideology. Like right now, I'm like center left to progressive, but I break really hard from progressive on certain issues. I think Kyle Rittenhouse is in the right. I think basically everything you guys are doing with indigenous people is insane, including the complete mass grave hoax. I think that I'm a big supporter of the Second Amendment. I have beliefs where I can break from my side, pretty hardcore, because I am not like allegiant to a certain political ideology. One thing that worries me with this constellation of beliefs thing is that sometimes when it comes to evaluating a particular policy or a particular problem, I feel like it's part of the constellation, and sometimes it inhibits people from like taking a step back and reasonably thinking about the issue. So when we're talking about climate change, you mentioned the WEF sacrificing tons of people, the UN, global elites, 5 times energy costs in Germany, genocidal people. I feel like this is part of like a whole thing where it's like, okay, well, let's take a quick step back and let's just like think rationally about this particular issue for one moment. Okay.
Well, you asked me what the motivation for anti-poor policies might be, so that's why I was.
Well, I did, but I got all of those things before I even asked that question, because I think it's totally possible that somebody.
Bro, it's this anti-poor policy is like a fucking carbon tax. Jesus, yeah, I understand. I don't know. Like again, I understand he doesn't believe in any of the models, but like, if you believe them, it's not really anti-poor because you'd rather them pay the dollar cost than this cost to the environment. Right?
Might say, okay, well, when you put carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, it seems to cause an increase in surface temperatures. This has been happening from about the 1800s, and as we started to track surface temperatures, whether the thermometer is on top of the Empire State Building or in the middle of the field, it seems like there's an average rise in temperatures, and people all around the world are observing this. In some places more than others. If you live in Seattle and 20 years ago your apartment building wasn't built with air conditioner units, you feel that now. If you live in a place in London and you've never had an air conditioner before, now that's not acceptable. I think that people on the ground.
No, carbon tax is my stance. Why? Carbon tax is literally like one of the best taxes you could do because it's a tax directly on a negative externality. Like, I guess if you are like Jordan Peterson and you know fucking believe in climate change, then
when they look in labs can see changes. It might be that some models aren't precise enough, and it might be that for reasons we don't even understand.
Well, the economic models certainly aren't precise enough.
Sure, maybe that might be true.
Maybe they can't even use them to predict the price of a single stock for 6 months. The economic models are not sufficiently accurate to calculate out the.
Dude, I don't know the fuck economic models. No one is trying to like specifically model the economies like 100 years from now. What they're saying is that if climate change continues happening, there will be natural disasters which will have negative effects on the economy. I don't know. Maybe there's like some specific models where people try to estimate like the specific cost of those natural disasters, in which case I would say, yeah, that does seem kind of bullshit because there's no way you could possibly know. But like I just don't get it because what the fuck? Like obviously there's going to be negative effects on the economy if increased natural disasters. We're taxed enough. I don't like, but an externality tax is a tax that makes markets work better. It yeah, like it's a good type of tax. I don't necessarily disagree that we're taxed enough. I think there are a lot of tax reforms that need to happen. I think income tax should probably be reduced, and we should probably get a land value tax, and corporate income tax definitely needs to be reduced or gotten rid of, and we should replace it with a destination-based cash flow tax. Yeah, but I think we need less distortionary taxes, and then we need to find a way to make our welfare spending more efficient. My ears? What's wrong with your ears? Was I just yelling?
The consequences of climate change over a century.
And
not in the
I like the comparison because economic models can't predict individual stocks, but they do predict the rough rise of the market. If you invest in the S&P 500, you get
cataclysmic collapse.
Oh, even with the cataclysmic collapse accounted for, you're going to see about 7% returns on average with inflation over.
I wouldn't call an average a very sophisticated model analogous to climate change.
That's the difference between climate and weather, though, right? Is that climate isn't going to tell you what the temperature is on a given day, but it might tell you the average surface temperature over a period of 1 year or 10 years. And then that's the difference between climate and weather. That's the difference between like the market and stocks. It is a hypothetical, but again, we're seeing more and more data every single year.
Okay, so let's jump out of our cloud of presuppositions for a minute.
Sure.
Now, one of the things that...
no, wait. Before you do that, actually, because I want to say, there are some things that we've gotten as a result of investing in green energy that have been good. So, for instance, the power of solar energy has dropped dramatically in the United States, faster than anybody thought possible, such that solar energy is like competitive or beating fossil fuels in certain areas. As long as you can set the solar panels up, you're literally beating fossil fuels.
And as long as the sun is shining.
Well, it still is. We're not a nuclear winter yet.
But it isn't when it's cloudy. And
that's why I said depending on where you live. There are places...
Bro, oh my god. It's like such a stupid, dumbass fucking point. Oh, well, we made investments in solar, and now solar is beating fossil fuels. But sometimes it's cloudy. Okay, but that doesn't change anything I fucking said, because the fucking benefits still outweigh the costs there. Like, it's just totally fucking missing the point. Like, obviously, it's cloudy sometimes. People are going to weigh that decision when they do shit. His point was just investing in green energy made it cheaper, made it more efficient. It made it better. Yeah, and it seems like we're having positive effects on the environment because of that.
Right. Equatorial places, if you're trying to set up a solar panel in Seattle, you might not have as much luck, or New York City, or Germany, or in Germany. True.
Canada.
There are also other issues that are coming up that I think are obfuscating our ability to evaluate what's being caused by green energy versus not. When we look at energy increases in Germany, I think there's a similar constellation around nuclear energy, for instance. People don't want nuclear energy because they think of nukes, and they think of nuclear meltdowns, and they think of Chernobyl, and they think of Fukushima, and they think of atomic bombs, and that's it. And that's stupid. And I agree with you. But nuclear energy is a totally viable alternative to other forms of.
Then why does the radical left oppose it? You think it's just this
for the same reason the right opposes vaccines, because it sounds scary and it's a big thing and they don't trust it.
The right has a reason to distrust vaccines in the aftermath of the COVID debacle. Well, because they were imposed by force. And
you get to choose if you have a nuclear power plant. That's imposed by force too, no? You don't get to choose where your energy comes from if you live in a country. You turn the light switch and hopefully you don't have a Chernobyl that melts down in your particular town, right?
Well, you get to choose it because you can buy it or not.
Well,
that's a choice.
Nobody
had a choice with the vaccines.
Nobody had a choice whether or not they lived near Chernobyl or not. Nobody's a choice. There's a nuclear power plant.
Well,
how realistic is it to move like 500 miles? That's like telling conservatives
It's literally like you were not forced to get the COVID vaccine. There was definitely coercion involved, right? Because it was like you might lose your job if you don't get it, right? But that's the fucking same thing as saying, well, if you move away.
When Biden tried to do the OSHA mandate for vaccines, like, well, you just get a different job, right?
I don't want to debate about whether or not large nuclear power plants are frightening. They are,
okay.
And there are technologies now where that's not a problem. So and I think that's a counterproductive place for our discussion to go, because I also understand why people are afraid of it. But what I don't understand, for example, is why the Germans shut down their nuclear power plant.
Fuck, I just realized I'm not recording. God damn it. I forgot to hit start recording. Oh my god, I'm so fucking dumb.
And the Californians are thinking and doing the same thing when they have to import power from France anyways. Like, it's completely...
Or burn coal, which is a million times worse.
Not just coal, lignite.
Yeah.
Right, and then with regards to these renewable power sources, they have a number of problems. One is they're not energy dense. They require tremendous infrastructure to produce. They might be renewable at the energy level, but they're not renewable at the raw materials level. So that's a complete bloody lie. They're insanely variable in their power production. And because of that, you have to have a backup system, and the backup system has to be reliable without variability. And that means if you have a renewable grid, you have to have a parallel fossil fuel or coal grid to back it up when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow, which is unfortunately very, very frequently. And so again, and I'm not going to say there's no place for renewable energy like solar and wind, because maybe there are specific niche locales where those are useful. But the logical antidote to the problem of reliability, if we're concerned about carbon, but we're really not, would be to use nuclear. And the Greens haven't been like flying their bloody flags for 30 years saying, well, we could use fossil fuels for fertilizer and feed people, and we could use nuclear power to drive energy costs down in a carbon dioxide-free manner. That seems pretty bloody self-evident to me. And so then it brings up this other mystery that we were talking about earlier. What's the impetus behind all this? Because the cover story is, we care about carbon dioxide, which I don't think they do, especially given the willingness to sacrifice the poor. It makes no sense to me. And I think it's relevant to the issue you brought up, which is that people have these constellations of ideas, and there's a driving force in the midst of them, so to speak. They're not necessarily aware of what that driving force is.
Isn't it more likely that people are either misinformed or misguided than people are legitimately trying to depopulate the planet?
Look, misinformed and ignorant, that's plenty relevant and worth considering. And stupidity is always a better explanation than malevolence. But malevolence is also an explanation. And no, I don't think it's a better explanation, because
why would we waste so much money sending food aid, having Bush do programs through Africa for AIDS, having other billionaires like Bill Gates invest so much money in anti-malarial stuff? Like, why would all the global elites be so invested in helping and killing the people here at the same time?
Well, some of it's confusion.
Okay.
And some of it's the fact, many things can be happening simultaneously with a fair bit of internal paradox, because people just don't know which way is up often. But the problem with the argument, so you tell me what you think about this. So, Hitler's cover story was that he wanted to make the glorious Third Reich and elevate the Germans to the highest possible status for the longest possible period of time. Okay, but that wasn't the outcome. The outcome was that Hitler shot himself through the head after he married his wife, who died from poison the same day, in a bunker underneath Berlin while Europe was in flames. Well, he was insisting that the Germans deserved exactly what they got because they weren't the noble people he thought they were. And then you might say, well, Hitler's plans collapsed in flames, and wasn't that a catastrophe? Or you could say that was exactly what he was aiming for from the beginning, because he was brutally resentful and miserable right from the time he was, a rejected artist at the age of 16. And so he was working, or something was working within him, and something that might well be regarded as demonic, whose end goal was precisely what it attained, which was the devastation of hundreds of millions of people, and Europe left in a smoking ruin.
Sorry. If you want to go into tax, I'll move on. An externality tax is literally like the best tax you could do. Like, I don't understand.
And the cover story was the Grand Third Reich. And so there's no reason at all to assume that we're not in exactly the same situation right now.
I think there's a great reason to assume. I think that Hitler's motives and everything he was trying to do wasn't a secret. I don't think that anybody had to guess that he was incredibly anti-Semitic, that his Aryan supremacy was going to lead to the destruction and the murder of so many different people in concentration camps. Like, none of this was a secret. It's not like he was hiding it. He tried to maybe hide the death camps, but nobody in Germany was wondering, wow, crazy the pogroms are happening against Jewish people. That's so crazy. Or wow, they're all being shipped to just mainly the Jews to camps to work. Like, that's kind of interesting. Or wow, he talks about this a lot in Mein Kampf, but maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't think you can compare Hitler to people that are worried about climate change. The worry that I have here is because we're applying this.
People in Germany thought Hitler was perfectly motivated by the highest of benevolence.
Oh my God.
If I were to take this standard of evidence and apply this lens of analysis.
Yeah, I saw that clip on Twitter. I don't think you can compare Hitler to people who's worried about climate change. Why not? Oh my God. Jesus, Jordan. I hate it so much.
I'm going to say the exact same thing about the conservative constellation of belief. They don't want to intervene anywhere in the world because they don't care about the problems there. They're anti-immigration because they hate brown people. Trump wanted to ban Muslims from coming to the United States because he's xenophobic. Conservatives don't want to have taxes to help the poor because they want homeless people to starve and die in the winter. But I feel like
some of that's true. And yes, you can adopt that criticism. I think the difference with regards especially to the libertarian side of the conservative enterprise, but also to some degree to the conservative enterprise, is they're not building a central gigantic organization to put forward this particular utopian claim. And so even if the conservatives are as morally addled as the left,
I don't know. If I look up Project 2025, it seems like there is a plan by conservatives to try to fill the fucking state with loyalists and institute their fucking bullshit shit. I don't know, man. Oh my God. Oh my god! I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Like Jordan Peterson is weird because he straddles the line between IRL world and online culture war. I don't. Yeah, he's definitely. It's weird because he's both like mainstream and Paul Krugman is completely in normie IRL world. Yeah. I know. I mean, Paul Krugman uses Twitter a little bit, and he gets on Twitter fights sometimes. Yeah, I don't like it. Jordan Peterson's weird in that way because he definitely is mainstream-ish, but he's also like, well, Destiny's been trying to break out of online stuff a little bit, but yeah, Jordan Peterson is definitely still like mainstream, but also in like the intellectual dark web, right? So yeah, it's weird when people are like that. Sam Harris is like the same way.
And to some degree, that might be true. They're not organized with the same gigantism in mind. And so they're not as dangerous at the moment. Now they could well be.
Has no clue who Destiny is. I bet, and I doubt he knows who's Jordan Peterson or Sam Harris. I mean, he probably knows who they are. I would imagine he knows those two.
Like everybody is when it's to do what they care about.
Sam Harris.
You mean whether they would be inclined in that direction?
For sure. The conservatives wield the power of the government whenever they feel they need to, just as liberals do. Right? Conservatives were very happy to see, for instance, abortion was brought back as a state-regulated thing.
That's a good objection. I think that you're correct in your assumption that once people identify a core area of concern, they're going to be motivated to seek power to implement that concern.
I think cancel culture is a good idea too. I think conservatives, prior to the 2000s, if they could censor everything related to either LGBT stuff or weird musical stuff or something they didn't want their kids to watch, conservatives would do it. But now that you see that like liberals and progressives are kind of wielding that corporate hammer, now conservatives are very much, well, hold on, we need freedom of speech, we need to platform everybody. And now progressives are like, well, hold on, maybe we shouldn't platform people.
I got no disagreement with those things that you said, and I have no disagreement about your proposition that people will seek power to impose their...
Oh, wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Did somebody boost my server? What the hell? No, they didn't. Why did Discord lie to me then? Oh, but sample text is here now.
Their central doctrine. Okay, so then you might say, and so we can have a very serious conversation about that. What do we have that ameliorates that tendency?
In the United States, we've got hopefully a form of decentralized government. I can't speak to Canada as much, but
yes, that's true. So that's one of the institutional protections against that, because what that does is put various.
You're weird because you know IRL people, but you are completely online. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. You know, I'm just glad I know IRL people. I am completely online though, but yeah.
Right, and so that's a very intelligent solution. But then there are psychological and philosophical solutions as well. And one of them might be that you abjure the use of power, right, as a principle. And so, and this is one of the things that was done very badly during the COVID era, let's say, because the rule should be something like you don't get to impose your solution on people using compulsion and force. There's a doctrine there, which is any policy that requires compulsion and force is to be looked upon with extreme skepticism. Now, it's tricky because now and then you have to deal with psychopaths, and they tend not to respond to anything but force. And so there's an exception there that always has to be made, and it's a very tricky exception. But look, let me tell you a story, and you tell me what you think about this, because I think it's very relevant to the concern that you just expressed. And I don't believe that the conservatives are necessarily any less tempted by the call.
Oh my God, Jitty Alex, not right now, dude. Not now, dude. We're gonna kick these non-percenting is trying to tax pay, dude. I went over the fucking go look up PPF curve, human capital shifters, and go look up Cato Institute price elasticity of the population. All right, man. That's all I gotta say to that right now. We can talk more about that later, dude.
Of power than the leftists. That's going to vary.
Actually, Cato Institute not only has the price elasticity of population, which shows that time prices fall as the population increases, but that's all a lot of studies that show immigrants don't actually use more welfare than native citizens.
From situation to situation. Though I would say probably overall in the 20th century, the leftists have the worst record in terms of sheer numbers of people killed.
So I mean, it depends on how we're quantifying
not
that.
Really. Okay, we'll just quantify Mao. How's that? Direct death of 100 million people. So, you know, that's a pretty stark fact. And if we're going to argue about that, well, then we're really not going to get anywhere.
Fake news, true.
I'm not disagreeing that the Holodomor happened as well. The Soviet Union and China were horrible. I'm not going to
so war of...
I'm just saying, for World War II, it depends on how much you attribute the war does to Nazi Germany, et cetera. But sure, like, largely speaking, I don't think that the left beat the right because the right wasn't trying. I don't think it's because Hitler's lack of trying led him to kill less people than who ended up dying during the Great Leap Forward or during the industrialization of the
Yes, well, I also think it's an open question still to what degree Hitler's policies were right-wing versus left-wing, and no one's done the analysis properly yet to determine that.
Well,
because it was a National Socialist movement for a reason, and the socialist part of it wasn't accidental.
Well, but there was no, cooperatively formed.
The Young Turks are definitely, they're definitely online, but they're arguably like more the like mainstream online stuff. They definitely used to be more mainstream online people when they were really popular, and now they're not as big anymore. It seems like
businesses that were owned by all of the people, for the people, and distributed to the people. And I don't think redistribution was high on Hitler's list of things to do.
That's true. It was a strange mix of totalitarian policy.
I don't think it was a strange mix. I think it was a bid to appeal to mid-left and center-left, the KPD and the German Socialist Party by calling themselves National Socialists. I think it was very much like an authoritarian, ultra-nationalist regime that pretty squarely fits with. People get mad if you call something far right or far left because they have an
well, you know,
I know
the
Amazing Atheist. I like some of his
at the
stuff.
University of Toronto would have been to extract out a random sample of Nazi policies and strip them of markers of their origin and present them to a set of people with conservative or leftist beliefs and see who agreed with them more. And that analysis has never been done as far as I know. So we actually don't know. And we could know if the social scientists would do their bloody job, which they don't, generally speaking. That's something we could know. We could probably use the AI systems we have now, the large language models, to determine to what...
Bro, dude, it's impossible to know whether Hitler was right-wing or left-wing without using ChatGPT, bro. Thanks, Jordan.
Left and right beliefs intermingled in the rise of National Socialism. So that's all technically possible. So, and it hasn't been done, so it's a matter of opinion.
Sure,
so,
I don't necessarily disagree. But that's something you could do.
Okay, I was going to tell you the story. Okay, well, this has to do with the use of power. So I spent a time with a group of scholars analyzing the Exodus story, an Exodus seminar recently. And so the Exodus story is a very interesting story because it's a what would you say? It's an analysis of the central tendency of movement away from tyranny and slavery. That's a good way of thinking about it. So the possibility of tyranny and the possibility of slavery are possibilities that present themselves to everyone within the confines of their life, psychologically and socially. You can be your own tyrant with regards to the imposition of...
Bro, they're supposed to be talking about a carbon tax right now.
Doctrines that you have to abide by and punish yourself brutally whenever you deviate.
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
We all contend with the issue of tyranny and slavery. And there's an alternative path, and that's what the Exodus story lays out. And Moses is the exemplar of that alternative path, although he has his flaws. And one of his flaws is that he turns too often to the use of force. So he kills an Egyptian, for example, an Egyptian noble who has slayed one of Moses' Hebrew slave brothers, and he has to leave. There's a variety of...
You think Jordan Peterson is one of these people that try... dude, I'm gonna pull up that clip again. The fucking, God damn it. The problem is, I think Jordan Peterson is pretty intelligent. I think he, especially, I mean, this is like the meme, right? That everyone says, but he was like, as a professor, like he was like fine a lot of times, but, then he just does shit like this.
Do you believe in God? And I think, okay, there's a couple of mysteries in that question. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe? And what do you mean God? And you say as the question.
I don't know what he was trying to do there, man. I don't know if he was trying to sound profound or not, or if he was like, I literally don't know what he was trying to do there. Like, I listened to some of his talks with Sam Harris, and it's like, I don't agree with Sam Harris on everything, and I think Jordan Peterson can make some good points, but holy shit, he doesn't answer questions sometimes, and he is just incoherent sometimes. It's like, I don't know if he's trying to sound profound, and I don't know what he's doing. Like, I don't know what he's doing. Well, whatever he discusses, psychology, sure, but he's so crazy. But yeah, like, oh my god, and like, literally in here they were like just trying to talk about like a carbon tax, and it's like, and Jordan Peterson turns it into fucking genocide, and it's like there's a fair point to be made, that like, oh well, I think it's kind of weird that like the left seems to want a carbon tax, but the left also seems to care about the poor, and a carbon tax disproportionately affects the poor. It's like, okay, well, there's some conversation to be had there, but then you get into like, the left is trying to sacrifice the poor based on bullshit models of the weather, and it's like, dude, just if you want to say like, it's interesting that sometimes the left-wing people seem to be okay for carbon tax, even though it impacts the poor disproportionately. Like, you didn't try and say that, but like, you try to turn it into this fucking crazy genocidal overpopulation WEF UN thing conspiracy, and it's like, okay, fuck off, dude. Yeah, I don't know. And again, like, it's better that it's like a externality tax is a good tax. Yeah, it's better the poor people pay the cost in dollars of carbon than the cost in fucking climate change. And yeah.
He uses his staff, he uses his rod, and he uses power when he's supposed to use persuasion and legal or verbal invitation and argumentation. And this happens most spectacularly right at the end of the sojourn. So Moses has spent 40 years leading the Israelites through the desert. and he's right on the border of the promised land. And really, what
I
that
honestly
means,
think it's a positive, dude. I think I already told you this. It was either you or someone else, or probably you, because you're like one of my only viewers. The fucking Gaza expired food thing did black pill me on disinformation so much. Like, my own friends, like, were like just totally bought into, like, we airdropped expired food in Gaza, and it was just bullshit, and we didn't do it. It was just all misinformation. There were 2 clips that were both proven to be fake. And MREs don't even have expiration dates. They have a manufacture date, but they don't even have expiration dates. It was insane. It was wild. It was, dude, that blew my fucking mind.
Fundamental basis is that he's
Oh man, just wait till I get talking. Oh man,
what he's been aiming at, what he's devoted his whole life to, and he's been a servant of that purpose in the highest order. And the Israelites are still in the desert, which means they're lost and confused. They don't know which way is up. They're still slaves, and now they're dying of thirst, which is what you die of, spiritual thirst, if you're sufficiently lost. And they go to Moses and ask him to intercede.
I'll let him keep going.
Moses to speak to the rocks so that they'll reveal the water within. And Moses strikes the rocks with his rod twice instead, right? He uses force. And so God says to him, you'll now die before you enter the promised land. It's Joshua who enters and not Moses. Okay, and you might wonder why I'm telling you that story. I'm telling you that story because those concepts at the center of that cloud of concepts that you described are stories, right? They're stories. And if they're well formulated, they're archetypal stories. And this is an archetypal story that's illustrating the danger of the use of compulsion and force. You know, and so one of the problems you're obviously obsessed by and that I'm trying to solve is what do we do as an alternative to tyranny, whether it's for a utopian purpose in the future or maybe for the purpose of like
conspiracy brands affected our whole society and the effects will only be understood by historians. True.
We do the sort of thing that you and I are trying to do right now.
Yeah, it's fucked.
Which is to have a conversation that's aimed at clarifying things. And so that's a principle that's something like the consent of the governed, right? Mm-hmm. It's something like, but it's also something like you have the right to go to hell in a handbasket if that's what you choose. And as long as you don't, you know, in doing so, you're not in everyone's way too much. You have the right to your own destiny, right? And so, and you don't get to use power to impose that. That's the other thing that worries me about what's going on the utopian front, because the problem is, you know, once you conjure up a climate apocalypse and you make the case that there's an impending disaster that's delayed, and you might say, well, delayed how long? And the response would be, well, we're not sure, but it's likely to occur in the next 100 or so years, which is pretty inaccurate. You now have a universal get out of jail card that can be utilized extremely well by power mad psychopaths. And they will absolutely do that because power mad psychopaths use whatever they can to further their cause.
So this is my issue, I think. This is my issue with a lot of people when it comes to political conversations. I think that everything you've said is true.
Psychological wars being
all of it
used.
is
So true.
It's good analysis, but I feel like it just gets wielded sometimes in one direction, and then people kind of miss that it completely and fully describes their entire side as well. And the thing that I feel like the only solution for this is you hinted at it. It's more than just conversation, although that's a good start. We have to go back to inhabiting similar areas. We have to go back to inhabiting similar like media landscapes. I think the issue that we're running into right now more than anything else is people live in completely separate realities at the moment, such that if we were even to describe basic reality, how many illegal immigrants came into the United States last year? That should be a factual number that we can know.
How many do you think?
Somebody, the actual number, probably in the hundreds of thousands. I think some conservatives think it's 3 million per year over the past 3 years because they look at like border contacts or they look at asylum seekers and they're not looking at
I think it's 3.6 million.
Came into the U.S. and stayed?
Yes, through the southern border.
Okay, so
you know the historical
average is about a million. I understand this, sure. Well, historically, there's like 13 to 15 million people full stop in the United States illegally. That's like the whole history of illegal immigration in the United States. But hey, maybe I'm wrong there, right? So we can say that that's an example of us living in a fundamentally different reality.
Well, the Pew Research Group is established.
This is why you watch me, chat. Hold on. I'm objective. This is, you see that this is how you know I'm not bought in, because fuck, I can't say it proves I'm not woke because She-Hulk is woke. Let's get some stubs for that one, chat.
The ability over the last 20 years for illegal migration in the south border is between 300,000 and 1.2 million.
Well, the Pew Research can only test the number of people attempting to cross. I don't know if they can. No, I don't know if Pew does like census analysis. I'd have to see.
Well, I don't. Well, that's a different issue, right? Sure. Because I don't know how you measure how many illegal immigrants there are actually in the country.
I understand. I just want to point out. I agree with you. I listened to a lot of Rush Limbaugh growing up. I understand the fear of having a government agency say climate change. Therefore, we have a blank check to do whatever we want. That's scary.
Which is what they are doing.
The conservatives do the same thing, though.
I'm not saying otherwise.
Yeah, but the problem is, I think people don't talk about it. So, for instance, I heard. So we can pretend now that the
conservatives. Well, I mean. There are, dude. Oh my! I definitely brought this up on streams before, but oh my god, the words for justice, or words of justice. Oh my god, and all the fucking Ukrainian the Russian troll farms. Ukraine might have troll farms too, but the Russian troll farms and probably the China troll farms too. Just oh my god, and it's like oh we're so fucked. It's so fucked. This is it's so it's. I think this is. I actually think this is the big threat to democracy, man. This is the fact that foreign agents can use troll farms, especially now with large language models and not it's not even just foreign agents. There's literally websites like this which like people will fucking use to just post fucking Palestinian propaganda. Like I can just immediately reply with AI. It's Jover enough on. I know I'm so blackpilled on it. Israel's claim that it slows down aid shipments for secure. Wait, what? I think it misses it. It says Israel's claim that it slows down aid shipments for security checks is baseless. The UN called, so fucking stupid. Hashtag free Palestine. Hashtag Gaza under attack. Type fast and don't spell check. Ask about it. What? Jesus, fuck it. I can't. We're so screwed. It's so Jover. It's Jover. 94 gigahertz cloud express. True. Oh, and all in the HARP in Alaska. Are you wanna visit this? High frequency active. Yeah. This is a thing that controls the weather. Well, this might not be the fucking thing you're talking about, but this is the conspiracy thing that controls the weather. This is what the special to. I don't know.
All three vaccines
I don't
are bad because they infringe on my freedom. That wasn't the conservative argument. The conservative argument was that mass deaths were going to happen, mass side effects were going to happen. There's going to be all this corruption and stuff related to vaccine distribution.
It is.
The crazier theories were microchips and blah, blah, blah. None of that came true. Absolutely none of the conservative fear-mongering related to the mRNA vaccines came to fruition.
Stop just quoting the Wikipedia article at me, man. If you want to summarize, like, the argument for me, if you want to, like, summarize and say, the government is using cloud devices to, do psychological warfare? Well, it's not Wiki. Bro. I don't care if it's actually the Wikipedia argument. I care that you're filling my chat with a bunch of fucking nonsense that I'm not going to read.
But now that's all forgotten. And that was
what do you mean none of it? What do you make of the excess?
Imagine being able
Bro, they got a third fucking advert in this.
Peterson /Jordan and use code Jordan at checkout today.
Forgotten, and that was.
What do you mean none of it? What do you make of the excess deaths?
For related to vaccines, there are almost none. The mRNA vaccines have been administered to
excess
for related to vaccines.
We don't know.
We absolutely know. We absolutely. This is like settled science.
What do we know
in terms of vaccine related?
No. That's not my question. Excess deaths in
Europe
are up
it
about
says
20%.
experimental and more research.
The COVID
pandemic. Really high to me. 20%. I'll check afterwards, but
Feeling adventurous, or if you're feeling adventurous, told me the COVID mRNA vaccine. It's not a real vaccine because it doesn't inject. Oh my fucking god, bro! It's such a stupid fucking. It's a mRNA vaccine. Okay, so it's different from a regular vaccine because it's a mRNA vaccine. But it's still. Like, it's a type of vaccine.
Is this including, like, the Ukrainian war with Russia?
No, it's not including the Ukrainian war.
Okay. No, are you implying that you think it's because of vaccines?
I'm not implying anything. I'm saying what the excess deaths are.
But what is your take on what's causing it?
How can he say he's not implying anything? You literally, can we, okay.
Up about 20%, and they have been
related.
No. We don't. No.
For related to vaccines, there are almost.
Jordan and use
so literally.
What do you mean none of it? What do you make of the excess deaths?
He says literally none of. Hold on. The advert is right fucking here.
Emails.
What do you make of the excess?
Conservative fear-mongering related to the mRNA vaccine. The crazier.
So he mentions conservative fear-mongering due to the mRNA vaccine. And then Jordan Peterson says, what do you think of the excess deaths?
That's not my question. Excess deaths in Europe are up about 20%, and they have been since the end of the.
And then he claims.
20%. That makes the implication is that the vaccines are causing it.
Okay.
You think it's because of vaccines?
I'm not implying anything. I'm saying.
Then he's not implying anything. You're obviously implying something, bro. You are implying something when you say that. Hold on, let me turn my compressor up a little bit, just because I'm peaking a lot, because I'm yelling a lot, because I hate Jordan Peterson. Bro, you are literally implying that the excess deaths are the... Okay, hopefully it's good.
What the excess deaths are.
But what is your take on what's causing it?
Well,
you said that
on a little... Bro, I don't... What are you trying to prove with the weather modification? Like, are you literally trying to prove a government conspiracy to fucking change the weather? Because that's probably bullshit. If you're just saying, like, there's been, like I haven't been reading the thing because it's just fucking like 3 paragraphs of nonsense, man. I don't just summarize like the argument of what you think is happening.
And you said that in a counter to me describing mRNA vaccines, you said, well, the excess deaths are 20%. That makes sense that the implication is that the vaccines are causing it.
Okay, first of all, something is causing it.
Well, that obviously,
okay, something is causing it, or some combination of factors.
Sure.
Now, one possibility is that the healthcare systems were so disrupted by our insane focus on the COVID epidemic that we're still mopping up as a consequence of that.
Wait, are these excess deaths tracing back through
the real
COVID
device
as well?
for some people
Post-COVID.
is fake.
Just post-COVID.
I mean,
Post-COVID.
Okay.
Right, they're terrifying. Right, they're terrifying, and they're not well publicized. And
I think excess deaths are the fact that you're speaking to them right now seems like...
Yeah, but I ferret down a lot of rabbit holes. It's not like it's front bloody page news on the New York Times.
Sure, but I think excess deaths, that's a metric that you can Google, and I'm pretty sure there are like 3 different huge organizations that track excess deaths around the world.
There are many more than 3, yes, in every single European country. Right, okay, well, so one relatively straightforward hypothesis is that it's a consequence of the disruption of the healthcare system, the staving off of cancer treatment, etc., the increase in depression, anxiety, suicidality, and alcoholism that was a consequence of the lockdowns, the economic disruption. And there's plenty of reason to believe that some of that is the case. But the other obviously glaring possibility is that injecting billions of people with a vaccine that was not tested by any stretch of the imagination.
I'm not implying that excess deaths are due to the vaccine. Well, the obvious implication is that because of the fucking vaccine that wasn't tested by anybody, and it was made in 1 month, and yeah, and myocarditis, caused myocarditis, and and it's gonna give it, fucking, dude. Why are you saying that you're not implying anything when 2 sentences later, you go on to literally state that one of the obvious things causing the excess death is the fucking COVID vaccine. Bro, just own it. Just own it. If that's your position, just own it.
People also might be a contributing factor, partly because we know that it led to a rise in myocarditis among young men. And we also know that there was absolutely no reason whatsoever to ever recommend that vaccine was delivered to young children, whose risk of death at COVID was so close to 0 that it might as well have been.
They can transmit it. Oh my God.
The only thing that you worry about for this.
So you're talking about transmission? Because that was another thing that the COVID vaccine pushed. Yeah, but it didn't do anything to transmission.
Absolutely did, because it decreased your chance of getting infected. It didn't get rid of transmission, but it reduced transmission.
Yeah, but it was claimed that it would get rid of
transmission. Only if you take one reading of one single quote. I think that Biden said one time where he said, no, come on. I've heard so many times because oh, you can't take anything Trump says seriously. Biden one time on the news says if you get the vaccine, you won't transmit it.
That is so silly. Do you know that our Prime Minister in Canada deprived Canadians of the right to travel for 6 months because the unvaccinated were going to transmit COVID with more likelihood than the vaccinated? So this wasn't one bloody statement. This was thorough government policy.
What I'm saying is there wasn't a statement given that if you get vaccinated, there's a 0% chance of transmitting the disease. The idea is that vaccines were supposed to help because it reduces your hospitalization, it reduces death, and it reduces transmission, hopefully by making it so that people don't get sick or don't get sick for as long. All 3 of those things the vaccines did exceedingly well. They continue to do it to this day, but especially for the first variant and then the Delta variant, the vaccines helped immensely here. They were tested. The myocarditis rates are like 7 out of 100,000 injections, and the myocarditis is generally acute, and it's generally not as bad as even getting the coronavirus itself, which will lead you also to have a
much worse side effect than side effects that have caused other vaccines to be taken off the market before.
A 7 out of 100,000 rate of acute myocarditis or pericarditis is not a worse side effect than any other vaccine. I think that is a completely settled, given that the disease itself is more likely to cause myocarditis or pericarditis.
Yes, I don't think the data suggests to support that presupposition anymore. The latest peer-reviewed study showed that that's simply not true, especially among young men.
So there was an age bracket of young men where the elevated rate of myocarditis, acute myocarditis from the vaccine, might have been higher, but we're talking about like 3 or 4 cases per 100,000 people. And again, myocarditis, pericarditis are generally acute conditions.
Well,
they don't last for very long.
I told you at the beginning of this conversation that the progressive leftists were on the side of the pharmaceutical companies.
It's not about being on the side of the pharmaceutical companies. It's about
really,
yeah.
Yeah, what I see as the unholy part of that alliance with the pharmaceutical companies is that it dovetails with the radical utopians' willingness to use power to impose their utopian vision.
Well, then what do you make
otherwise,
of the fact
how would you explain it? Because the leftists should be the ones that were most skeptical about the bloody pharmaceutical companies, and they jumped on the vaccine bandwagon in exactly the same way that you're doing right now.
Pharmaceutical companies have helped us tremendously.
Yeah, right. There we go. Fine. No, I don't think so. No.
Modern pharmaceutical companies have helped us tremendously. Oh, there we fucking go again. Oh, fucking leftist propaganda, dude. Oh my God.
No, I don't think
you're just wrong.
They're utterly wrong. So you don't think that the pharmaceutical companies who dominate the advertising landscape with 75% of the funding are corrupt?
I don't corrupt.
He didn't. That's not even the argument he was making. The argument he was just making is that they have helped. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm gonna TOS violation. I'm on Twitch. Remember, I gotta. Vivek Ramaswamy kind of straddles the real. Vivek is fucking dude. If Vivek ends up as Trump's VP, I'm gonna TOS.
Corrupt is a very broad.
No. It's do you think that corrupt with a tinge of malevolence? Willing to extract money out of people by putting their health on the line. Do you believe that?
Do you think that we get effective drugs from pharmaceutical companies?
Not particularly.
Okay. Do you think that any vaccines work?
Jordan,
yes.
Please.
Do you think that any?
I don't think 80 of them work at once for babies. I think that's a little risky.
But yet we've been on this vaccine schedule for how many decades?
Like this, not like this, not carefully.
I had a ton of vaccines when I was a child. I'm pretty sure that was the norm for people. There were a ton of vaccines.
There's way more now.
Okay. And you think
you can understand why. I mean, look, part of it, no doubt, part of it is a consequence of the genuine willingness to protect children. But the moral hazard is quite clear, and people on the left used to be aware of this.
What do you think the mRNA vaccine, the speeding up of it came from? How do you make for the fact that it was Donald Trump that did warp speed?
Terror. Foolish panicking, just like we're doing with the climate issue.
So you think Trump was
panicking.
Was he in bed with the pharmaceuticals? Was he working with the left? Or was it just that was the only panicky thing he made? He didn't try to push for the mass lockdowns like other far left people would want him to do. That was just the one mistake he made, was the pushing for the vaccine?
No, I think Trump undoubtedly made all sorts of mistakes, and it certainly wasn't only the left that stampeded toward the forced COVID vaccine debacle.
I didn't trust the vaccine just for what? Because you thought it was rushed? Is that what you're saying? Yep, but they fuck, I forgot the counter to all the vaccine disinformation because it's fucking been a while. But basically, it wasn't rushed. They just did trials concurrently. They sped up the process of trials by doing phase 1 and phase 3 trials at like the same time. And they and it's not like this was a particularly like novel vaccine. They had already been working on similar vaccines, and I think there were literally already companies working on COVID vaccines before, not for the specific variant, but like
that it emerged on the left, because the left at least had,
and there was a ton of funding poured into this.
Depredations of gigantic predatory corporations by their skepticism of the gigantic enterprises that can engage in regulatory capture, and that just vanished.
Is it not possible that maybe people looked and they said, "Hey,
bro, COVID-19 was new, but it was a variant of coronavirus. Coronavirus is not new." And there were already companies working on coronavirus vaccines before COVID-19 came around.
If all the governments, all the institutions, all the schools, all the private companies across all the countries around the world are saying the same thing, maybe it is the case that this vaccine just helps. Is that not possible?
Oh, sure. Of course it's possible, but that didn't mean it was right. Well, they used force. They used force.
We use force for all sorts of things in terms of public health.
We don't generally use force to invade people's bodies.
How long have vaccine mandates been a thing in Canada, the United States, and the entire world?
I don't think they should have been a thing.
That's great.
That's not his point. How a decade of research for coronavirus paved the way for COVID-19. We'd already been working on like COVID vaccines. Here, haven't you seen that video? Chicken sneeze COVID. Yeah, this is a video from 11 years ago, August 2012, of a chicken sneezing, and it blew up because it had coronavirus in the title.
When we say we don't generally use force, we absolutely use force. We've enforced vaccines for a long time. It's an important part of public health.
Fair enough. We did it on a scale and at a rate during the COVID pandemic, so-called pandemic, that was unparalleled.
So-called pandemic.
We injected billions of people with an experiment.
I don't know, he's just saying like we use more force or whatever. It's like obviously because the risk is obviously fucking way higher. I guess he called it a so-called pandemic, so maybe he doesn't think the risk was higher, but like these were literally fucking way more, like millions of people were dying. It was a worldwide pandemic. It was overwhelming all our health systems. Obviously, we're gonna take things more seriously than the seasonal flu.
It wasn't a bloody vaccine.
No,
it wasn't. No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Isn't it a 100% success rate? You think it's a definition of vaccine? Well, the point of the vaccine is to give your body a protein to train on so that your immune system works. Who cares if it's not the same? There's plenty of different types.
They used the word vaccine so that they didn't have to contend with the fact that it wasn't the same technology.
There are different types of vaccines that are different technologies.
Fine.
The mRNA vaccine is a type of vaccine technology.
Vaccines. Now this is vaccines.
No, it was like this and now it's like this.
No. It was like this and now it's like this. The mRNA technology was a radical qualitative leap forward in technology. You can call it a vaccine if you want to, but it bears very little resemblance to any vaccine that went before that. And the reason it was called a vaccine was because vaccine was a brand name that had a track record of safety, and shoehorning it in that was one of the ways to make sure that people weren't terrified of the technology. And
the reason it's called a vaccine is because they're injecting you something that's inoculating you against something in the future because it has proteins that resemble a virus that infects
your immune system. There are overlaps between the mRNA technologies and vaccines, to be sure, but they wouldn't have been put forward with the rate that they were put forward if they weren't a radical new technology. And it's bad in principle to inject billions of people with an untested new technology.
Isn't it also bad in principle for billions of people to get infected with a worldwide pandemic that initially was causing a decent number of deaths, a ton of complications, shutting down world economies?
Maybe it was. So
should we engage in that analysis and figure out, like, if we look at
we're not engaging in the analysis.
No, because now we're talking about whether or not vaccines or even vaccines are not instead.
No, don't play that game. That is not what I was doing. I was making a very specific and careful case. The mRNA technology, by wide recognition, is an extraordinarily novel technology.
And that doesn't make it not a vaccine, though.
Well, Okay, it's a radically transformed form of vaccine. I don't give a damn. That still makes it something so new that the potential danger of its mass administration was highly probable to be at least or more dangerous than the thing that it was supposed to protect against. And we are seeing that in the excess deaths.
Absolutely not. So are you implying all the excess deaths were caused by the vaccines? Or
I don't bloody well know what they're caused by.
Now.
Well, look, if you're going to use Occam's razor, you're kind of stuck in an awkward place here.
I'm absolutely not stuck in it. This is the most administered vaccine in the or inoculation, or whatever you prefer to call it, the history of all of mankind. Every single organization around the world is motivated to call this out if it was a bad thing. You don't think Russia or China would be screaming if Donald Trump or the United States warp sped through a vaccine that was having deleterious effects on populations all around the world? You don't think there wouldn't be some academic institution? You don't think there'd be more than a handful of doctors and Joe Rogan and some conservatives saying this vaccine might have been bad if it was the case that American companies working with companies in Europe and Germany especially, right, because that's where BioNTech is from, in order to create or manufacture a vaccine that was causing excess deaths all around the world? There are so many different people that we motivated to call this out. How do you explain it? No, it's a handful of people. Where are the governments calling it? Where are the academic institutions calling it? Where are the other private companies calling it out? Wouldn't you stand to make a killing if you were a private company in Europe and you could say, look, the mRNA vaccines for sure are causing all of these issues? Why wouldn't Putin, why wouldn't Xi Jinping, why wouldn't anybody else in the world call this out if it was as horrible as it was?
There are plenty of people attempting to call
nobody credible, and no huge institution.
What do you make of the excess deaths? You haven't come up with a bloody...
Oh my God.
I don't even know if there are 20% excess deaths in Europe right now. If I had to guess off the top of my head, it's going to be, like you said, one might be lingering effects of an overall healthcare system. Another one might be deaths related to the war in Ukraine. Another one might be rising energy costs that have happened for a couple of reasons.
But it's absolutely impossible that any of it could be unintended consequences of a novel technology injected into billions of people.
I think that if excess, first of all, there aren't billions of people in Europe. So if there were excess deaths, I understand, but you're talking about excess deaths in Europe. I'm not aware of excess deaths that exist in other places.
Gordon, please.
The only explanation would be the vaccine. I think if there were, I think more people would be talking about it.
Well, first of all, the number of people talking about something is not an indication of the scientific validity of a claim.
I agree with that, but for a vaccine,
why are you using mass consensus as the determinant of what constitutes
because
truth?
I think for
That's never been the case.
Because I think for something that was given to billions and billions of people, if this was something that was having a measurable effect on people, it would be impossible to cover it up or ignore it. Well, we wouldn't have to look at the one case brought up on a documentary. We would have to look at the one thing being talked about.
And what do you make of the VAERS data? There's more negative side effects reported from the mRNA vaccines than there were reported for every single vaccine ever created since the dawn of time, and not by a small margin. So it's not just the excess deaths, it's the VAERS data.
What is VAERS data?
It's the database that until the COVID-19 pandemic emerged and we had the unfortunate consequence that there were so many side effects being reported, it was the gold standard for determining whether or not
people didn't know what it was before
COVID. And now, as soon as it started to misbehave on the mRNA vaccine front, we decided that we were going to doubt the validity of the VAERS reporting system.
Okay, the VAERS reporting system never been the gold standard for anything. VAERS reporting is just going to report that there is some issue that you have after getting a vaccine.
I stopped talking about COVID a year ago unless someone in my family is sick, and I tell them they have COVID. Okay.
That's it. I think it's vaccine adverse.
What the hell do you think it was set up for?
To report adverse events that happen after a vaccine, to track and see if something was related to the vaccine.
Right.
So most people didn't even know VAERS existed until after the COVID vaccine. Once people know that it exists, of course more people are going to engage with it. But what happens?
So it's all noise.
No, well, it could be or couldn't be. So what do you do when a bunch of stuff?
Well, first of all, you might begin by suggesting that maybe it's not all noise.
Correct. So when all of these things are admitted to VAERS, what they do is from there they investigate. All you can do, all VAERS is I might go and get a vaccine, and maybe in 3 days I go, I got a headache. I'm gonna go ahead and call my doctor and make this report. And they'll say, okay, well, it's an adverse event after vaccine. Doesn't mean the vaccine caused the headache. And now that more people know about this than ever, I'm just saying that VAERS is not the gold standard of determining if the vaccine is working or not. Compared to actual longitudinal, prospective, randomized control trial studies.
You mean like the ones they should have done to the goddamn vaccine?
Like the ones that they did do for the vaccine that they continue to do to this day. Yes, that is correct. Yes,
you really think that you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility of the trials for the vaccines?
Oh my God.
No, I don't. So I have to trust.
Then what are you doing? I don't trust. I look at the bloody data.
First of all, you have to trust third parties to some extent. When you go outside,
I don't have to trust.
Of course you do. You do every day. When you turn the keys in your car, you hope your engine doesn't explode. When you're drinking water, you hope that the public water or whatever tap or bottled water you got it out of isn't contaminated or poison with cholera.
I don't do that as a consequence of consensus.
No, of course you do.
No, I don't. I do that as a consequence of observing multiple times that when I put the goddamn key in the ignition, the truck started.
Why do you know it's going to start the 50th or the 100th time? How many times do you wear
with me?
I'm not playing Hume. You don't know if the denim in those jeans isn't leaking into your bloodstream. To some extent, we have to trust third-party institutions to make determination.
When they use force. How about that?
When they use force. We trust the police officers. We trust the judicial systems.
We on the left trust the police.
To some extent, do we? If somebody's breaking into your house, who do you call? I'm not a defunder, but if somebody's breaking into your house, you can be the most defund person in the world. Who are you going to call? Are you going to call your neighbor? Are you going to call Joe Biden? Are you going to call Obama? Are you going to call the Black Panthers? Are you going to call the
So tell me this. Tell me this then, because the core issue here is
I will call Joe Biden.
You know, we examined some of the weeds around that. Politicians
that's
throughout the world,
because he didn't ask how Jordan
in the aftermath of the COVID.
How long have you been here, Carter?
Tyranny, because it was more tyranny.
Have
than
you seen this debate? It's actually unhinged.
We actually didn't force anybody to take the vaccine. So what do you think of that claim? So let's define force.
I think it's technically true, but I think it's silly.
What do you mean it's technically true? Define
technically
force,
true,
then.
and that in the United States, at least, I think the idea, what they tried to do, they weren't able to do it because the Supreme Court shut it down, was Biden tried to make it so that OSHA, who's the body that regulates job safety, could make it so that employees had to get vaccinated. Now, eventually, that it was
or what?
2 minutes.
Okay, does that qualify as force?
There's so much.
That's why I said technically.
There's so much unhinged stuff that Jordan has said. It's actually wild. I haven't watched this. Is your name Carter too? Sorry, I'll be nice, chat. I'll be nice, chat. I need the viewership, chat.
Yeah, no, but I'm It's a serious question. I mean, because we need to define what constitutes force before we can. It seems to me.
You could argue it's a type of force, sure. I mean, I think it'd be silly to say it's nothing. It is a type of force. It's the same as not telling you have to do this, you're going to be killed. No, but it's on the spectrum, sure. Of course, yeah.
It's as much force as the mRNA vaccines or vaccines.
Sure. It is a type of force, and the mRNA vaccines are vaccines.
So look, I really think the problem was with the COVID response. I really think the problem was the use of force. I mean, I can understand to some degree, although I'm very skeptical of the pharmaceutical companies, and far more skeptical than your insistence upon the utility of consensus might lead me to believe you're skeptical of them, which is surprising, I would say. Given
I'm very skeptical of them. That's why I'm glad there's multiple companies, multiple countries, multiple academic institutions that do research, and the FDA. Yeah, I'm very skeptical. You should be in any private system. You should be skeptical of every private company, of course, whether we're talking media, pharmaceuticals, or automobile manufacturers. Yeah. But skepticism doesn't mean a blind adherence to the complete total opposite of whatever it is they're saying, right? They're undoubtedly, like, if you look at Alzheimer's research, there's been groundbreaking improvements on drugs to treat Alzheimer's research over the past 3 years that 5 years ago, none of these drugs even existed. And now, so I mean,
how about if you're skeptical of anyone who's willing to use force to put their doctrine forward?
Then you're skeptical of literally every single person, political ideology ever have existed in all of humankind. Some degree of force, you would undoubtedly believe this, right? Some degree of force is probably necessary for any kind of cohesive society, right?
No, I don't believe that.
Of course there is.
No,
even if you had a tribe of 100, 120 people, if somebody was stealing something, right? You have to punish that person.
I said earlier that becomes complicated when you're dealing with the psychopathic types, right? So that's a complication. But I would say, generally speaking, that the necessity to use force is a sign of bad policy. And no, I don't think, I'm not particularly Hobbesian. I don't think that the only reason people comport themselves with a certain degree of civility in civilized society is because they're terrified by the fact that the government has a monopoly on force that can be brought against them at any moment. I think that keeps the psychopaths in line to some degree, but I think that most people are enticed into a cooperative relationship, and that formulating the structures that make those relationships
anarcho-communist Jordan Peterson, let's go.
Because I have watched a lot of your stuff in the past. I remember you speaking very distinctly on this, that for instance, when two men are communicating with each other, there is an underlying threat of force that kind of puts on the guardrails those particular social interactions. For instance,
the threat of force is don't be psychopathic.
What is it? How broader is psychopathic here? Are we defining?
Well, I can define it. I mean,
sure, go for it.
Well, a psychopath will gain short-term advantage at the cost of long-term relationship.
Okay.
That's really the core issue. Well, you made a reference to something like that earlier in your discussion when you pointed out that people claim to be motivated, let's say, by principle, but will default to short-term gratification more or less at the drop of a hat. Yeah, exactly. Well, the exaggerated proclivity to do that is at the essence of psychopathy. So it's very immature.
With this definition of psychopathy,
it's the definition of psychopathy. It's not mine. That's the core of psychopathy.
Okay, I'm not in the United States. I think we call it all ASPD now.
No, it's separate from that's antisocial personality disorder.
I thought that's subsumed psychopathy and sociopathy.
Psychopathy is more like it's more the pathological core of antisocial personality disorder.
Okay, maybe that might be true. Okay, that's
a better way of thinking. Like the worst. A small number of criminals are responsible for the vast majority of crimes. It's 1% commit 65%, something like that.
Do you think is psychopathy something that can be environmentally induced, or do you think this is core to a person?
It's both. So, for example, if you're disagreeable, like you are, by the way, your proclivity, if you went wrong, would be to go wrong in an antisocial and psychopathic direction. And that's more true of men, for example, than it is for women. That's why men are more likely to be in prison by law. It's 10 to 1, 20 to 1 generally. It depends on the particular crime, with it being higher proportion of men as the violence of the crime mounts. So you can imagine on the genetic versus environment side. So imagine that when you're delivered your temperamental hand of cards, you're going to have a certain set of advantages that go along with them that are part and parcel of that genetic determination. And there's going to be a certain set of temptations as well. So, for example, if you're high in trait neuroticism, you're going to be quite sensitive to the suffering of others and be able to detect that. That's useful for infant care. But the cost you'll pay is that you'll be more likely to develop depression and anxiety. And if you're disagreeable, extroverted, and unconscientious, then the place you'll go if you go badly is in the psychopathic or antisocial direction. And there are environmental determinants of that to some degree.
Sure, genes express themselves in an environment. I agree. I'm just curious for the definition of psychopathy for short-term gain at the expense of long-term
relationship. Really, that's probably the best. But yeah,
when you look at stuff like people that are self-destructive, say people that engage in behaviors like obesity, is that like a type of psychopathy to you, or is that like something different, or how do you define these types of things? I guess, or how do you view that type of thing?
Well, no, there is an overlap in that. Addictive processes, one of which might lead to obesity, do have this problem of prioritization of the short term. But so that overlaps with the short term orientation of the psychopath. But a psychopath an obese person isn't gaining anything from your demise to facilitate their obesity, right? So there's a predatory and parasitic element to psychopathy that's not there in other addictive short-term processes.
Do you think, is it possible that there are things, because then to circle back to the tribal example I gave, isn't it possible that people can commit harms against other people where they're not necessarily gaining from their demise, but it's just some other sort of gain? Well, so for instance, let's say I'm talking to some person, I'm just gossiping or shit-talking another person. I'm not necessarily feeling good that I'm trashing them per se. I'm feeling good because this group of friends might be more favorably because I have like a gossip or something to share with them.
Well, but that's the gain right there, and you are contributing to the demise of the people you're gossiping about.
But I think I feel like it's fundamentally different type of thought process between like, I want to say something juicy about this guy because it'll make you like me, versus I want to say something juicy about this guy, I hate this guy and I want him to like have a worse reputation among people. I feel like there's different drivers for that.
I would say that's an interesting distinction. I would say probably that the hatred induced malevolence is the worst form of malevolence than the popularity-inducing malevolence.
Yeah, the only reason tough one. Yeah, the only reason I bring that up is because I feel like a lot of malevolence that we have social guardrails for is that type of like selfish malevolence, where you're not. I would argue even the majority of malevolence in the world is usually people acting selfishly or being inconsiderate, not necessarily like I hate this.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that that's why Dante outlined levels of hell, right? Yeah, well, exactly that. I mean, that book was an investigation into the structure of malevolence, right? He put betrayal at the bottom, which I think is right. I think that's right. Because people
be talking about the COVID
vaccine. Only accompanies an encounter with malevolence rather than tragic circumstances. They are often betrayed, sometimes by other people, but often by themselves. And yes, there are levels of hell, you know, and you outlined a couple there.
So I guess then my question is just that if you have people, so the kid that steals an orange from a stand, not because he hates the shop owner, but because he wants the orange, he's hungry, without some type of societal, it doesn't have to be the government, it could be family, religious, without some type of use of force.
Oh, they're getting back to it finally. Okay, back to 1.5.
Do you think that society ever exists without
use force on your wife?
Well, what are we considering force? Is withholding sex, for instance, is that considered force, or is saying we're going to cancel a vacation?
Deprivation of an expected reward is a punishment. So you could but I mean this is a serious question. I mean, look, if we're thinking about the optimization of social structures, we might as well start from the base level of social structure and scaffold up.
Sure. So like if a wife is upset at a husband, for instance, would that be considered use of force? I think a negative punishment. You're removing a stimulus to punish a person. Yeah, would you consider that like a use of force? Or
I would say it would depend to some degree on the intent.
The intent is to punish it.
Well, if the intent is to punish, then it's starting to move into the domain of force. I mean, look, while we've been talking, you know, there's been bursts of emotion, right? Yeah. And that's because we're freeing entropy and trying to close and to enclose it again. And so that's going to produces negative emotion fundamentally, most fundamentally anxiety and pain, and secondarily something like anger, because those emotions are quite tightly linked.
Sure.
And so within the confines of a marriage, because we might as well make it concrete, there are going to be times when disagreements result in bursts of emotion. And those bursts of emotion don't necessarily have to have an instrumental quality, right? It's when the emotion is used manipulatively to gain an advantage that's short-term for the person. And then maybe that's at the expense of the other person, or even at the expense of the person who benefits future self. Then it starts to tilt into the manipulative. There's a tetrad of traits. So narcissism, Machiavellianism, that's manipulativeness. Narcissism is the desire for unearned social status. That's what you'd gain, for example, if you were gossiping and elevating your social status. Machiavellianism, narcissism, psychopathy, that's predatory parasitism, and those culminate in sadism. And that cloud of negative emotion that's released in the aftermath of disagreement can be tilted in the direction of those traits, and that's when it becomes malevolent, and that's when the problem of force starts to become paramount. Because I think that your fundamental presupposition was both Hobbesian and ill-formed. I do not believe that the basis for the civilized polity is force. Now you're saying that you can't abjure the use of force entirely, and I would say unfortunately that's true.
I agree with you.
But if the policy isn't invitational, if I can't make a case that's powerful enough for you to go there voluntarily, then the policy is flawed. Now, it may be that we have some cases where we can't do better than a flawed policy because we're not smart enough. And maybe the incarceration of criminals with a long-term history of violent offenses is a good example of that.
Wow.
We don't know how to invite those people to play. They have a history, generally from the time they're very young children, from the age of 2, of not being able to play well with others. And it's a very, very intractable problem. There's no evidence in the social science literature at all that hyper-aggressive boys by the age of 4 can ever be socialized in the course of their life. The penological evidence suggests that if you have multiple offenders, your best bet is to keep them in prison till they're 30. And the reason for that is it might be delayed maturation, biologically speaking, but most criminals start to burn out around 27. So it spikes. It's a big spike.
Why don't my viewers go to YouTube?
And then stability among the hyper-aggressive types. So actually what happens is the aggressives at 4 tend to be aggressive their whole life, and then they decline after 27. The normal boys are not aggressive. They spike at puberty and go back down to baseline, right? And so you don't really rehabilitate people in prison for obvious reasons. I mean, look at the bloody places. They're great schools for crime in large, but if you keep them there until they're old enough, they tend to mature out of that. Except the worst of them tend to mature out of that predatory,
reformist
lifestyle.
Rehabilitation issue in Peterson.
Yeah, I agree. So fundamentally, to clear my stance up, I agree that fundamentally you're not building society on force, if for no other reason, because there'd be so much friction, it would fly apart at the seams, right? You can't force.
You get resistance if you use force.
Fundamentally, we're building off of cooperation. You want to invite people to participate in society. I agree with that. I feel like once you start to hit certain thresholds at certain points, and you've got so many different types of people involved, at some point we're going to have force around the edges, on the guardrails, just to make sure that we don't allow. Are you familiar with like tit-for-tat systems? Yeah, tit-for-tat is probably a really important part of our evolutionary biological history and an important part of the animal kingdom. And I think to some degree that tit-for-tat punishment is important.
Is that force or justice?
You can call it what it is.
No. I'm curious what you think. This is a very serious question.
Yeah.
Because the tit for tat is very bounded, right? It's like you cheat, I whack you, and then I cooperate, right? So, and I do think that there's a model there for what we actually conceptualize as justice. It's like you don't get away with it, but the goal is the reestablishment of the cooperative endeavor as fast as possible.
Of course, I agree. But in a reductionist way, we're kind of just using justice here as a stand-in for force, right?
Well,
because a tit-for-tat system, so there are different types of tit-for-tat systems, right? You've got tit-for-tat, you've got tit-for-tat-tat, there's all sorts of type systems where maybe you'll let somebody make a mistake 1 or 2 times, but you can't have a tit system because then somebody can come in and take advantage of it.
Yes, which is the problem with the compassionate left, by the way.
To some extent, sure, it can be. Or a problem with the right that's far too forgiving of Donald Trump. But I would say that that tat part, you can call it justice. I think justice is a perspective, a force, right? Where some people might consider a force to be just, the cop that arrests the murderer, and other people might consider that force, that tat, to actually be injustice because the murderer was responding to environmental conditions, blah, blah, blah. Or was
that's a stupid theory, that responding to environmental conditions theory. Because
well,
here's why it's not.
Well, I mean, because essentially that's Rittenhouse.
So here's why. So if you assume that there's a causal pathway from early childhood abuse to criminality, let's say, which is the test case for environmental determination of the proclivity for the exploitation of others, then it spreads near exponentially in populations. That isn't what happens. So here's the data. Most people who abuse their children were abused as children. But most people who are abused as children do not abuse their children. And the reason for that is because if you were abused,
how do I have 7 concurrent viewers on YouTube?
Identify with the abuser. The other is right, exactly. And what happens, and if this didn't happen, every single family would be abusive to the core very rapidly. Yeah. What happens is the proclivity for violence itself, it dampens itself out as a consequence of intergenerational transmission. So the notion that privation is a pathway to criminality, that's not a well-founded formulation. And there are an infinite number of
nothing is like getting views.
And some of the best people I know, and I mean that literally, are people who had childhood so absolutely abysmal that virtually anything they would have done in consequence could have been justified. And they chose not to turn into the predators of others. And that was a choice, and often one that caused them to reevaluate themselves right down to the bottom of their soul. And so that casual association of relative poverty even with criminality, we know this too. You take a neighborhood where there's relative poverty, the young men get violent. But they don't get violent because they're all hurt and they're victims. They get violent because they use violence to seek social status. And so even in that situation, it's not, the poor. It's no wonder they're criminals.
But still, that's responding to their environment still, though. Like, regardless of like, the particular reason why they're doing it, that's still like a response to their environment, right? And also, it's like, I don't know. It's like, it seems like a lot of people who are, if you're abused as a kid, right? Like they said, the 2 lessons you can learn, either to abuse your kid or to never abuse a kid. Like either way, you're not really like responsible for learning that lesson, right? Like that decision is just an outgrowth of your environment as a child, and like you're not really responsible either way.
Because they need bread. It's like, sorry, buddy, that's not how it works. The hungry women feeding their children don't become criminals. The extraordinarily ambitious young men who feel it's unfair that their pathway to success become violent. And that's 100% well documented, and generally by radically left-leaning scholars.
Sure, so, I don't disagree with any of that. Wealth inequality in areas is a much better predictor of crime than poverty.
Right, but it's a very specific form of crime. It's status-seeking crime by young men. Right, well, but that shows you what the underlying motive is. It's not even redress of the economic inequality. It's actually the men striving to become sexually attractive by gaining position in the dominance hierarchy.
Well, I think you have to be really careful with that assessment, though, because you can say that it's not economically, it's not seeking economic.
Why do you have to be careful? The biggest predictor of male.
Well, because we're assuming that people that commit crime in these types of circumstances are status-seeking and not trying to seek economic remedy. But
that's exactly what we're assuming.
But it might be the case, for instance, that in economically prosperous areas, that the men there aren't actually seeking economic prosperity. They're also just trying to elevate status, but they do it through economic prosperity. It's potential, right?
They do it with a longer-term vision in mind. Sure, they're trying to elevate. I wouldn't disagree with that in the least. Sure. But they do it with a much longer time horizon in mind.
Yeah, so
and we
they're
know
not
this partly
psychotic.
because there have been detailed studies of gang members, for example, in Chicago, who are trying to ratchet themselves up the economic ladder, but they do it with a short-term orientation. Most of them think they're going to be dead by their early 20s. Sure. So they're trying to maximize short-term gain. So it has nothing to do with the redress of economic inequality, except in the most fundamental sense. And it is status-driven because they're looking for comparative status.
Sure, I don't think any human being has baked in a desire to seek economic prosperity. I think that's like a third-order thing that we look for. And fundamentally, it's probably more like safety, security for ourselves, and then status-seeking for other things.
I think that changes when you have children.
Well, I mean, the safety,
your status is irrelevant, or starts to become irrelevant at that point.
I mean, depending on how you view your status, right?
You can't do that every time we have a discussion.
Sure, well, I'm just saying, for instance, one of the
things for my child to
Destiny,
true.
I need to be able to buy a house in the right school district. I need to be able to pay the education.
Right, but you're not telling me, I hope, that the driving factor behind your desire to care for your children is an elevation in your status.
No, but I'm saying that the elevation of status might be what allows you to take care of children. So, for instance, one of the biggest predictors of getting married is already
status
achieving
or position.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a
I know
all of these things play into
Okay, look, we're running out of time.
You're good.
You're smart. You're smart.
I was going to say that tit for tat thing. I was just saying that the tat thing, there is some underlying built into probably our genes, right? Because we see it all throughout the animal kingdom that there's some level of punishment or some level of force.
Justice. No, but I think it's the right.
It's
really
justice when you're the tatter, not when you're the titter, though, right?
No,
when you're the titter, it's just retribution.
No, I don't think that's true either. Look, if you read Crime and Punishment, for example, one of the things you see that emerges when Raskolnikov gets away with murder, and it's a brutal murder, and he gets away with it. It's completely clear, and he has a justification for it. And what happens as a consequence is that disturbs his own relationship with himself so profoundly that he can't stand it, such that when a just punishment is finally meted out to him, it's a relief. And that's not rare. And that is, like, there isn't anything more terrifying. This is why Crime and Punishment is such a great novel. There isn't anything more terrifying than breaking a moral rule that you thought you had the ability to break and finding out that you're somewhere now that you really don't want to be. And then that there's nothing worse in your own life than waiting for the other shoe to drop. If you've transgressed against a moral rule and now you're an outsider because of that, you live in no man's land, the fact that you have just retribution coming to you, that can be a precondition for your atonement and your integration back into society.
But it's probably important to note that depending on the system you exist in, those moral transgressions just aren't, right? So to take it back to, I'll use your leftist example, you might consider threat of force for somebody to get a vaccine to be a highly immoral thing that might be a transgression against some fundamental moral thing, but a person on the left might think that they're actually satisfying their moral requirement to society by doing so. Much the same as a child soldier, or not, I won't use child soldier, but maybe an older person that's committing intifada or some kind of Islamic terrorist thinks that they're fulfilling some moral calling as well.
No doubt that that's the case. That's why I was focusing in on the use of force, is that I think it's a good rule of thumb policy that if you have to implement your goddamn scheme with force, then there's something wrong with the way it's formulated.
Does it
There's no
every
reason
religious...
we could have used a pure invitational strategy to distribute the vaccine. It would have been much more effective. And it was bad policy, rushed. We're in an emergency.
It would have been much more effective when there's fucking COVID information about the vaccine.
No, you weren't. It wasn't the kind of emergency that justified force, not least because behavioral psychologists have known for decades that force is actually not a very effective motivator. It produces a vicious kickback. So, one of the things, this is going to happen for sure, is that the net deaths from people stopping using valid vaccines as a consequence of general skepticism about vaccination is going to cause, in my estimation, over any reasonable amount of time, far more deaths than COVID itself caused. You violate people's trust.
That's your fault, Jordan. You're the one propagating misinformation. You can't, oh my God, you can't literally be like, well, what do you make of the excess deaths in Europe that are 20%? What do you think of myocarditis? And then say, well, I think the long-term cost from people mistrusting vaccines is going to be really high. And that's because the left's fault, because they're using force. You're literally the one spreading misinformation about the excess deaths of the COVID vaccines. Thanks for the sub, man. Thank you. Oh my God, Jordan, please. Jordan, please. Jordan, please. Oh my God, bro.
In the public health system at your great peril. And you do that by using force. And we did that. And so you can see already that there's hordes of people who are vaccine skeptics. Very generalized skepticism that to some degree you were rightly decrying.
I don't know.
It spreads like wildfire, and no
wonder,
because
won't let
if
you go any higher in views.
I'm going to be a little skeptical of you for a long time. This conversation, we're here voluntarily. Like we're
I
trying
prefer
to
if you didn't fucking view bot my channel or sub bot my channel.
Are compelled to continue, and so that makes it a fair game. And a fair game is something that everyone can be invited to. And I suppose that's something that's neither right nor left. Hopefully, right, something we could conceivably agree on. And I also think that I don't have any illusions about the fact that there are people on the right who would use power to impose what they believe to be their core.
No subs for me. I kind of doubt that, man.
Their core idol.
I think at least one of these people would have typed in chat before subbing.
Is rightly pointed to by the leftists who insist that power is the basis for everything. It isn't the basis for everything. That's wrong. It's really wrong. But it's a severe enough impediment to progress forward that we have to be very careful about it. So, look, dude,
it's gonna fucking hurt my engagement.
I want to know if there's anything else you'd like to say before we stop, because unfortunately we have to stop rather abruptly. And so,
I feel like we got pretty far into this.
What are you trying to accomplish? Let's start with that. We found out a little bit about who you are. I mean, you formulated your proclivity to some degree in terms of delight in argumentation or facility at it, which you certainly have. The danger in that, of course, is that you can be oriented to win arguments rather than to pursue the truth. And that's the danger of having that facility for argumentation. Sure. But what are you hoping to accomplish by engaging in conversations like this in the public sphere? Elevation of status, that's one possibility.
No, I feel like I think debate or argumentation is good because it forces two sides to make their ideas somewhat commensurate to the other. If two people are having a conversation, they have to be able to communicate said ideas to the other person. Otherwise, it's just a screaming match. And I think there is a good, for the sake of just being bipartisan or having a collection of people in some area and having different people together, just that in and of itself,
are you just saying goodbye to him?
Produces a good, at least for a democratic society. For instance, I would agree that school, maybe not faculty, but administrators are very, 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 very far left today. Dangerously so. I don't have to talk to you about this, obviously. But I think part of the responsibility to that, rests at the feet of conservatives who, instead of maintaining participation in the system, decide that they're going to throw their hands up and disengage. When I go and
be forced out.
Or be forced out, sure.
My case,
that's fine. Yeah, sometimes it can happen. But I think rather than accepting being forced out, or rather than encouraging other people to disengage, the engagement has to happen. It can't be I'm losing faith in the system, so all of us are going to do nothing. It has to be like, no, we're going to be here in these conversations, whether you like it or not, because in a democracy, sometimes the guy you don't like wins. Sometimes the policy that you don't like is enforced. Sometimes a guy you don't like is somebody you have to share an office or a classroom with, and we need to be okay with that. And I'm worried that the internet is driving people into these very homogenous but very polarized groups.
The data on that, by the way, aren't clear.
Like me.
Like whatever's driving polarization doesn't seem to be as tightly related to the creation of those internal bubbles as you might think. Like I've looked at a number of studies that have investigated to see whether people are being driven into homogenized information bubbles, and it isn't obvious that that's the case directly, although the polarization that you're pointing to, that you're concerned about, that seems to be clearly happening. So, and why that is, well, that's a matter of, intense speculation.
I feel like the homogeneity, I feel like it's not so much, this is not research based at all, just a total feeling, so I'll admit that. But the feelings that I have is it's not necessarily that homogeneity has increased, it's that homogeneity has increased as a byproduct of the bubbles becoming larger. So for instance, it might be that, I'm from Omaha, Nebraska, it's a town or city really, in Nebraska, right? It might have been that 50 years ago, there are bubbles in living in Omaha, and there are different bubbles for living in Lincoln. And there might be bubbles in Toronto, or neighborhoods in Toronto, or there might be bubbles in Vancouver. But now, as the internet exists and things become more internationalized, these bubbles it's not just a bubble that exists in these cities, now the bubbles have come together, and as a result of them coming together,
problem.
Sure, yeah, or a globalization problem, or a communication problem. But you run into this issue where somebody might be in a particular city or state and have a really strong opinion about what AOC says, but they don't know anything about their local political scene. And I think that that's an issue because the bubbles have gotten so large and they're encompassing so many people now, and you're expected to have like a similar set of beliefs between all of these different people now that might live in different places. That's, I think, a big issue we're running into.
Yeah, well, that could be, we'll close with this. I think that might be one of the unintended consequences of hyperconnectivity, right? Is that we're driving levels of connectivity that get rigid and that we also can't tolerate. Yeah. All right. Well, that's a good place to stop. Well, thank you very much for coming in today. That's much appreciated. And you're a sharp debater and good on your feet, so that's fun to see. And I do think that your closing remarks were correct. Is that the alternative to talking is fighting, right? So when we stop talking, it's not like the disagreements are going to go away.
Yeah.
We will start fighting.
Yeah.
Right.
And talking,
right, absolutely. And talking can be very painful because a conversation can kill one of your cherished beliefs, and you will suffer for that. Although maybe it'll also help you. But the alternative to that, death by offense, is death. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So better to substitute the abstract argumentation for the actual physical combat.
For sure.
Right.
Sometimes like the worst relationships are the ones where couples fight a lot. It's
Yeah,
like the
that's
really
right.
bad ones where they don't fight ever, and then all of a sudden there's
the couples who fight and reconcile are the ones. Yes, exactly. All right. All right. Well, that was good. Thank you very much. And for everyone watching and listening on the YouTube platform, thank you very much for your time and attention. And we're going to spend another half an hour or so on the Daily Wire side.
Thank you to you, chat.
Tune into that. We'll find out a little bit more about the background of our current interviewee, Destiny. See you later, guys.
Jesus. Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. Well, that was interesting. Definitely, dude. I can't believe Jordan Peterson is that unhinged now. I don't get it, man. What do you think about Jordan Peterson? He has no comment. But he doesn't like me using force to coerce him. Maybe some W's in the chat for this. Maybe some subs. Okay. I don't know exactly what to do next. I do need to pee, and I need to feed the cat too, because he's upset right now that he doesn't have food. Anyways, I'm right here, blue hair liberal, true. Dude, that guy actually just like fucking subbotted my stream, I guess. But they weren't real subscribe. Look, he literally, this was just view bots. I don't think these are real people. And then the subs are all fake, but only one of them actually counted because he said it gave me like 10 fucking subs or something, and only one of them is actually real. All right. Move this over here. Yeah, thanks for the emojis in the chat. Wow. Talking to my cat right now. All right, this is peak. I'm gonna do Hassan empty chair me.
Sit down, son, and let me tell you a tale about how to rescue your father from the belly of the whale. I traveled the world, filling stadiums wherever I go. Meanwhile, your wife's getting fucked while you're playing Factorio. Bisexual, blue hair, leftist. Yep, you check all the boxes for BPD, autism, and being obnoxious. Think because you talk fast and pull optical tricks, you're saying anything of substance will suck my dick. 40 years I studied philosophy and discovered the fact that my highest moral imperative is kicking your ass. fascists like you. You left your webcam on, Steven. How about you clean your room? When I'm finished with you, I will have converted your fans. They'll be so moved by my arguments that they'll stop being trans. I offer young men hope, meaning, knowledge, and facts. Your fans watch you defend incest? Yeah, good luck with that. Sorry, Steven. You know I had to do it to you. Steven? Oh, God.
I'm a little disappointed. I thought we were here to debate, but the metaphysics of the back of my hand eating your face. Not listen to dog shit ad homs while you try not to cry. But if you want to make this blood sports, you pick the wrong guy. Every time I see you, you're fucking crying and bitching and seething and sucking the cock of a religion you don't even believe in. And losing your license, soon they're gonna rescind your diploma. When I'm finished with you, you'll wish that you were back in a coma. You were semi-coherent as a professor back in the day, before your obsession with dick surgery rotted your brain. The men just fuck your mind, Gordon. You can't get back on top of this. Leave you sucking dick for Percocets like Milo Yiannopoulos. It was Hassan, Boss, Bob, Seven Max, and yourself. When the manifesto trap should be another notch in the belt. And when it's all over, Jordan, you ain't getting to heaven, cause you just got your ass wrecked by a dude who's 5'7". Okay, well, it was nice knowing you, my duderino. I'm gonna go play League now.
Not so fast, Steven. I have one more verse. Going after my addiction, man, that just feels wrong. Must be hard living in that 6'3" shallow with the song. I stick around longer, Steven, but I have lessons to teach. Mama Lena gets strange, man, on her by ABBA and Preach. You fucking StarCraft nerd, you think you're smarter than me? I taught at Harvard, bitch. I have a PhD. You wanna cancel me? Watching me for 40 and slip? How about you keep your girl off of this Canadian dick?
I bang OnlyFans models every night of the week. Your fans only give them money for a peek at their feet. I wreck conservatives by day, wreck pussy by night. And at least people actually wanna fuck my wife. I built leftist YouTube in the conservative age, while you progressed to Piaget's pre-operational stage. You used to be a professor, but you just got outclassed. So take your metaphysical substrate and shove it right up your ass. That's D to the double G, bitch.
All right, guys, I'm back for real this time. All right, I guess we'll probably finish reading that one article. Oh wait, this was like forever ago.
I think I just.
Okay. 10:49. I got time. My sleep schedule's still a little broken. By broken, I mean it's actually relatively good right now. I mean, I'm not staying up super late. All right. Oh, I gotta rename all the streams again. Okay. Did someone a kick ask if this was pre-recorded? Oh, that's right. Just I stream announcements for good. Update every time I change the title. I'm running low on Red Bull. Can we get some super chats so I can afford more caffeine? Chat, please, chat, please. I need it, chat. I'm addicted, chat. All right. We were on like section. I think we finished reading section 2 and we didn't finish taking notes on section 2. Yeah, we finished section 2, but we didn't finish taking notes in section 2. Okay. Jesus. All right. Okay. I need to read. I need to lock in. I need to lock in, guys. I need to lock in. Oh, what did I do for 5 fucking hours? I guess those conversations I had with those people lasted for fucking ever. Okay, we're gonna reread section 2. Craig following the lead of wait, we were past here actually. Hold on. Fuck, we did not take notes. We didn't finish taking notes. Section 2. Okay. The naturalist cannot seriously maintain the kinds of things come into existence as features of non-initial states of reality cannot come to existence as features of initial states of reality, because prior to their coming into existence, things do not. Oh, what's up, Holohusk? Things do not have nature that can control are going to be. Jesus. Strange title, to be honest. Oh, you should have seen. Just listen. It's been a wild stream. It's been a wild stream, man. It's been a wild stream. Fuck, I don't even remember. We got so fucking distracted, and I don't even remember. Oh, damn, you were going for a while. Not that long. I wish I could have tuned in. Oh, you're good, man. I had plenty. It has been a while. Look at how wild the stream has been. Someone legitimately view-botted me. This guy, King Dole. And then sub-botted me, but they weren't real subs, because if I look at my subs, my sub count only went up 1. So only 1 real person subscribed, but it gave me the notification that a ton of people subscribed. My actual sub count only went up 1. But did it count as views, I guess? That doesn't make sense. Okay. Oh shit. Let me recenter my follower logo. I think. Goal. Follower goal. Oh shit. That's the wrong type of centering. We're getting there, chat. 1K subs one day. One day, chat. One day. 50 Twitch followers one day, guys. You know what? 22 is not the full. We're almost halfway there. Almost. Listen, everyone in my Discord server is full of a ton of fucking crazy people. Everyone in it's crazy. You're crazy too. I'm the only sane person there. Everyone's crazy. Everyone's yeah. Okay, yeah, okay, but listen, I want to do a panel at some point with all you fucking guys. and get all the fucking crazy people in one VC. Gonna be some great content. The audience reflects you. That's not true, bro. That's not true, bro. That's not true, bro. That's not why. No, I don't think that's true. I don't agree with that. Not my issue. God, you should have. Oh, I don't think Kaio's here right now. The people I had, I used to like farm. I used to do gaming content, and I would like farm YouTube Shorts. And I would try to like farm YouTube Shorts and TikTok and bring people into my Jackbox streams, because Jackbox streams are a really good way to farm viewers. The people I got from that were not good people. They were mostly children. Yeah, you see, I did a lot of Jackbox stuff 6 months ago. Look, this is me 6 years ago.
Okay, so, is this the very middle of the map? Let's place the mark. Oh wait, you can. Okay, you can tell.
My OBS settings were a little messed up.
Let's go to him.
Oh my god, how long is it on this one frame?
I see his name tag. Okay. No, just gotta go. Oh, he disconnected. Okay.
Man, are you sure you didn't disconnect, buddy? Oh man. We'll start somewhere. Yeah, and now I'm grown so much better because I have twerk break. I will not watch the Peterson debate. I just googled. Mark Slash Israeli crimes. This is a shocking new level of hate mongering from the German tabloid. Take the German passport away from refugee girl. True. You broke my 5-year edge streak. She-Hulk would do it. Returning police called. It's a little unhinged. I'm just delaying doing the reading because I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I might just do it tomorrow. Quite frankly. Okay. I do want to watch this. I already watched some of it. Wait, not this. Okay, well, why would they even? You know what I don't understand? YouTube literally added this feature. Added the video saying in the live thing in the podcast thing. Okay? This is here for your VODs. That's what it's here for. Okay? If I go to anyone's channel, like if I go to Destiny's channel, if I could find his channel. I go to Destiny's channel. Destiny streams on his channel. When I go to live, his shit's not here. It's a bunch of random shit. Bro, they made this. They made this so you can have your VODs here. Instead, you have to go to playlist and there's a bunch of fucking bullshit. Yeah, and then down in the middle of fucking nowhere is a stream VODs. I can't even find them. Yeah, see, like what the fuck? What the fuck? They literally By the way, you know you guys have to start using more, chat? You got to start using the React on Stream channel that I have in my Discord server.
Yeah, it's right over here.
Are you a Destiny fan? I notice you take a lot of... I don't like to think I take a lot of its positions, but I do watch him. I agree with Flash. I don't agree with him in everything. You tend to agree with him a lot. They're better.
You my clone! Will's trying to take it and borrow it! Get out!
Dude, fucking good one, bro.
Yeah, it's right over here. You have yourself. You my clone!
How short is...
It's like literally. They made it. And you know what? It's even crazier to me. Because the reason my shit blew up is because a random VOD, this one, blew up like multiple days after I posted it. Look, I live streamed and like my peak concurrent was 1. Okay. I literally had 1 viewer this stream. And then 2 days later, it started getting views. I don't understand why people are fucking keeping their VODs fucking in unlisted playlist when YouTube literally added the live tab for this reason, and they can get views when they're just videos up on YouTube. That doesn't make any fucking sense. It's easier and you get more views. I don't get it. I don't get it. That doesn't make sense. Maybe there's a reason people do it, and I just don't know it, but it doesn't make sense to me. What I said. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it, man. I just want to check. Supposed to buy. Oh, this hasn't updated. I'm pretty sure I'm probably over 3 average viewers now. It's just the 50 followers is going to be annoying. Give me some follows in here, chat. Yeah, this is what, anytime I'm not streaming and you want to send me stuff, this is what we got to start using, guys. So whenever I have time like this, where like I'm putting off reading something, you can fucking send me, I can just click on stuff here. You would have gotten more views today, but it's got the ISIS attack. What would I say about it? I talked about it a little bit already. We talked about this a little bit already. But like, I don't like what am I supposed to say in it? ISIS bad. Is that what I need? Is that maybe ISIS is a part of America? That's so true. It was actually the Mossad funding ISIS so they could attack Russia. It's so funny because we literally warned them too. Yeah, we secretly supported ISIS. True. Well, how else would we? No way of telling anyone. Yeah, how else would we have warned them? How could we possibly? How could the best intelligence agency in the world have possibly? Are they still active, or are they complete? Are you talking about ISIS? ISIS is mostly gone from Iraq and Syria, but they still got shit in a few different places. ISIS. How do you spell Chechnya? Chechnya. Yeah, Mujahideen in Syria. Hold on. This is the Chechnya is the Russian territory, right? Yeah. So this is where, of course, yeah. It's just They attacked in Moscow, but like the ISIS, I would assume operates out of here. Nothing good from there. Return of ISIS fighters to China. I don't know. Frenzy of Islamic State claim responsibility in Friday for attacking Moscow to kill at least 60 people and injure 100 others. The United States collected intelligence remarks to the Islamic State. I don't know how to pronounce that. Known as IS or ISIS-K. The Brunzida group based in Afghanistan. Have been planning an attack in Moscow, according to U.S. officials. ISIS members have been active in Russia, one U.S. official said now. So it's from it's from Afghanistan. My understanding is that ISIS is basically gone from Iraq and Syria, and I think that they still have some stuff in Somalia, Nigeria, Afghanistan. Maybe Pakistan too. West Africa. Yeah, see, they're basically gone from it. This is a true map they don't want you to see. Oh, this isn't 2015. See, they're pretty much gone from Iraq and Syria. We did the fucking George Bush mission accomplished, baby. Double suicide. Everyone ready for this 24-hour stream? I need to start streaming more. Cause I didn't stream like 2 days. For like 2 days. Because my sleep schedule is broken. And I don't know. It didn't really make sense to stream like early because like my viewership comes in late. You know what my stream schedule is gonna be? It's gonna be 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. Okay, I gotta be on the grind. I have until next Thursday. Next Thursday, like family's coming over. Okay, so I have like 6 days to get what AIs do you use? What do you mean? What? I don't really use that much AI. I use Google Gemini now. It used to be called Bard. I use that for some stuff. When I need a question answered that like Google isn't going to be able to answer super well, but Gemini can. That's basically it. I basically only use Google Gemini. Like you're justifiably
So sorry to leak DMs, but I didn't think you will mind. Got DM'd by Ramen Noodles 96. Hassan is currently debating a channel on React content, and the channel is probably a fan of yours. He's pretty much using your arguments. You might be tired of this topic at this point, but I thought it might interest you. I responded, you are correct. I'm very, very tired of it. He says, sorry he just mentioned you lol. And so I'm like, I should just go and edit.
Gemini, I don't know. I don't use it for coding or anything. I just use it for for like searching shit. That's all I really need to do it for. Because I don't know. Why would I code shit? I don't need to code shit. I'm gonna be a streamer guy. It's gonna be fine. Why would I need skills when the only actual skill I need is putting fucking Frederick on the screen? You see this? I'm just saying. That's some pretty cool stuff. You wish you could do that. What are these people? What are they doing?
Jared.
Yeah, Jared.
What are you guys doing?
Do you want to play this historically accurate game?
Is it on what? What is it? Are you playing Roblox?
It's on Google.com.
It's online. No. Yeah, it's on Google.com.
It's on Google.com.
You need to set up your base so we can start.
So it takes place and then in the
Cold
War.
There we go. Now on the right,
hold on.
You click squares. You click those power plant squares.
We're teaching Melanie how to play. Are you streaming right now?
I am,
know how to play.
All right.
I don't know if I want
to figure out how to play and then tell Melanie how to play.
We'll let you next.
This looks not that interesting. I'm not gonna lie, guys.
It's RTS. Or PvP
exactly.
Right now. This is a practice game.
I can't. Melanie's not gonna.
What?
I just have this feeling Melanie, who plays Roblox Tycoon games, is not gonna.
Okay, it's a 2v1 right now. We can make it a 3v1 if you're so pussy, dude.
No, I was just saying Melanie is it's not gonna
they got
enjoy.
RTS on Roblox, probably.
I mean, they probably do.
But we didn't play Tycoon games. We played Doors.
Oh, you played Obbies.
And some yeah. Whose dog is this? Get them out of here.
No, that's not my dog.
Get this dog out of here.
Oh, you guys enjoy that.
All right.
Okay. First, you can't even play it. All right, fuck. I gotta read it. Fuck. I don't want to fucking read it. I don't want to fucking read chat. Chat. I don't want to read. I don't want to read. That's so much work. There's nothing prior to intercoming existence of those contingent initial states of reality to place constraints of their nature and features. I don't really think this response is satisfactory. Consider, for example, Craig's suggestion that if we suppose that the contingent initial state of reality had no cause, we are obligated to allow that it might have been a rabbit that popped uncaused out of the void. If it were really possible that a rabbit might have hopped uncaused out of the void, then it would have to be possible for there to be nothing other than a rabbit in existence. But I think it is manifestly impossible for the initial state of reality to be exhausted by a single rabbit. Rabbits are not kinds of things that are capable of lonely existence. On the contrary, rabbits can only exist as part of larger networks of related entities. It is also true that rabbits necessarily have a particular kind of causal ancestry, however, would suffice for Craig's purpose if the initial state of reality could be exhausted by a single rabbit duplicate. So, this point can be accommodated by appropriate judgments in Craig's claim. Moreover, What goes for rabbits almost certainly goes for all the things we see around us. All those things can only exist as parts of larger networks. I says underlined all of a sudden. What am I watching? I couldn't find any more funny clips to react to, so now we're reading. I read about what? I don't want to. This the fucking weather thing that you're talking about. Oh, this is a NSA. Yeah, it's NSA shit. Oh yeah, no, I've seen this. I've seen the fucking Glenn Greenwald shit. Yeah, Glenn Greenwald. What? Just show me. Just internet, do your thing. Show me some stuff to get mad at. Do you know what X key scores are? No. Secret computer used by the NSA, which collects it in real time. Oh, I mean, it's just. According to Snowden, Glenn Greenwald, you could read anyone's email in the world, anybody who got an email address for any website, you could read any traffic from it. Damn. According to The Guardian, Glenn Greenwald, low-level NSA analysts can via systems like XKeyscore listen to whatever emails they want, whatever telephone calls, browsing histories, blah, 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 blah. My tits see this. This was unhinged. I don't even know what the fuck. Like, what the fuck were they trying to do? Woman was complaining about the U.S. about the situation in Gaza. You know the usual BS. Everything is ruined. No food. Pay attention to her makeup. Mascara. Yeah, sure out. Fighters seeking the opinion of scholars. Dude, this was so... I can't believe people are fucking defending China and Russia for vetoing the ceasefire resolution. Jesus fucking Christ. It was a temporary pause, obviously, but it was to get humanitarian aid in. Oh my god. It was tied... I guess it was tied to the release of hostages, which I guess it's so bad that they would tie it to the release of hostages, man. Hold on. I don't think we're reading the rest of this today, so.
Ceasefire resolution that Russia and China just vetoed at the UN isn't actually a ceasefire. The resolution the U.S. proposed says that there's an imperative for an immediate ceasefire.
Oh, but it didn't use the word call.
But it never actually calls on Israel to stop its massacre. The corporate media is reporting that Russia and China have just vetoed a ceasefire, but don't actually tell you that Russia and China vetoed the resolution precisely because the ambiguous language would...
Every article I read had the statements from the Chinese minister and the Russian minister.
...allow Israel to continue its massacre. And that's exactly what the U.S. and Israel wanted. They proposed this resolution knowing it would be vetoed, so every headline in all the major...
Okay, and Russia and China in the other countries proposed a resolution knowing it would be vetoed by the U.S.
Most networks would say Russia and China vetoed a ceasefire. This is part of a clear strategy emerging within the U.S. ruling class to flip the narrative by making it look like the U.S. wants a ceasefire and that it's the
The U.S. obviously wants a ceasefire. The U.S. has been working for a ceasefire.
Palestinians who are blocking it. A few weeks ago,
they're the ones who won't release the hostages, my guy.
Kamala Harris came out and announced that she wanted to see a ceasefire in Gaza, which shocked everyone. The video circulated like wildfire, and the corporate media was running headlines praising Kamala Harris, saying, Kamala Harris has proposed a ceasefire. But if you actually watch the full clip, Kamala Harris says immediately after that she's calling for a 6-week temporary ceasefire, one that's already on the table.
There must be an immediate ceasefire for at least the next 6 weeks, which is what is currently on the table.
The ceasefire proposal she's referring to is the Israeli one, which would pause the fighting for 6 weeks, during which Israel would get all of its prisoners back, and then the genocidal invasion of Rafah would continue. The ceasefire that Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Gavin Newsom, and all of these U.S. diplomats have come out in support of isn't actually a ceasefire that would end the war. It's literally Israel's exact negotiating position being repackaged as a ceasefire, one that would pause the fighting long enough so that Israel can get all of its people out, which would then allow Israel to...
What do you mean get all the people out? It's a humanitarian pause in exchange for getting the hostages released.
To decimate Rafah without having to worry about any domestic backlash. Israel has been clear from day one that their goal is the total takeover of Gaza and the destruction of the resistance. So the word ceasefire is essentially being co-opted by the Biden administration here. And we have to start asking what people mean when they use the word ceasefire. The Biden administration is trying to confuse people by saying they support a ceasefire, but the ceasefire they're proposing is completely different from the ceasefire the vast majority of the world wants, which is a permanent end to the genocide.
True. Permanent end to the genocide.
30,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of whom are not Hamas. Thousands and thousands of innocents, women and children, girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods in rubble, cities in ruin. Families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking.
You probably will, Carter.
Musicians, you cannot talk about democracy while your money and your weapons is killing thousands and thousands of Palestinians in the USA!
Hör auf zu brüllen!
No way! The blood of Palestinians! No! I'm Israeli, and I'm telling you, your money is funding fascism!
Folgen wir denen nicht, die uns spalten wollen.
Wow. Yes, okay. That means the initial contingent state. I mean, true. Okay. Or that. but it must be possible for non-causal things to happen within our own. General point here is that there is good sense in which natures do not constrain initial coming to existence. The initial state of reality has to be the kind of thing that can exist even though there's nothing else in existence. And the things that feature in the initial state of reality have to be the kinds of things that can, yeah, so I like this quote. Oh, it's just like schoolwork? Nope, I'm graduated, man. But if I put this much effort into my schoolwork, I would have had so much better grades. I should have just streamed myself doing schoolwork. I could have done it. Could have been the best fucking study buddy for people. Would have blown up. Would have been so popular. There are very few possible initial states of reality, and if there are very few kinds of things that can feature in this initial state of reality, then Craig, Edwards, and Prior are just mistaken. The lesson here seems clear. Our naturalist could insist that there are very few possible contingent initial states of reality, perhaps no more than one, and our naturalist could also insist that there are very few possible things that could have featured in the initial states of reality. One consequence of the latter assumption will be that very few of the things that now exist could have featured in the initial states of reality. That consequence will certainly suffice to answer the general version of Craig's question about whether rabbits and hydrogen atoms might have sprung spontaneously from the void. Yeah, okay. Maybe that there are very few possible contingencies in our reality, perhaps no more than one. Very few, or maybe even only one possible initial state of reality. Contingent initial state of reality. And our naturalist could also insist that there are very few possible things that could have been featured, yeah. Very few. Things could have, and use the word featured. I don't have a better. All right, on to section 3. By the way, chat, we have like 4 more pages of this. We're halfway through it. I think the last page. No, there's still some stuff on the last page. But it won't take us that long. Put shit into React on stream chat on Discord. Please, I beg of you. Chat, please, chat. I don't know what this is. This is some atheism stuff. It's about initial states of reality. Don't worry about it too much. Even if granted that the various assumptions that we have offered to naturalists would suffice to defeat the argument that we're considering, there clearly are further questions about motivation and plausibility that remain to be addressed. Other deeper metaphysical claims that might be taken to motivate acceptance of the claims that we have offered to naturalists. In particular, there are plausible views about modality and causation that could be taken to underwrite the rejection of the identified premise. The modal case is perhaps easier, so let's start with that. Here's a very brief sketch of a candidate theory of real alethic. Alethic. Loading modalities of truth. Of alethic modality. There is a alethically possible world in which there isn't anything causal. All other ethically possible worlds have the same initial state as the actual world and differ from the actual world only insofar as objectively chancy processes have different outcomes. Because objective chance is ubiquitous, there are many ethically, right? Fuck, how do I already forget how to pronounce it? Possible worlds. Some might want to allow more worlds, for instance, ethically possible worlds that have different initial states, or ethically possible worlds in which there are differences in the evolution of states due to factors other than objective chance. However, the view that I am outlining here does not accept this relaxed austerity. Those other words might be, say, dotastically. Why doesn't it have a pronunciation? Or merely logically possible, but that's not enough to establish real ethilic possibility. Now for causation. The key thought here is that causation is the glue that unifies reality. What makes a given non-initial state of reality is that it is causally consequent upon early states of reality. Moreover, what makes some non-initial thing that features in a state of reality a part of reality is that it is causally consequent upon things that featured in earlier states of reality. Given its way of talking, at least a doxastic possibility that in the actual world there are independent realities, causal networks between which there is no causal interaction. But of course, in that case, I would use the word reality to refer to the causal network in which we are embedded. And in that case, in any case, on the view that I'm developing, the claim in question is only a doxastic possibility. Given the account of modality, within its acceptance of objective chance, there is some sense in which this view denies that causation is deterministic. However, this account leaves it open whether causation should be analyzed in terms of probabilities or counterfactuals or networks or in its conditions or transfers of conserved quantities, or whether causation should be treated as a theoretical primitive. Okay, I understood like maybe 20% of the last two paragraphs. I might have to reread it tomorrow. It seems to me to be plausible to claim that these views about causation and real ethilic modality prove support for various principles that were offered to naturalists as a way of objectioning the first premise in a target argument. Given this view of athletic modality, there is only one possible initial state for reality, but it is a contingent matter whether that initial state obtains. Moreover, given the role that causation plays as the glue that unifies reality, it's at least natural to suppose that on these essential views, the property of being initial and non-initial states of reality will be essential properties of states of reality, and that the contingent initial state of reality and the contingent things that feature therein are the only kinds of things that can have no cause, and so forth. I'm gonna be so real, chat. I only understand like this last sentence. We're gonna have to reread this tomorrow. I'm gonna have to go through every fucking thing. But I do like this one quote. Okay, can I summarize this in some way? Moreover, given the role causality plays, okay. Non-initial states of reality are essential properties of reality. Dissimilar Calvinism, that depends what exactly. It depends exactly what fucking types. I don't probably Calvinism, man. Probably. Shut up, Ellie. I did that. Both haven't been good historically. That's true. Like, I don't. But like when you say communism, that could also mean like the Zapatistas in Mexico, right? Like this is in some sense like a communist or socialist movement. And like the people there are like fine, like they have free speech and they have some rights protected, and it's like their farms are all fucking co-op shit. It's like I'd probably rather this than fascism. City rally, contingent things featured there. Like communism? I mean, they're definitely like far left political shit, and I don't think you can own property technically. I think you have to work in their cooperative farms. Of course, what has been offered here is at best a very rough sketch, but it seems to me, at the very least, it suffices to show that until you explore a range of possible, naturalistic, acceptable accounts of modality, causation, and so forth, you cannot be in a good position to assert, as Craig does, that if one holds that it's possible for something in the initial contingent state of the universe to come into existence uncaused out of nothing, then one is simply unable to explain why there are no other things, that do or can't come out of existence come out of nothing. So far, this discussion has proceeded at very high level of abstraction, thereby avoiding questions about the nature and extent of natural reality. Is natural reality exhausted by something rather like single Big Bang universe, or is natural reality comprised of something like rather large collection of Big Bang universes causally related to one another through singularities or wormholes or some such? Is natural reality universally spatio-temporal? Or there are some parts of natural reality that are framed by other kinds of external relations, where in reality, dude, what does this mean? Spatio-temporal, relating to both space and time. Is it the case that causal priority and temporal priority are everywhere perfectly aligned, etc.? However, it is worth asking whether, if we descend from these heights and focus on established features of the part of reality that we inhibit, we might be able to construct a plausible case for a claim that it's impossible for a raging tiger to suddenly come into existence uncaused out of nothing in the room in which you are reading this article. That's pretty obviously independent of assumptions about whether it is possible for reality to have a contingent initial state under the causal relation. Ooh, I kind of like that quote. Okay, so. I'll have to go through and reread some of this tomorrow. I might not do it on stream because it's kind of a boring stream topic. Suppose that there is a table in the room in which you are hearing this talk. Is it possible that a tiger comes to existence uncaused out of nothing where the table is? I don't think so. I assume that it is just impossible for a table and a tiger to simultaneously occupy the same spatial location. If there is to be a tiger where the table is now, then it cannot be that the table also continues to be there. Thus, in a causal order, before the tiger can come to occupy a spatial location that overlaps with my current spatial location on the table must cease to occupy its location. Moreover, It cannot just be coming into existence of the tiger that brings it about. That the table ceases to occupy that location. Non-existent things do not have causal powers, and a tiger does not begin to exist until it occupies some spatial location or other. However, if that's right, then I think that we should say that the table ceasing to occupy the location that it currently occupies is the cause of something coming into existence of the tiger, given that the tiger comes into existence where the table is now. But if the table ceasing to occupy the location that is currently occupies the cause the coming into existence, and it isn't true that the tiger comes into existence out of nothing. What? I have to reread that last sentence. Okay. Non-existent things do not have causal powers, and the tiger does not begin to exist until it occupies some spatial location or other. However, if that's right, then I think that we should say that the table ceasing to occupy the location that it currently occupies is a cause of the coming into existence of the tiger, given that the tiger comes into existence where the table is now. But if the table ceasing to occupy the location that it currently occupies is a cause of the coming into existence of the tiger, then it isn't true that the tiger comes into existence uncaused out of nothing. True. Hold on. If this line of thought is plausible, then it generalizes. Pick any tiger-shaped space in the room. In order for a tiger to occupy the tiger-shaped space, that space must have appropriate internal and boundary properties. There is, after all, lots of ways that the boundary and interior of that space could be, or that are simply inconsistent with the occupation of that space by a tiger. But if that's right, then it seems to me that we should allow the consistency of the boundary and interior of space with the occupation of a tiger, or more strictly, the coming about of a consistency of the boundary and interior of the space with occupying by a tiger is a cause of coming to existence of the tiger. And as before, if it's the cause of coming to existence of a tiger, then it isn't true that the tiger comes into existence out of nothing. I mean, maybe what he's saying is technically plausible, but I don't think that's how causality. That's just not how we typically view causality. Just from a mere human, non-academic mind, I don't think we can say that just something not occupying a space is the cause of something coming into existence. I don't think that fucking causality shit worked that way. I don't think it works that way. I think it's nope. I'm wrong. He's wrong. I'm right. I'm always right. Might want to object that if the table ceases to occupy the location that it currently occupies, or the coming about of the consistency of boundary and interior of space with occupation of tiger itself has no cause, then we would have to have a situation in which the tiger comes into existence uncaused out of nothing. I don't think so. Compare a situation in which there are several causes of an explosion: the presence of oxygen, the presence of gas, the lighting of a match, and so forth. If we suppose that one of these factors, say the presence of oxygen, has no cause, that seems to make no difference to its status as a cause of the explosion, nor to the status of the claim that the explosion had a cause. Even if there is no cause of the table ceasing to occupy the location that it currently occupies, it will still be the case that the table ceasing to occupy the location that it currently occupies is a cause of the coming into existence of the tiger. Even if I understand what he's saying. Even if there's no cause of the coming about of the consistency of the boundary and interior space. Assume it a case that the coming about of the consistency of the boundary and interior of the space with occupation by a tiger is a cause of the coming into existence of a tiger. Okay, I understand more what he's saying now. That analogy helped. Okay. Might one object that it's still a mistake to suppose that, in the imagined circumstances, the table ceasing to occupy the location that it currently occupies, or the coming about of a consistency of the boundary and interior of space with occupation of tiger, is a cause of something coming, is a cause of the coming into its existence of tiger. Again, I don't think so. Compare it with the case of the explosion. Nearly everyone accepts it as right to say that the presence of oxygen, the presence of gas, the presence of light in a match, and so forth are all causes of the explosion, but the role of the table ceasing to occupy the location that it currently occupies, or the role of the coming about of the consistency to boundary, as he said it like 500 times, and the coming into existence of the tiger seems to be on all fours, but say the role of the presence of oxygen in the explosion, they both support the appropriate counterfactuals, they're both probability racers, etc. Might one object that it's a mistake to suppose that, in the imagined circumstances, the table must cease to occupy its current location, but the tiger can come to occupy a spatial location that overlaps with current spatial location on the table, on the grounds that there could be an uncaused, instantaneous reorganization of the constituents of the table in which they become the constituents of a tiger. I don't think so. On the one hand, it seems to me there are good grounds for thinking that it is not really possible that mere instantaneous rearrangement of constituents could transform a table into a tiger, or at any rate a tiger duplicate. On the other hand, and more importantly, oh my god, you're back, man, really? Definitely is. I want to object that it cannot be right to claim that it is impossible for a tiger to suddenly come to occupy a tiger-shaped location in the room in which you are reading this article on the grounds that quantum mechanics makes provisions for just these kind of sudden appearances. I don't think so. It may be so. There are various mechanisms embraced by contemporary physics that could bring about a tiger suddenly appearing in a room in which you are reading this article where there was no tiger beforehand, quantum tunneling, travel through space-time with wormholes, etc. However, such things are really possible. They are certainly not cases in which a tiger comes into existence and caused out of nothing, since they are one and all causal processes. If a tiger quantum tunnels into the room somewhere out of nowhere, I'm going to work out, made some money while I was in his Twitter space. I'm sure that's a great night for you, man. Yeah, it's fucking causal. Okay. If a tiger quantum tunnels in the room from somewhere else, then it painfully is in a case in which tiger comes into existence and caused out of nothing. Likewise, for a tiger that's transported in a room via space-time wormhole, well, strictly speaking, is relevant to the present argument. It's worth noting that even if this kind of quantum tunneling were possible, we could explain why we never observed the case of it involving macroscopic objects. Such events are massively improbable that there is virtually no chance of a single event of this kind in a volume of size of the observed universe over a period of time longer than the currently estimated age of the observed universe. Yeah, true. Again, what I provided here is no more. I'm here to support a fellow creator like you. I predict you'll be the next great white hope. Thanks, man. Yeah. If you actually want to support me, follow me on Twitch. You don't need to watch me on Twitch, just follow me on Twitch. I need it. I need the followers. I need to follow. I need them so bad, chat. I need the followers so bad. Again, what I provided here was no more than an incomplete sketch, but again, it seems to me, at the very least, it suffices to show that until you have explored the prospects for direct arguments on behalf that the claim that it's impossible for a ranging value to suddenly come out of and cause existence and cause nothing in the room which you're reading this article, you cannot be in a good position to assert as Craig does, which I can be. That makes sense. But if one knows that it is possible for something, an initial contingent state of the universe, to come into existence and cause nothing, then one is simply unable to explain why there are no other things that can do or come into existence uncaused out of nothing. In this paper, I've conducted a rough preliminary investigation of the claim that if it is possible for reality to have a contingent initial state under causal relation, i.e., if it is possible for reality to have a contingent initial state that has no cause, then it's possible for other parts of reality to have no cause. I've suggested that there are various grounds. Can I ask what you're reading? Basically, it's a thing arguing that it's possible for the universe to have an initial state of reality that had no cause. That's basically what it's saying. And then that doesn't have to make you hold a position that there are other uncaused things within the universe. It can't just simply be the case that there is some specific non-causal things. That's basically it. But to be honest, I understand maybe like 50% of this because I'm tired, and some of the words in here are nonsense. So I don't know. I've suggested that there are various grounds, theoretical and commonsensical, for maintaining that it is simply not possible for initial parts of reality to have no cause. And I've also claimed that on these grounds, it's simply not possible for non-initial parts of reality to have no cause. Okay. And I've also claimed that these grounds are pretty clearly consistent with the claim that it's possible for reality to have a contingent initial state under the causal relation. Of course, I don't claim to have provided an exhaustive investigation of the grounds of this kind. There may well be other ways in which one could argue for the same conclusion. Because this investigation is rough and preliminary, it may have gone wrong in various ways. However, even if that is so, it may still be the main aim of the paper achieved. For the point that I most want to emphasize are, 1, that it is possible for naturalists to engage in a kind of metaphysical theorizing, and 2, that there can be no justified assessment of the theoretical merits of the products of such theorizing that doesn't look at the details of the theories in question. It isn't possible to assess the merits of theories until those theories have been constructed and tabled, in particular, despite Craig's implicit suggestion to the contrary. And it isn't possible to make justified claims about what certain types of theories can and cannot explain until you have the relevant theories in hand. All right. I understood maybe 30% of that. I'm just like super curious if there's like a YouTube video that can add some more context for me. Who's the fucking guy that wrote this? Greg Opum or something? No, not this. Fuck you.
Philosophers do in fact make a distinction between necessary and contingent truths. I don't think this has anything to do with the
state of reality.
Starting with a necessary truth. A necessary truth is a truth that cannot be false. The denial of a necessary truth would lead one into a contradiction. A necessary truth is true under all circumstances. It cannot not be the case. Can you give me an example? Tautologies are seen as necessary truths. Truths can be false. Exactly. So how are they truths? They are truths because they are true, but they are contingent because they could have been false. The world we live in could have been different, and a contingent being, on the other hand, is something that could have failed to exist. Even though it does exist, it is not a contradiction to imagine its non-existence. So, this cup has contingent existence. It does exist, but I can think of a possible world where this cup does not exist. This cup
is committed. I'm not that committed.
There is no contradiction in its non-existence.
This isn't even upstream for longer than this, man.
I, therefore, am a contingent being. There could, in fact, be a possible world. So, if everything around us is contingent, then what exactly has necessary existence? Well, this is the debate that is had within the philosophy of religion. Theists, especially classical theists, will claim that God is the only being that has necessary existence. God did not come from anything. His existence is eternal. There is nothing that created God or is the reason for God's existence. He cannot be contingent. Furthermore, any possible world or possible universe would be contingent. It would need a reason for its existence, and so every possible world would need a necessary being to create it, meaning God would need to exist in every possible world, making his existence necessary. And so the argument goes that the denial of God's existence would be a logical contradiction. This is a highly debated argument. We are not going to focus on that now, but please check out our videos on the ontological argument for a full debate into the necessary existence of God. If you enjoy the
35 minutes. We'll watch this tomorrow probably. Jesus. Agreement for non-contingent cause. All right. We might read some of this tomorrow. I might go over this tomorrow too. Probably not that. Probably not that. Okay, chat. It's been a wild stream, guys. But it's been a good one. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, chat.